side of a formula, because that's the only way you check it. If this was an x plus 3 equals 5, 5 minus 3 equals 2, 2 equals x. Therefore, we can solve the algebra. So because both sides of the formula now are balanced, we then have to look at what appears in front of the noun. In order to make a noun, you must have a prepositional phrase, and therefore the article is always going to appear in front of the noun. So we're going to have to give that the equal sign. That means the article is not going to affect the true fact of a noun. Neither will a conjunction and, because they are neutral. Now on both sides of the formula we got a plus 3, minus 3, multiple 3, and division 3, which are complete opposites of each other. But these are in motion. If they're opposites, that means they're changed. They've gone through a change, and change is motion, and motion is verb. Here goes the pen. It's a noun. When it's in motion, the motion of the verb did not change the condition of the pen. Therefore, this noun was not affected by a verb, so therefore a verb is going to become a neutral entity on both sides of the formula also, having no value, just like a conjunction or an article, to influence what happens to a noun. However, the plus and the minus, the multiple and division are complete opposites. Those we gave the assignment of a preposition. So if we said for the driving of the car, or for the car of the driving, it says the same thing. This noun and this noun are not modified. They're not changed. Now, in order to get to the complete opposites, if I said over the driving, no, that would be the wrong. I couldn't use that right there.
For the God over the nation was a good one for that one.
Yeah, we'll use that different sentence for that one. For the one nation is under the God. Well, before it used to be one nation under God. And like on your money it says, in God we trust. Adverb, verb, adverb, verb. One here is used as a noun. Put a noun in front of a noun, it becomes an adjective. For the one, if we lack a prepositional phrase, if we lack the hyphen, one becomes an adjective and nation becomes a pronoun. That's a double violation, because this becomes a presumption. This here now becomes an adjective and a noun because of the for the. Under is outside of quantum, therefore God never exists in now time. So you've got multiple violations within the sentence. Merely put a hyphen here and you wind up with a compound noun. You then have an under the God, and under is still a word outside of quantum, which is still a violation. But if you wrote the sentence backwards, even in violation, it would say, for the God is over the one nation, reversing these two. This now would become for, and this would become over, because the opposite of under is over. For the God is over the one nation. It says the same thing using the opposite preposition. So it shows that the preposition reversed in fiction still is in fiction. Fiction will always be got fiction. It still is outside of quantum, and it still is a violation, even though it proves that the preposition still is the key to the word, because this word here must be in now time and be held in highest form. That was the key word. This is a key word for all languages. And if you want to test any language, you use God as a test, and you put it into a sentence, and then you try and obstruct it in some form, and you will always come back with the fact that you have to use the proper language. For the one nation is with the God. For the God is with the one nation, because With is a possessive upon itself. It revolves on itself. Time is a factor of the past, now, and future. All things exist now. So therefore, the with being a possessive will always revolve on itself. There is no opposite for a with. So we are selective as to when and where we use the word with when and where we use the word for as a possessive in a cause. So you have to look at what kind of a noun you're going to associate with this word and with the word for, to find out what words you're going to, and what the responsibility of those nouns are going to be. Because it's just as important if I said, if I start the sentence, with the claim, of the claim, is with the claim, by the claim. Now the definition of with has two meanings. The definition of claim has four meanings in that circumstance. Because the first case was a cause, the second case was a possessive. And the opposite, if I reverse them, with the claim, by the claim, is with the claim, of the claim. Now I've taken my by assignment, which is 80%, and placed it in front of the assignment, which, it's 80% cause versus a 20% authorization. Authorization should always have jurisdiction over an effect. So you want to also use your prepositions on the right contract, or within the right contents, I mean. So it just takes practice to get to know how to balance these values out and where to place them into the sentence. When I put these constructive sentences up here from the IRS codes and that, and we tear them apart and show you just how many violations actually exist within each sentence. And then the 6-point procedure we're going to go through to rewrite those into the truth. The IRS who watches these videos, and they get copies of these videos, will take great note in whatever government watches those on how to correct their language.
How do they get those videos?
We send them copies if they want them. We're very transparent. We don't have any secrets about what we do here. We're trying to get their governments to clean up their act, to change. You don't think when you file your lawsuit that writ of habeas corpus isn't going to be made 1,000 copies of, sent out to every judge in the United States and Canada? And every government in the world isn't going to want a copy of it once the world court gets a hold of it. It becomes public record. They're going to put that up on the internet, and they're going to download that in the tens of thousands of households.
But you're copywritten it.
So what? Copyright only protects you from monetary gain and commercial activities. It's open records once it's filed with the court. And you can get copies of it through open records. If you don't have this course, though, and you don't know how to use it, you can read it with you won't understand. So you wanna, but like I said, you got to have 13 words to make a sentence. I gave you 8 words here, and if I want to go ahead and any word or any sentence that I want to make legal, it's for the one nation. Of the people.
David, why is that you have to have 13 words to make a legal sentence?
Because you're doing a cause, effect, a possessive, and an authorization. You can't just stop in the middle of something. If you're going to conclude something, you must first think. Otherwise, what supports my verb? If verb is the thinking, then people has to be the entity by which this verb is going to take place. A nation doesn't have any power to move anything. A nation is only what its people are. So why would I obstruct the sentence by leaving people out of it? One nation is a condition of the people. It's deductive reasoning of, you got to think through the big picture of what you're creating. Is with the knowledge.
But now you're saying the one nation is with knowledge.
No, I'm saying for the one nation of the people is with the knowledge of the God.
But that says now the nation is possessing knowledge, which is like...
Well, that's true. God creates all, is the creator of all things, therefore he possesses knowledge. He instills that upon the people to create a nation, which now becomes one.
What about if you made it for the people of the one nation?
It works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because people, right, it sounds better. You have to use deductive reasoning. In this case here, we're using an assignment going backwards because people will create a nation. But your order of operations is people always came before they elected a nation through voting.
Yeah.
So for the people of the one nation is with the knowledge of the God.
Bang on.
See, now it works. You can even go this. You can say, for the people with the knowledge are for the one nation with the God. Doing a double possessive.
You say it the other way, it doesn't even feel right. You know, there's something missing there.
Yeah, you can get the sense.
You just,
Right. If you make a mistake, when you start thinking about the deductive reasoning, this is what I'm trying to instill upon you. You must look at your nouns. You got 4 nouns here. What comes first? There's an order of operation, and once you get that correct, you can now write it anywhere you want. And if you want to ask the question, is for the people of the one nation with the knowledge of the God? The answer is yes. Now you've done it right. See, so that the math works. And when the judge says, "Oh yeah, prove it," then you get up in front and say, "Hey, Your Honor, you got a blackboard here. You got traffic. You got accidents. Every court in the United States has a blackboard in it. You know that? You can order one in there." And you go up there and you put this formula up there. You identify it, and you go ahead and you write a sentence, or take any sentence out of your paperwork. I guarantee you, every sentence in my book, every sentence in my lawsuit, you can do this too. It will work and will match up with this exactly. I take very special care to make sure the smallest sentence I write in both my lawsuits and my book have 13 words in it. Some are longer. My longest one has got 290 words in it, as a matter of fact.
one sentence?
Yes, one sentence.
And one verb.
And one verb. Only one verb per sentence. You put 2 verbs in a sentence, I'll have you for breakfast. That means you got 2 sentences what to run on. And you've disqualified a complex sentence.
David, you page 98 in the proceedings, number 20. You don't have a verb in the sentence.
You mean you found a sentence without a verb? Good, I'm glad you're reading with understanding.
Order of the noun.
Number 20.
Oh, that's IRS stuff. Those are for the Title 42 claim for the conspiracy by the officers of the court is for the court, is for the obstruction of the court of the language in the verb in adjective fiction. Right. There is a verb missing there. So put a verb in after by the officers are, because it's officers plural, are for the court of the obstruction.
So there's 2 verbs in one sentence?
No, there is no verb in that sentence.
Small question on the punctuation. When you're asking the question is, you move the verb out front, would you put it followed with a comma?
No.
Is comma just
Right.
For the court.
Or for the obstruction?
guilty of it. No, that put the subject to certain words. You want to take a minute, couple minute break here?
Yeah, I'll write this up here in the meantime.
We'll take a 10-minute break. Dave's going to do a little bit of writing here, if you want to take a few minutes.
An individual will only follow a truth. This is religion. You will only follow truth. I don't care what your religion is. You will make contract with truth. You will then always honor your contract, and there you will find your God. You pick the subject, you will fall into this requirement. And when I drew that up there, I did this for 47 ministers, and one man stands up, he says, "I'm an atheist." Of course, all the other 46 ministers, they go, ooh, this guy's in the lion's den here, right? I says, sir, I says, in the morning when you get up, you look yourself in the mirror, don't you? He says, sure do. I says, you believe in who you are, right? He says, yep. He says, you only follow truth. That's why you believe in yourself and you follow no religion. Is that correct? He says, that's true. He says, did you make contract with yourself today that you would be a good person and that you will be in the truth? He says, yes, I did. You honor that contract? He says, yes, I do. He says, good. You got religion. And he stands there for a second. He goes, you know, you're right. He says, I guess I do have religion. He says, I can't put it to a specific title with anybody else in this room. But he says, I'll bet you I'm as religious, if not more so, than any other ministers in this room, because of how I conduct myself with truth. And everyone all the other ministers in that room applauded that man, even though he claimed to be an atheist. He wasn't. Yes.
Define truth, then. What is your definition of truth?
A definition of truth would be you have knowledge of a fact, and the condition of that fact exists within a reality. The reality of that truth is an absolute, like 3 plus 3 equals 6. If I said 2 plus 2 equals 4, that would be a presumption based on everyone's translation in 26 formats that would exist. And until I showed you what my absolute was of my translation, you couldn't identify with what I just said to you. So it is each of our individual responsibilities to be accurate with what we do and how we believe our truth exists. Every one of us in this room has a different definition to truth, and I guarantee you if I asked you to write it down on paper, I would have 40 different truths delivered back to me. So you then have to ask yourself, did I properly identify a cause and effect, my thinking, my possession, and my authorization with my definitions and truth? In 1980, I went through a divorce, and I hadn't known love for 10 years. So one of the first things that I wanted to acquire at the age of 30 was I wanted to find out what love meant, because I wanted to know what that truth meant. I think everyone in this room is curious about what the definition of love is. Well, here's a little job assignment for you. You want to find out what truth is about this one subject? Because I think it's probably the one thing that we all seek more than any other thing in life. You go into Webster's dictionary and look up the word love. It has 13 synonyms. You then define those 13 synonyms in quantum. Then you look up all the definitions, all of the synonyms for the 13 words. Now I'll give you 88 more words, which will lead you to a 6,000 word document on the word love, defined through 88 words. Respect, kindness, gratitude, nurturing, cuddling, emotion, respect, virtue, compassion, right. If I asked you, I could write up here, you guys could probably all come up with the 88 words just through synonyms. But then you take all those definitions and you quantumize them. I guarantee you when you're finished, you will have a definition like you've never seen before in a 6,000 word document. And you will understand that love is an act of giving in every capacity that you will seek. Well, it always comes out to giving unconditionally. And when you give unconditionally, it comes back to you tenfold. That's one of the wisdoms you learn in life.
I think it's more than 10. I said, I think it's more than 10.
Well,
10's a good number.
it's a good number. The point is that sex is where you rape somebody. You use someone for your pleasure. Where love is the identity of giving. And when, like this program, when you're entrusted with an absolute truth, you must give it to the people. So people say, come to my seminar here, and I've had people stand up, this is my 201st seminar, by the way, and they say, Mr. Miller, why do you charge a fee for this course? And I said, when you come in here, for those that come in here free, you usually fall asleep within a couple hours. Believe it or not, you really do. You have nothing invested, nothing gained. But when you have an equity issue where you had to go out and work 3-4 days, it has value. and you put value on what you did here, you're paying attention, you're taking notes, and you're physically telling the guy next to you, hey, shut up, I'm trying to listen, I paid for this, I want to learn. And by the time you walk out of here at the end of the day, you really learned something, and you really got your money's worth. We had 6 businessmen come to the Las Vegas seminar here about 6 months ago, and he walked in there and he said, we're in the wrong seminar. We're supposed to be at a Tupperware or something, or some plastic seminar someplace. He says, what is this all about? He says, language and contracts. He says, how much is it? He says, my mother was working the door that day, and she says, well, it's $150, it's just a donation. He says, well, there's 6 of us. He says, well, satisfaction guaranteed. Well, okay, we'll come in, we'll sit for a few minutes. They got up at 4 hours, and they come back to my mother and says, you didn't ask for enough money. She said, well, it's just a donation. If you want to donate more. Was anybody else donating? Well, they stayed the 14 hours. And they got the tapes and the books, and they came back. They've been to 3 seminars now, that same business group in Las Vegas. And those guys are, you can't move them. They are in truth, they are pushing forward, and they're going after their dreams, using this truth in their business to write in the truth contracts. So you get different stories that take place. When we were in, just last week, we were in Las Vegas, and of the 40 people that came there, 17 people of the 40 people said they could not understand or use this because they were in their 60s and 70s. They said that they would never use this technology. They had no cause of action, no lawsuits, no properties, no trusts. They were in a condition where they were going to they were there under curiosity seeking, and they paid nothing for the seminar. They were not going to use it. They had no intent of using it. Another time in Las Vegas, we had a lady. She was a street person. She lived out of a grocery bag, shopping cart. Yeah, bag lady. And she stood 5 foot tall. She has a PhD in English, was an English teacher for 42 years, and she brought forward the argument to her principal at the age of 68 and said, you know, this is against the law. You're supposed to use prepositional phrases in front of your nouns. And they fired her, ruined her, and made a bag lady out of her. Took away her pension and everything, put her on the street because she said that statement to the school board.
Couldn't you reclaim that for her?
Well, she came to the seminar.
No,
and
but I mean...
Yeah, she came to the seminar, and after 4 hours in the seminar, she stood up and she made a presentation to an audience the size of this about her life and how she lied for 45 years and then told the truth, and they ruined her and made a bag lady out of her. And she didn't pay to come in the seminar.
No, but couldn't you redeem her?
Well, her health, she was now 78 years old, and she said she would never file anything, and she was just there. But she was satisfied that somebody was doing something about it. But at 5 hours, she stands up and she says, "Why are you alive?" in her tiny little voice. And she says, "How come they let you walk around and they ruined me?"
So how many years before you became aware of this? Was she aware of this, or did she realize this and get fired after you started on this?
No, she did this. Almost all the English teachers that have been fired and ruined across the United States have also came to this conclusion. But they were threatened with insane asylums. When I went public with this in May of 1995 and filed my first lawsuit in Milwaukee, my boss, with A.L. Smith for 25 years, I was fired. Was walked out the gate because I filed a lawsuit. I also was the guy that filed a lawsuit against 100 FBI agents at the Freeman standoff, and when I got back to work, I was there 3 more days, and they walked me out the gate. A.L. Smith's got a $400 million contract with the military, so it was either I go or they go. Needless to say, I'm still an active employee, but I'm out here doing this. That's how it works. There's different scenarios that that take place, and people learn. the things that you learn at these seminars that I teach in that, there's never two of them that are the same. The stuff that all those that came last time, you forgot probably half of what I told you. You get things refreshed, but there's new events that take place at this one, new stories that'll be told at this one that weren't told at the last one. Any question?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, getting back to this Vaseline thing, maybe I'm missing something here, but you said you can't really sue a Vaseline. You said politician who's really screwed things up and is hurting a lot of people. What's their cure for this? What approach can we, like, you're prosecuting them for their violations and to breach the contract.
All right. Right. Well, the secret to that is the language in your lawsuit stipulates one fact. A noun that is used as a verb is a fictitious conveyance of the language. Where in their job assignment are they allowed to obstruct language without notice? Under all laws of contract in any language, it says you must close, not disclose. This means not. You must close the information to the person you make contract with. If you do not do that, you are invalid. Has that politician, judge, or any official capacity ever closed to you as the people an answer or a condition of their job assignments to you since they took office? Has any paperwork they ever set their autograph down to been written in the truth, or has it been an obstruction?
Well, this is a problem we're running into. There isn't, they obstruct the paperwork. They delegate orally to a subordinate bureaucrat. This is a stipulation.
They still were elected and sign it.
So they breached their contract with the people.
They breached their contract with the people, and they get away with it because they're all involved in fiction.
Right.
And if the people sue in fiction, verb begots verb says nothing. We now come back and say, here's our complaint. And they pick it up and they say, okay, oh my God, you're suing me for constructive treason. Well, I'm not going to take that. I'm going to dismiss that. It won't leave my hand. It's called a Miller tar pit. You got tar all over you now. You're stuck to it. It won't leave because now when you have knowledge that, oh my God, everything I've done since I've been in office is an obstruction. This here proves that it was an obstruction. Now I'm giving you a contract that says you will go back and correct it. You're saying, oh no, I won't. That's too much work. Well, we paid you to be in the truth, and now you're in the fiction. So you're going to tell me you're going to obstruct this on top of everything else you've done? You think it's going to go away? It doesn't. It just now certifies with the one, we get it all.
So getting the evidence on this, what do we need? Just one piece of violation here to bring it to court?
In order to make this go away, you have to sign it. I mean, you have to give me an autograph. You have to give me a forensic piece of document to make this go away. And what are you going to do? You're going to write a fiction letter and you're going to autograph it, which is going to give me additional authorization. I can then go pick up anything I want on you. I can pull your entire file under the Open Records Act and say, I have one piece of paper here amongst 100 pieces of paper that you autographed in fiction, that you've been guilty of obstruction and misappropriation since you took office. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Webster's dictionary says you can't modify nouns. All languages say you can't modify nouns. You can't abbreviate any adjectives, adverbs, pronouns, conjunctions. Why are you using abbreviations for words that don't exist? And your whole entire format, all your documents and your IRS codes here are all abbreviated. And if you look at the abbreviation page, they're all adjectives and verbs. So you've broken every rule of communication skills, and now you say, read this with understanding. Good luck. That's why we're going to put this up here and show you just how badly obstructed this is. So, question?
Is that why a lot of legislation that comes down is either abbreviated or contracted or in synonyms or acronyms?
They want you to make a presumption from A to Z, because if you ever want to make a complaint about it, they're going to say, well, we didn't say anything, you just made a presumption about what it said. Simple as that. Well, you know what it means. You can't tell me what I know. You don't know what's in my thinking. So, and that's just it. If I'm a judge, I'm going to be judging people. I'm going to be looking at you for your condition, your volition. And we are moving forward in a world of accuracy. And when we correct them, we are going to correct them accurately as a word that says no, and it's going to be in past tense. It's not only a prefix, but it's also got a past tense on it as well. It's a double violation for one word with no prepositional phrase in front of it. So it isn't just that they're making one mistake. This one word carries 4 violations. 1, 2, the whole word, 3, plus the replacement, and 2 prepositional phrases that I've got to stick in front of it to bring it up to speed in the first place. But we're going to get into that when we do the correction. So take a break. I'll write the sentence up here and get it all laid out for you guys. Are you done today? Do you want to be done today? Hey, last time we did 66 hours. No problem, guys. 0.06, subsection B. I just randomly grabbed one here. Every one of them are equally as obstructed as this one is. The reason I chose this is because of the word treaty was used here twice. Both times they were used as dangling participle verbs, which means all treaties written anywhere are in verbs, so therefore they have no definition, no meaning. It starts off with reduce. Re means no, and ed now is in past tense, so you've got a negative factor to establish a rate that is a presumption both outside of quantum and can't exist. Modified, the pronoun 7, rate is modified by the adverb of. Now identifying the word withholding to be a verb, ends in ing, is an active verb. Under is an adverb modifying the verb withholding in the treaty as a dangling participle verb, period. Then it goes into qualified into intermediaries, ends in ed, which now puts it into a past tense 3.5. Pronouns are adjectives are modified by pronouns. May is now a future tense verb, so it'd be a 2-6, not treaty, and no. Yeah, not treat an account. Not now becomes a negative adverb, making treat to be a verb, and as an adverb modifying the verb and the adjective on both sides of it. 7, pronoun modifies the adjective and is also modified by the adverb as. A foreign. Now foreign becomes an adjective of organization. These two, why does this not become a prepositional phrase? One is because this is a pronoun and this is an adverb. That means this as has to be used as an adverb because both sides of the formula are modifications. If this is a preposition, an article, then they have a conflict.
If holder was a noun, would as be the preposition?
As would become a preposition provided this was a hyphen. But because this is an adjective, this has to be an adverb for modifying. Adverbs modify adverbs. Adverbs modify adjectives. Adverbs modify adverbs. And adverbs modify pronouns. So mathematically, frontwards and backwards, you now can identify what the identity of this word is. If anybody comes back and says, well, this has to be a preposition. Well, no, normally it would be, except that on both sides of the formula, it says it has to be an adverb. And adverbs modify adverbs and pronouns. No, adverbs modify adverbs. Adverbs modify pronouns. Adverbs modify verbs. And adverbs modify adjectives. They have 4 factors. That's why they're so unique. And they're so deadly in the fiction world. So you've got a foreign organization, which is an opinion of a presumption. That is an adverb, modifies your 7 organization. Is becomes your verb. Tax exempt now becomes a pronoun. It stands alone. They made sure they hyphenated it so that tax would not become an adjective of exempt. And EX now is a no. So therefore they create a negative factor. Again, they've done it now 3 times here. Re, not, and EX. On an item. Now here's your first prepositional phrase right here. On an item of income. Of means no come, and no come becomes the verb. So the item is now identified as the verb disqualifying the item. So it's a catch-22. Pursuant is an adverb modifying the income verb, and then to is an adverb in future tense. How do you destroy the prepositional phrase, to a treaty? You put an adverb in front of it. Adverbs cannot modify prepositions. Adverbs can only modify verbs. And adverbs. The adverb modifies the adverb, which modifies the treaty, making it a dangling participle treaty. There is no authorization. So they only created one noun in this phrase, and that noun now becomes an item of a verb. So therefore the fiction is complete. There is no sentence. How can you maintain a treaty or any qualified interpretation? That's why I say, you want to sue to pay your taxes and the truth? Make them fix it. Now we wrote one sentence here, reduced rates of withholding under treaty. Qualified intermediaries may not treat an account holder as a foreign organization that is tax exempt on an item of income pursuant to a treaty. Now reading it sounds relatively simple, but when you look at the procedures, when you look at the procedures, you say nothing, and it is a absolute obstruction from A to Z.
David, if you could explain to me, you've got the article and the very last three words. You've got the article A, which we understand is an article. We got to, it's a preposition, but it's in the future, so that disqualifies to as a preposition, and A then it becomes an adverb. Is that right?
Well, the word pursuant is the adverb. How do you destroy a prepositional phrase? You place the adverb in front of a prepositional phrase. In other words, for the driving, prepositional phrase making driving into a noun. As for the driving. Now I've got three adverbs and a verb. I just destroyed my noun. And that's what the lawyers do. Every single time, even up here, that, where was that one? An account holder. Should have been for an account holder with a hyphen, making that into a proper phrase. Here's another one. As a foreign organization. This should have made this into a noun. But then the foreign was fiction, and so they maintained their fiction in all conditions of stipulations here. They're only licensed under yellow fringe. They're only licensed in verb law. So how many verbs we got? It's either a verb, an adverb, or a modifier, an opinion. Don't your courts only issue opinions? Even your Supreme Court of the United States and Canada both only issue opinions. Show me any order ever issued by your court system. If they write the word order and they don't put a prepositional phrase in front of it, it's a pronoun. It's a presumption. It's no more than an opinion. So let's take out words that don't exist. Reduced. All right, we don't need to reduce. We got rate of withholding. Well, what's going to be withholding would be all right. Let's take out of, under. We don't need that one. Treaty will stay. Qualified intermediary stays. May not treat. We don't need these.
Qualified state?
We'll make a qualification maybe.
Yeah, we're going to use that. Treat means condition. Treat would then turn into corporate. Get rid of some of these numbers here now. An account, we'll get rid of an. Account holder. That we'll get rid of. See, what we're going to do is remove all the prepositional phrases as they currently exist. Treaty will leave. To a tax-exempt organization is a... See, you've got to start over. Now we only need nouns. Nouns that are within a quantum. Well, we've got a rate. So, for the rate of the withholding treaty,
That's a title, I guess that was.
No.
It was actually a sentence.
Well, what are the one things that they're going to withhold? They're going to withhold income. So the word income down here is in its wrong position for the withholding income. Now, incomes means no or not come. So therefore, it's a disqualified word. But they're going to, another word for that instead of income would be equity. So we'll call it equity by a treaty. For the qualification of the intermediary would be another word for intermediary, because this is a negative outside of quantum. It's another word for intermediary. Pardon? Well, we're dealing with accounts. Okay, account holder. What is the intermediary? Is account holder. So intermediary. There you go. For the qualifications of the agent. For the corporation.
Versus treat? Or what about treatment?
No. Treatment and treat. Treat means a condition of cooperation, and it's going to be special privilege. A special privilege has to come through contract. Contract is corporation. Corporation means perpetual existence of two entities coming together. We're dealing with an IRS and a separate entity. So you've got corporate contract. Don't forget, treaty is now the issue here. So therefore, there has to be a corporation to also simulate, and treaty and corporation are the same word. Or, okay, we can do that. Agent of the treaty. We don't need corporation. Let's go back to treaty. Of the treaty. For the account holder. Period. For the foreign organization is...
Is this a new sentence?
Yes, new sentence. I got a period there. I'm going to take this out of here. It's too crowded.
Where's the verb in the first one?
For the rate of the withholding equity is by an income treaty? Nope. Is with the income by a treaty. No, it was with the equity.
Equity. Scratch it.
Okay, is comes out of here.
That was the income.
Income's not holding. Withholding equity.
Well, it was. Oh, excuse me. It was with withholding income, withholding equity.
Yeah, you got to put is after treaty. After treaty,
Yeah. All right. Maybe we don't need a sentence here. Maybe this one is where is.
Yeah.
Because now we've got for the rate of the withholding equity. No, wait a minute. Listen. This here is with. What is withholding equity? Isn't it rate? Those are the same word. Rate here is now defined, so it's a possessive. This is a noun, and this is a definition of that noun. So it's double possessive, just like witness with knowledge. Now we have rate with withholding equity. So now we've identified the only time you can have a rate is if you have a percentage. Percentage is the only way you can get to equity. You cannot create nothing out of nothing. The only place equity can exist is in the form of interest. So you have to understand the rules and regulations of a complete banking institution. You don't get equity from just saying, here's my value. The value has to be placed and then contracted for work. It's only the interest on that equity. Equity never gets touched. Because I can create an illusion, I can make that document worth $1 billion, a piece of paper, and say this is $1 billion piece of equity. Now, who's going to borrow on this piece of paper? That interest equity you're going to generate is going to be the gold. So that rate will be, in an illusionary, let's say 6% rate here is an illusion, but we'll establish that because only equity can exist within a percentage.
How can a rate withhold without equity because the rate doesn't have volition?
No, we're first identifying it. The rate is going to be your establishment. This is double possessive, for with. We haven't gotten to an assignment yet. I mean, we haven't gotten to that. This is the cause, here's the effect by a treaty. It's the contract that creates the equity that now establishes how rate becomes. See, even within the 3 prepositional phrases going backwards, it certifies itself. Then you bring in is, which is your condition of thinking, for the qualifications of the agent. The agent now is the entity that's going to have thinking. Qualification says that knowledge is the initiation. That's where qualifications comes from, quality. You can also go for the qualifications with the knowledge of the agent.
Thinking comes first, though, doesn't it?
Or by the agent.
The thinking comes first.
Cause and effect comes
Of the agent by the tree.
All right. He's correct. Remember, fiction has to be written backwards. This is a 6-point procedure. We've only gotten to the 3rd procedure right now. We wrote the sentence, we identified the numbers, we removed the undesirable. Now we're putting prepositional phrases in front of each one of the nouns. Now we have to quantize these nouns after we get the prepositions in and put those into systematic order. I'm showing you how deductive reasoning takes place. You want to be able to break every code on anything? Watch what happens.
The very first sentence says reduced rate of withholding under treaty. And they're trying to convey to you something that was lesser than what it was earlier or might have been thought of. It says reduced rate of withholding. There's an intent there. They're trying to convey to you that something is lesser than what it was by treaty.
Right, and I'm trying to take that now and turning it into concrete gold. I'm taking garbage and making a gold certificate out of it. And if I'm going to write a constitution or if I'm going to create a tax document, you got to have something that's going to work. It's got to have something that 50 people in this room are going to sit up here and say, I'll sign that because that's the way I want my taxes done. So that's what we're doing here. And this is going to read backwards at first, but we're going to rearrange the words so they're properly organized.
Instead of saying that it's reduced, why not just simply identify what the rate is?
I'm doing that.
For the rate of the
We haven't gotten that far.
Is with the percentage by the treaty.
We haven't gotten that far yet.
All right.
The jumper, you're putting the cart in front of the horse. Zip. Okay, for the qualifications, I've got of the way up here. For the qualifications with the knowledge of the agent. So this should be, there's no of the here.
For the agent with knowledge of the qualification.
Wait. Okay, with the knowledge of the agent. All right, period. For the treaty of the account holder is with the foreign organization
Would you leave organization or make that to corporation again?
with the tax exempt of the equity with, it should be with a treaty. Okay, now, as we were saying, rate is not going to come first, and withholding equity by a treaty is for the qualifications with the knowledge of the agent, period. While agents have knowledge for the qualifications of the treaty for the withholding of the rate, frontwards and backwards it's fine, except that the entity should start the sentence in this format. For the qualifications with the knowledge of the agent is for the rate of the withholding equity by a treaty, period.
For the agent with the qualifications.
Exactly, I said that. For the agent.
For the qualifications of the agent.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct. For the agent of the with the knowledge by the qualifications. There, now it's correct. For the agent with the knowledge by the of the qualifications or by the qualifications is
Why ask you to last of this verse? For the agent with the knowledge of the qualifications. For the agent.
For the agent with the knowledge of the qualification.
the agent comes first, the knowledge comes second, and then it establishes qualifications. Qualifications lead to knowledge of an agent. So each group has to certify itself in a circle. And then your next one is neutral in the middle. And then a treaty has the jurisdiction to establish equity to form the rate, for the rate with the withholding equity by a treaty.
Should it be off the withholding? I can't see that with the withholding.
For the rate. No, it has to be a condition because you're after a verb now. Don't forget the verb has been moved now. It's no longer over here. The verb is up here, is. Because we started the sentence at this point right here.
Oh, that's why I'm confused. The qualification of the agent with the knowledge.
So you read that sentence again?
Okay, the sentence reads, for the agent, this is going to be for the agent with the knowledge by the qualification, actually this should be S because there's more than one entity taking place. Because agent is singular, is relevant, qualifications would still maintain this to be is because agent is your subject. Right, still a single. So for the agent with the knowledge by the qualifications is for the rate with the withholding equity by a treaty. Treaties create withholding and establish rate, backwards and frontwards.
Just to be real pure,
Is for the
if we
rate.
could just, I'm thinking from a real purist point of view here. In the truth, it says here that the qualified intermediary may not treat an account holder as a foreign organization.
Can't make negative contract, automatic disqualification.
Here, what they should be doing is identifying who the qualified intermediary may deal with.
That's correct. They have to establish the agent through the treaty and then do all the qualifications with the knowledge of who now qualifies and have a list of entities that are qualified.
So let's not talk about who you can't work with, let's talk about who you can work with.
Right. You cannot make a contract that says you exclude people. You must only specifically identify who you're going to work with. And that's what we're doing here. Second sentence for the treaty of the account holders is with the foreign organization with the tax exempt of the equity with a treaty. Well, this is by a treaty, so we've got things out of order. See, we'll take the second sentence, we'll first put it in order, but then we'll rearrange it so it happens in its organized position. Do we have anybody thinking here? Well, we got one thinking.
Let's stop and think about that.
No, you have an account holder. An account holder is the account holder could be a trustee, which is created by contract or created by treaty. The account holder could be a natural person, it could be a corporation. Corporations are run by trustees who are responsible for thinking.
Can the account holder claim the knowledge though? Back to your...
Knowledge was established on number 1
by the agent.
by the agent. Now, an agent was a condition of thinking.
Right.
This is in the same paragraph.
Right.
So we've already established the agent with the knowledge. We don't need to bring in knowledge in the second sentence. So it's already been set forward in this paragraph. And we're dealing with holding, we're dealing with treaty. The second sentence is going to have treaty. So for the treaty of the account holder, well, before we substituted constitution or treat, T-R-E-A-T, which means that he was going to treat a condition. That rather than go towards treating a condition, we're going to actually use the word treaty here to say there is an existing contract of the account holder is, then we're going to bring in a possession with the foreign organization with the tax exempt. Okay. I would have gone with the equity issue before an exemption, because we have to establish X means not, so therefore we can't create negative contract. It says tax exempt.
Freedom, tax freedom.
With the foreign organization of the equity for the tax by a treaty. The only way they can establish the tax in the first place is with a treaty, which will now identify the equity of the foreign organization. And that is going to be with a treaty of the tax of the account holder or for the account holder of the treaty. Treaty now starts the sentence and treaty ends the sentence, giving it a complete loop. See, this is the same way we generate our trusts. We lock in our sentences frontwards and backwards. When you can read them frontwards and backwards, what is your intent? You want to go offshore because you want to be a foreign entity. You want to have a treaty to guarantee your equity. You want your equity to fall into a specific protection of tax. You can't be tax exempt because you can't make negative contract. What is the tax you do? If you have zero tax, then let's say we have a zero tax rate. Let's give it a specific performance number. It's going to perform 0. I can live with that. You want to be exempt or do you want to have a zero tax? You want a zero tax. It's a performance. Say, if you're exempt, that means you have nothing. They just took it away from you by a simple EX. You can't make negative contract. So you got to use your deductive reasoning and create positive law at all times. And you have to go ahead and use your systematic order of what comes first. Treaties create holders, organizations possess equity, taxes are formulated by treaties. One thing, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, always. And you got to balance your sentences. That way when you rewrite them, you can write them in circles. I could say I can do it backwards now. With a treaty of a foreign organization is with the equity for the tax of the account holders by the treaty. Still says the same thing.
You better give us a harder one.
Any questions?
If you had a Vaseline, you wouldn't want to do that.
If I have a Vaseline,
Vaseline on the second half of the sentence.
well, do I need somebody? Account holder would be your Vaseline.
So if you had an example.
You want me to say just by doing this? I don't need an account holder. I can call this a trustee of the trustee, which would be a vassal. Vaseline, a trustee, are the same thing. It's an employee. It's a servant employee of the trust. That's what a trustee is, a vassali. It's a synonym. I can give you a dozen names.
You said earlier that when writing a sentence, they should be after the verb to identification.
No. The vocally, the entity that's going to think is going to be in front of the verb. Or how are you going to move this? How are you going to move this verb? Verb is thinking. You got to have an entity that has a brain. You have to have a contract someplace with knowledge in every single paragraph you create. In my lawsuits, every single sentence incorporates the word knowledge. Otherwise, you can't justify your verb. You show me a verb without knowledge, and I'll show you a lie. That's that's the Rodney King versus California, Title 42, 1986. They did that whole trial. 38 million blacks said they're going to burn down the United States if you don't show us how to do it right. Court of Appeals said, all right, we're gonna burn this one. You got to have knowledge to go with the verb. And all of a sudden, like the bells and whistles went off all over the world. They gave up one secret. And when they gave up that one little secret, they stopped the war in America and started a brand new one. It's called that was just a little one compared to what we did. We didn't do any property damage. We just removed everything that's ever been written in history.
Can't you have all judges under contempt for not relating the knowledge that they have to the people coming before them?
Why? You don't have a contract with them to divulge what they know, and you don't know what they know.
You're supposed to work for the people's interest. Therefore, they have an unwritten contract.
You know what the judges call you? They call you the other animals, or the other humans, which means the other monsters. Definition of human means monster. So you're called the lower humans is what the judges call you.
That's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean? You don't think they don't put themselves up on a pedestal? And they think they're all kings?
Valentine's Law Dictionary, 1945.
We got a judge in Missouri, comes out every day, starts his court out, and throws his arms up and says, I am God. You'll do as I say. This is my courtroom. Sits down and now he conducts court. Scares the hell out of everybody every time he comes in. He's no longer a judge, by the way. No, I removed him. They both are. A recusal is when a judge quits. A resignation is when he quits. One is where he quits the case. The other one is where he quits his occupation.
So if he quits the case, he hasn't quit the occupation.
Right. When you resign, it comes from sign, which is simulation. So he is no simulation any longer. So therefore he has to leave the verb. That's a resignation. If he recuses, he cures, which means he has no cure. He has no cure, so therefore he has no knowledge. He is disqualified, but he doesn't lose his occupation of fiction. That's where resign comes from. Okay? Simulation. No simulation, you can't play in the fiction world anymore. Got to quit.
Early retirement.
To have knowledge.
What's that?
Recuse to have knowledge, and that he has prior knowledge. That is why he has to recuse himself.
No, he doesn't have knowledge.
No, he has the knowledge.
No, recusal means he lacks. He lacks knowledge. He knows he's going to step into a landmine that's going to put him up for treason. He's not going to take it.
The knowledge.
He'll find some lackey judge to go ahead and take his place. It'll take the hit. Or somebody that's really sharp and knows human nature, that knows how to break somebody down emotionally, and then he'll get that guy in there. Some of these judges have an attitude that I can beat anybody. How many guys are gamblers, like to go to Vegas or play blackjack or roulette or... come on, guys. You can't be all good guys, huh? All right. You get, if you're really sharp, I mean, like you're a person, go out there and make a fortune at blackjack. And you start, like one night I go out there and I hit 16 hands in a row. And along comes their ace dealer. been there 25 years. When you get somebody that's hot, they bring in these ace dealers. I don't know, there's some kind of an aura exchange here that takes place. They keep changing the luck. There's biorhythms. Gamblers are the most superstitious people in the world. So are the people that run the casinos. And they will pull out every little ESP trick they know, and they will rotate people every couple hands if they have to, depending on how good you are. And this is not a joke. They are very superstitious about using their power to break your concentration, break your whatever it is you got. Because you mix, as long as the molecules work, magnets attract. You get yourself the wrong set of entities together, and it totally disrupts the flow of nature. Now, everyone in this room knows what I'm talking about, because when you walk up to somebody, you've never met this person in the world. You walk past them in a mall, for instance, and you're going, my gosh, I feel like this is my worst enemy in the world. You don't know who that person is, but you're just overwhelmed with this negative energy. And you don't know why. And the next person you walk past, you're going, I like to just hug this person and hang on to him because I get such a warm magnetism. It happens to everybody. Same thing takes place on the poker table or in a roulette game or blackjack and that. So,
David, is there a place for contempt?
Can a judge be held in contempt?
Yes.
He's immune from what he does, but if you're sharp, you will know how to assign his negligence. You will know how to assign his breach. And you will be able to identify successfully that you are a witness damaged by the protection.
That's after the fact. That's after the case has been decided against you, and then you have to take another action, which would be directly against him.
Right, but if
contempt at the same time that the case is being held.
Yes, I've had cases where the judge just flat out says, stop, I hereby recuse myself, conflict of interest. He knows his contempt, he stepped over the line, he walks out of the courtroom. Like in Grover's case, he held up the flag in that, and he turned around at a courtroom, tripped on his robe, and as he was going head first into the floor, he screamed out, hold that man in contempt! So, there's... Nice, remember. Okay.
There's somebody up there that has this knowledge with a black heart, though. Are these judges half knowledgeable, half ignorant? Is there somebody up there that knows this whole game?
Oh no. This is I've got so much old material and stuff that some of my friends I've shared with. The information available to mankind has been extremely obstructed, and I have a lot of people in high places that have access to the best of the best. They never had a math procedure to certify their position. It was always fiction outlining fiction, but never prepositional phrase writing such as these books are, to actually identify it and then certify it mathematically. This course is the only one like it on the planet, and it's sweeping this planet. It will change things. And you will all live to see this planet change and become a truthful world. Yes?
Are these judges in the fog as well?
Are they in the fog?
Are they victims?
Oh yes, they've all been threatened, flat out.
Well, who's threatening them?
They have their own police force, and if they step out of line and go into the truth, when we first brought this program out between December and February 96 and 97, we had 8 judges killed and 2 stood trial for treason and lost. After that, they wouldn't let me back in court anymore.
So somebody up there knows the whole game.
Well, the people that were allowing the game to take place wanted to push it, wanted to find out how good we were, and every time they found out how good we are, they lost a lot of points. They had to some of the judges burned secrets in order to get themselves out of treason charges. But we analyze every single value, just like I cut apart this thing. They can't say, print, or write anything without us tearing them apart. And if they make one slip up and they give up a secret. What happened in Turner's trial? They gave up a secret on that trial. You know what the secret was? Accuracy. You know what that judge wanted? I think that judge wanted an end to the fraud because of the way he conducted himself. He pushed as hard as he could push to stay within his jurisdiction without stepping over the line and getting himself killed by his own people. So by his own confession to us, he says, if you're good enough, you'll understand the accuracy of what we're doing here today, and emphasize that word. I caught it immediately. When the judge came back after I testified, he then took the he took the stand, and I sat there in the front row, and I just looked him right in the eye and I smiled. And you get your pin drop for 5 minutes in that courtroom. Everybody knew exactly what was going on. It was Judge C versus David Miller. And Judge C put his head down and he looked away and he can't do this no more. And he says, this is the end. I ain't taking no more testimony from anybody. And that was when he took his closing arguments. But he lost that case. He lost that case miserably. That's why he's got 22 people suing him for treason, yes.
Can you give me an idea what accuracy means? An accurate idea of what accuracy means?
Okay.
Sir?
You want to know accuracy, okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the rate with withholding. Okay, the rate of withholding. There we go. Now it makes more sense. The rate of withholding equity by a treaty, period. So the accuracy here is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the accuracy of the is an adverb modifying the rate to be an accurate verb. The accuracy of is now the accuracy of the verb withholding equity as a compound verb, followed by the accuracy of a preposition, the accuracy of an article to create an accuracy of a treaty, which is a noun. So how does the treaty certify the withholding verb of the verb rate in accurate fiction? That is the accuracy of this fiction. One fiction in a sentence and you have fraud in that sentence.
So accuracy is naming what is, whether it's fiction or fact. You're naming that specifically.
I am specifically identifying the fact that this is now the accuracy of fiction, of the fiction. And I'm using fiction as an accurate noun, and everyone knows that an accurate fiction is a lie. It's perjury. 8 years, and I believe it's $10,000 fine or is it 15 years in Canada for accuracy of the fiction? 14 years.
So does it convert the noun to a verb, or is it define it as a verb?
It defines it specifically. What is the will of intent to create a verb rate? Show me the verb rate in your dictionary.
Well, in that context, it was never a noun. Never get the table.
That's correct. The way I am bringing it here, the accuracy of the being an adverb modifying the verb rate means that I have destroyed the essence of rate and the value for what it is.
So it doesn't convert it, it defines it.
It defines it accurately as a verb. Okay. Show me the definition of the verb rate.
If you convert it from a noun, and you would have a different argument.
Right, just by putting for in front of it now the rate is now the treaty.
But the rate is a verb. You can redefine the rate as a verb.
No. There are no, every word in the dictionary is a...
I can't rate something? Rate something?
No, you can't. It's a condition of state. A rate is a condition of state. It's a measure. All measures are numerical. It holds all rates are values. All values are nouns.
If you rate something, it's the process of rating.
No, is the process of thinking. Thinking is the only verb. All things are nouns.
David, I was saying in the seminars that the word like the rate, the word rate and everything, the table as a noun, it came down as a verb, because adverbs don't modify nouns. Walk to the park.
For the driving.
I just wrote the same sentence twice.
Yeah.
Preposition, article, noun, verb, adverb, verb. Preposition, article, noun, verb, adverb, verb. Both dangling participle verbs. I use the 4 times. Adverb, noun, adverb, verb. I mean article, noun, adverb, verb. There's 4 specific thes there. I got 3 PhDs. What does it mean? It means that for the article commands the noun the because it's a definition of the definition the is identified by the word the to identify that definition. Therefore, it's a proper noun. It's a person, place, or thing. It is the word that identifies the definition. So for the is the modifier of the verb the. There's no such thing as a verb the. There's no such thing as a verb driving either. It's a condition of state.
But you have, but there is no understanding from that.
There was never meant to be an understanding. I'm showing you the definition of 4 thes properly. It's an exercise. The other one is the is for the. See, frontwards and backwards, the sentence says the same thing.
Do, the dot.
Go ahead, guys, cut a song out of this one. Again, this is the same thing. This is a adverb modifies the verb, is the verb, preposition, article, and noun. It's proper. Show me the noun that's going to be modified by the verb. Anytime I go into a conditional modification, I've created change. It's my opinion. My prejudice is going to create the speed of this verb. Once I create the speed of a verb through modification, I now enter into prejudice, opinion, presumption. I now disqualify my sentence because the condition of thinking has been influenced by modification. There is no fact. I'm making modification before the facts of the. It's a point of deductive reasoning. Doesn't matter what the word is. It's a point of that you can't create a verb, the car. Adverb verb is for the driving. See, how are you going to drive a verb car? It's the same oxymoron. You can't. What's the difference between a verb the and a car the? I mean, a car verb and a the verb. I'm not trying to. There's no sense and rhyme to it either. The point is, the mathematics are absolute. Don't get sucked into subject matter. Look at the procedure before you go ahead and identify with what you're trying to do. Question.
Is that because when you write it on the paper, you are transferring the volition of thinking to an instrument to describe and carry the thought? But if you were standing beside the car, could you not say, the car is for the driving?
No. You didn't establish your preposition. Where's your assignment of authority before you can command your noun? You're dropping one of your assignments.
You're giving, that's your opinion.
It's only your...
So are you saying you have to say, I am the Joe?
Well, you feel like an adverb today? I is an adverb modifying the verb. I is the adverb modifying the verb am.
Would you not in that instance?
For I am. You're an article commanding the noun am.
for the audience.
But wouldn't that be a similar perception?
Because if you're the only one that's saying it, then you don't need to have the authority. If you are the authority, then you're making a matter.
See?
That's a false declaration.
So would it be correct to say,
But
or the I?
if you were not making that declaration other than of yourself, in your own presence, with your own speech, to show the volition of your thinking, I'm not saying on the written word, but on the paper, because if you write it down, you're saying for I am, or for, because you're signing it separately, and it's speaking for that thinking. But if you were to declare, or out of the quantum...
Your condition of training is all it is. When I stood in front of the judge and said, for the witness with the knowledge is with the claim of the oath and the truth, I identified myself to be a witness. This is a cadaver. If I stand there and say, I am, I'm identifying my cadaver to be a dead entity. I'm an adverb. Great, he's going to have fun with me now. I'm on verb jurisdiction. He owns me.
Isn't that what all affidavits seem to start with? I, comma, John Henry do.
Right, and then what are they doing? They're producing the adverb-verb scenario. When we did this presentation with this here, as stupid as it looks, in front of 3 PhDs, they stood up and said, we got PhDs in stupidity. This man has the power to take any word in English language and make any form of speech he wants. And he's got authorization through numbers and through mathematical codes to certify its identification. He's correct. And they said, my gosh, they let you walk around? Which means you realize you just disqualified everything that's ever been written in history and what the implications of that are going to be when this thing gets out and starts spreading. And they sat there and they were just like shaking. They were rewriting their entire 26 years as university professors and 10 years of college, 4 years of bachelor degrees and a 6-year PhD in English, only to find out they got a nice box certificate that says I can't read and write no matter how hard I try. And you realize how embarrassing that was?
That's why they give them a degree.
Yeah. Degree. No degree. They failed completely. Therefore, we can graduate them now. Question?
Could you come back to accuracy and break the word apart?
We're still kind of puzzled how, knowing, we're kind of wondering how you're still wandering around.
ACC account. Huh? That is an R.
Accuracy, on point.
Huh? Oh, come on. It's only been 10 hours. Okay, accuracy. That comes from the ACC account, accountability.
Credit.
Occur. Cure. Raw. Leader. So you've got, this is a series of different words that's been built from Greek, or through Greek mythology, because that's why you got Ra in here, R-A.
Ra?
Yeah, Ra. Ra was a god. And it all goes all the way 8,000 years old. This is Egyptian, Persian.
Whatever happened to subject, verb, object? Just what I learned in school. That's what they're teaching, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the, let's see, this was the, what was this? This is what they taught you. This is the subject, the verb, and the object. And this is the way they wrote it. The car is for driving. And that's how they identified it. Good snow job.
So the teachers didn't know they were doing it on purpose. They knew it because that's what they were taught. Is that right?
Well, no, they were instructed. Now, each one of the teachers, as they figured this out, they went in to tell their principals, we've got to do this. And the principals then said to them, if you talk or you tell this, we will put you in a sane asylum. And the principals were there for the sole purpose to keep their teachers in control so that they never divulge this. When my daughter was only 9 years old in 4th grade, her English teacher was up there diagramming sentences, and she goes, "Teacher, that's not how you diagram sentences," and went up there and put in the missing words and diagrammed them as prepositional phrases to start the sentence with a prepositional phrase. And the teacher says, "You can't start a sentence with a prepositional phrase. You'll fail if you do that." She says, "Well, my daddy says otherwise." And she says, "You know what a federal Title 42 lawsuit is?" I had to go to school the next day. All the kids were just like, "Who is this kid?" They're like, she's a top-notch attorney. When my daughter was 9 years old, she could take the first document she ever corrected was a $26 million trust, and she was pulling 1,000 mistakes an hour out of it at 9 years old. That's how sharp she is. She can do about 2,500 mistakes an hour now. She's 14. She thinks it's a joke. Everybody is a joke. I mean, she thinks teachers all the way up and down the line. She looks at English, social studies, science, and she's got this X-ray vision about all the languages, what they're doing in school. And when we went to the school, there was registration here a couple of weeks ago, and I was just filling out her entry into the school, and a man comes up to me and he says, "Oh, are you here as a teacher?" I says, "No, I'm just one of the fathers filling out my stuff." I says, "Who are you?" He says, "Well, I'm the dean." Going, "Oh," I says, "Well, by the way," he says, "I noticed you're crossing out the word signature, writing autograph on there, and you've added a few more prepositional phrases in front." I says, "What's wrong?" I says, "Well, your paperwork is fraudulent." I says, "This comes under Title 18, 1001, and fictitious conveyance of language for extortion of money." I says, "You guys are, you're really walking on thin ice here." I'm telling the dean he's going to have his school sued. "Come on into my office for a minute." This is registration day. You know how busy it is in an office on registration day at school? I was in there for 2 hours with this guy, with the dean. The people kept sticking their heads in. "Not now. Close the door." And I downloaded on him. I took apart his school application forms, and he was a priest. And I was correcting the Bible and showing him other forms. They had the Lord's Prayer there. The Lord's Prayer is in the book, by the way. And he just sat there, and I gave him the math program and wrote different sentence structures out. I said, "I got to come here and teach your English teachers how to do this properly." He says, "My daughter's enrolled in your school. She understands that you're teaching her fraud. Now, I'm going to be able to control her just so long. But sooner or later, she's going to download on this school, and she's going to teach these kids what's going on here." I says, "And then you're going to have all kinds of problems." Yeah.
I had a visit from one of the head administrators from a school in Melbourne. It was one of the top private colleges, preparatory colleges, all of Australia. And the lady had been there, I think, 32 or 34 years. And she said that what they'd noticed is that the curriculum changes always came directly after something was changed in the U.S. in the school curriculum, because her son went to school there for some time. And then it would come directly to Australia. And that now that they had even eliminated specific curriculum grammar in the schools, and what they did in their school is the teachers all had an understanding that they would teach the children what they needed to be taught over and above the curriculum. And they said it's been slowly being implemented that way for as long as she's been administrator, over 30 years. And it was, they all knew about it. All teachers knew about it. They talked about it. It was very clear. Very clear. And they were very disturbed, but didn't know what to do.
Well, we can, if you got people down there, I've got quite a few friends now in Australia. Now I just did a seminar for 2 Australian groups in a row. And then we're going to be going to Australia probably end of November. Flying down to Sydney. It's going to be nice down there, I understand. And we're going to be doing a week seminar, traveling around Australia. So,
David, in the Vancouver Sun just last week, they announced that they were going to teach children from now on in British Columbia
simply how to not spell words properly, but to sound the words out.
Oh, they're
I went to school. Yeah, I know. This is what they're planning on doing right now, and they're implementing it at the earliest possible stage. Brand new regulations.
My daughter came home last week, and her first day of English, she wanted to correct the teacher, and the teacher says, the sentence structure is unimportant. Just write what you want. We're not going to teach sentence structure. And man, and I
Not one stop, but two stops.
he's been
say anything.
All right, well, it's 20 after 9. Okay, I want to make a couple of PR announcements here. Now, how many of you here are with want to do tax issues now with the revenue stuff, got contracts? I know there's a whole bunch of you want to meet with me privately. What we're going to do is get together at 9 o'clock on the tax, anybody that's got a tax issue, rather than have each individual come to me with a tax problem. It's the same for all of you, whether you know it or not. It is. I do this at all the seminars. I'm not going to take $100 an hour from each one of you in concession. This is going to be done as a group, and it's not going to be $100. It's just same price. I'll give 10 of you. You can divide up what it is. The point is, the same rules and regulations apply to all of you. The same answer is the same for all of you. You do not have unique problems. They are all the same. Revenue Canada has created a noun into a verb, and they're stealing your money in verb. You saw what they say. You saw what it says. There's no nouns in their paperwork. Sue them in the truth to pay your taxes in the truth. And then we're going to take it with a writ of habeas corpus. And if you guys can get a couple, like 10,000 Canadians with you, we can follow a class action up at the UN and expose this thing on a global basis. And it isn't just your taxes. It's the U.S., it's Australia, it's New Zealand. Those guys are getting clobbered with 60%, 65% tax, just like you are. It's an issue that is global. Racketeering is out of control globally, and these guys think they can run away with this thing.
Racketeering?
How many people do you thieveries put in class action?
5. God, I have 5 on any lawsuit, if you want to call it a class action, cannot be dismissed. UN, our lawsuits up at the UN with just two people's certification. 1 is opinion, 2 is certification, 5 is class action. Then you're... That's fiction. You guys, when you're walking into the UN, that is sovereign territory. That's not Canada. Your lawsuits are the chartered vessel. That chartered vessel has to be under law of the flag upheld. When that flag there flies in front of the UN building and you got it on your document, you've got jurisdiction as the people to go into the arena of the contract, which is the UN, and make your wants known. Your ambassadors up there have to carry these documents. And they're paying attention to it. They're tired of the war that's going on this planet. This rock is getting overcrowded. If they don't appease the masses pretty soon, they're going to have a war on their hands, and they know it. There's too much anger taking place. No.
Get rid of the useless heat.
Too much damage to take place.
We got, with the Nikola Tesla coils going to be coming online, the population situation is going to be in check. This rock can support 100 billion people, for one thing. You've got, and with this technology developing and the computers and internet spreading globally, it's going to allow space development, communities in space, huge space stations, interplanetary travel as well as trade. You think that this rock wants to do trade in fiction with some other rock in the truth? That causes interplanetary problems.
9 o'clock back here? 10.
We're no, 9. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock here for the general meeting. Tonight, the guys that got their IRS, their Revenue Canada problems, we're going to meet as a group here, and I'm going to take care of everybody at once. 9 o'clock. It's now 7. It's now roughly 7:30 or 7:25. So, take a break, guys.
3, action.
I'm breaking myself, but I was a little nervous doing that.
All right, it's your complaint. What is it?
Where do you start? They're all generic, aren't they?
Where do you start?
What do you?
Yeah.
Let's start at the beginning.
You owe me $36,000, and if you don't pay me, you're going to raise your wages.
You want to hear, how do you want to do it? Case by case, and then they...
I bet you anything all your cases are the same. Why don't one of you just take a lead and we'll see what it looks like.
This one, garnishment. I got garnishment.
Garnishments are after the fact, which means you've already been found guilty of something. They issued a judgment against you, now they've gone to garnishment. Right?
Your words.
Of course I am. Sucking on candy. Huh?
Luke County, it's big time on the mic.
Yes, I mean, hear me chewing.
Hey, wait. It's a Revenue Canada appearance thing. You just got to mumble.
Don't worry about it, guys. There's nobody after you. You're it. We stay up at 3 o'clock in the morning if you want. I don't care. All right. Case study. Okay, on a garnishment scenario in that, you've already got a judgment, which means we've got forensic evidence to file a Title 42 for fraudulent conveyance of language. If you've got then you've got all of your little form letters that the government wants to send you every day, just like the IRS sends our guys. Those are all the same boat. It's a fraudulent conveyance of language. So you hit them head on. You're going to go take a lawsuit to court, and you're going to sue them to pay the taxes, and you want them to identify the law that identifies tax in the noun. You want them to identify the procedure by which they came to a conclusion of what that tax is, and you want them to show you in what form they would like it, provided they are of the oath, and that their oath is registered with the state as it's supposed to be by all public servants.
Could you actually write this down? Because there's a bunch of stuff that you're going really fast with.
I always go fast. All right.
Well, their first response to that is, we don't have to.
Yeah. All right. They say no.
Those legal or statutory requirements for reply.
Katie, the oath is in, I believe, page 91 in your book. I don't know, was it 91 or 31? 61, the oath? No, I said it was a lawsuit on 61. I don't know if it's 91 or...
Claims.
IRS traffic small claims.
That's traffic. Let's see here. Yeah, page 91. Yeah, 91. That oath claim there, I don't care who they are in government, they don't want to sign that. They got something to hide. And then you've got yourself fragile cause to go to the United Nations that your government is fraudulently practicing racketeering. A RICO charge is a Title 8. Yeah, do that right.
Is the same in Canada as the U.S.?
We're not talking about U.S. or Canada. This is our law. It's Copyclaim, Title 18, Section 1961. In our book, we define it exactly what racketeering is. It's where you take the fraudulent conveyance of language, and you're going to reduce somebody with that fraud beyond a point of recovery. That's RICO. You take all their assets, all their property, you obstruct their ability to read, write, see, hear, and understand everything that's taking place, that's racketeering. It also covers, that's your RICO, then it's your apartheid.
Canada's called enterprise crime offenses in the criminal code.
It's called what?
Enterprise crime offenses in Canada under the criminal code.
Yeah, enter, E-N-T. E-N means no. There's no term for a prize. That's what an enterprise means. It's a compound fraud. Yeah. RICO is racketeering. It's to reduce you beyond a point of recovery.
UN doesn't have anything against racketeering, does it?
The hell they don't. Every country in the world has it. Comes under your... No. The UN is a geographical area that deals with a treaty, deals with treaties. The writ of habeas corpus is a treaty. That's the key. It is a treaty with the Unity States of the Canada and a treaty with the United Nations saying that we are filing a writ of habeas corpus to review the existing treaties of the Canada versus the people that exist within that Canada and the United Nations Charter under apartheid. These treaties are very exact under maritime jurisdiction, and maritime contracts stipulate that you must have closure to have a contract. Well, you don't have a single contract in Canada. You guys are just out there with guns and clubs stealing from you. I don't care what excuse they're making, they're stealing from you. They got forensic evidence all over the place. What do you think they got 1,000 delegates up there for right now, going over the money situation and the truth? You don't think this isn't causing global meltdown in the money? They got to salvage this thing constructively, or they're going to have themselves a problem real quick here. Well, if they're not willing to sit down and think about this intelligently, they're going to have a problem if they fight. They're still not going to be able to get past the fact that this is a noun. I don't care what language, this is still a noun. You're going to have half the people saying this is a noun, the other half that are practicing the racketeering saying, nope, that's a verb, and we're going to treat it as a verb. Has anybody looked in Webster's dictionary lately under the word verb? Do it when you get home. You're going to be shocked. You know what it says? It says all verbs are nouns in English language.
What?
Yes. Webster's has finally, see, they've been doing this little click, 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 click. Now they got it completely upside down, and now they said in 1999, in the year 2000, under Webster's 10th edition, the verb is now the noun in the English language. That there are no such things as nouns anymore, that all nouns have been converted into verbs.
Which is true in the fiction language.
Same thing. Webster's Black 7th edition says the same thing to support it. They're all part of the same conspiracy. West Publishing owns both. West Publishing is private law. West Publishing is not the United States codes, it's private law. All members of Congress, the Senate, legislation, even in your government, are all in the same boat in this fiction. Now the Russians, they're putting their articles back in. They just got rid of all their garbage and they're getting everything straightened out. They've already been...
All verbs are nouns.
All verbs are nouns.
No. All nouns are in the verb.
How do you use that as a defense then?
Because it's written in verb in the first place. We may use it as a defense. It has nothing to do with our charter vessel. Our charter vessel is something so unique it's never happened in history. Our book, this book in front of you, is your Bible that only identifies the noun and the verb program, and it also takes you through all the tricks and the traps that they're going to drop on you. Yes?
One thing, habeas corpus, essentially, show me the body. I'm not sure how you weave that in. The traditional meaning...
Cadaver. Show me the cadaver.
How do you... I just...
Okay, what's another name for body? Okay. Well... Corpus, yeah. Body, vessel, human, man, person. How many different? There's like entity. You know, let's.
Keep on going. Life. Being.
Yeah.
Human being. Monster.
That's right. It is.
Valentine's, 1945.
47.
7?
What, 7?
No, I mean there's I think 22 different names you can put up here for synonyms. The point is that they're going to. Maritime law talks about vessels. All things are vessels. From this ballpoint pen to that paper to your bodies, they're all vessels. There isn't a single entity that exists as far as what you refer to as the natural person. The natural person is thinking. Hold a thought in your hand. Show me that three-dimensional object. Good luck. It's a spirit. It's a condition of electrons. Chemical reactions within the brain, producing thoughts. You guys are hearing me speak, and I'm talking, and that. Want to show me that thought running through the air, and yet this whole room understands what I'm saying to you. Very unique concept. As a judge, I have to say to myself, I got a bunch of cadavers in front of me. And even though I speak to you in a verb language for doing this seminar, it's because that's the only way you understand. I, as a teacher, have to convey thoughts to you. But at the same time, when I get up here and I write things down, I do this. And these are both adverb. These are pronouns, adverbs, modifying verbs. So it's for the show the law. It should be. Yeah, for the.
Show of the law.
So how does the habeas corpus audition?
For the proof of the law and the truth. Not show, but for the proof of the oath of the claim in the truth. He is in the truth.
How does the habeas corpus edition establish the accuracy in that context of
It's an accuracy because we identify every single word in there. It isn't just a crapshoot. We actually. What's that?
Why do you call it a habeas corpus audition?
Because the judgments have already been passed by all the different treaties that have been established. What we're doing is putting all treaties on trial. All treaties on. We're saying we are not part of anything that's ever happened. We are here making a declaration for our sovereignty. No one's ever done that in history and had been able to mathematically certify it. So,
Does it say habeas corpus, show me the cause? It's not, where's the body, where's the dead body? It's not that.
no. The definition of writ of habeas corpus, again, you say, show me the cause. Okay, their definition is that was for the verb world. We do habeas hyphen corpus. We put the punctuation in for the.
No, I realize that. I'm not talking about that.
Okay. We redefined it.
Yes.
We changed the what definition.
It's cause to action, isn't it?
Pardon?
It is cause to action.
Right. We are bringing in action. It's 90 pages long, and it is a forensic action where every noun is a noun, and we are causing a physical entity to be moved, not a verb to be identified as a noun. You can't move a verb. The verb is the condition of, which is thinking, and that's it. There is nothing you can identify in verb that you're going to move.
It's not finding a body, a physical body at all. Nothing to do with that.
Right. Just like I said, okay, what body are you going to place in your trust? Equity. You want to show me equity? Show me the forensic evidence of equity. What is this pen worth to you? Or better yet, what's a glass of water worth to you?
Pencil 39 today.
That's right. You're out there in the desert. You've been out there 5 days, 115-degree heat. You can't breathe, can't swallow, and you got a bar of gold in your pocket worth $10,000. I'm going, you know what? It's worth about $10,000 to you. You're going to be dead in about 10 minutes. That and your bar of gold you can put in the box with you, which we plant you. Or you can go ahead and buy this glass of water. What do you think the value of this glass of water is? It's all about supply and demand. So what is the value of equity? It's a condition of thinking, and that's all it is. At one point in history, gold was $33 an ounce. Now it's $300 an ounce. 20 years ago, it was $1,000 an ounce. It's a point of condition. It's a point of thinking. It's a volition. So in every single case scenario of a writ of habeas corpus, the habeas corpus is a volition, and that's all we've sued these governments for, is the volition, because there is nothing, there's no jurisdiction in this thinking of the pen or the table or anything else that happens around here. You've got to know what's in your heart that's making things move, and put that in your brain, and then use the deductive reasoning, systematic order of how the nouns are presented using the proper prepositional phrases in every single thing you do. You've got to be the Supreme Court judge of the world when you write one of these documents out. These aren't accidents. They just didn't one day take a course for 12 hours and know how to do it. I've been at this 44,000 hours. Jeff's got 10,000 hours. Bruce here, I bet he's got about 10,000 hours in this program too now. That he's been out there slugging away at it. And it isn't that he's got 10,000 hours of doing it right. It's got 9,500 hours of doing it wrong. He knows where the landmines are. And even though he's got 500 hours of how to do it right, he knows enough to tell you, don't step there. It's quicksand. Don't step there. You're going to blow yourself up. Don't go over here. This guy's going to stab you in the dark. Leaders are not chosen by who is smart. They are chosen by who doesn't make mistakes. That's how you get to the top. You don't make any mistakes. When you write a document that's got 900,000 bytes of material in it called a writ of habeas corpus, and there's not a single mistake in that document, that really impresses the world court judges. And they come from 15 different cultures, 15 different educational backgrounds. They've all got 10 years of formal education in their respective departments. They sit around in think tanks like this here, and they look at the mind of man. And they got 60 years each of how to tear apart a human being's thinking condition. And that's predicated on thousands of years of practice.
Are they honorable people?
Yes, they are, as a matter of fact. They were honorable in their fiction based on their fiction because that's all they had. And we walked in there one day and dropped in a mathematical procedure, and wow, did that wake them up. This was brand new. This turned everything that they ever learned into an accuracy that was the opposite of the fiction that they always believed in. You know, last night we were having a discussion. What is more powerful, wine, women, or king?
King.
Women.
I gave you 3 choices. All right, now I'll tell you the secret, okay? Wine is created by women. It's owned by king. Wine will make you do all kinds of stupid things. It will make you turn against your enemy. It will make you act stupid and release all your ambitions. Woman. Men will do anything for a woman. Woman creates wine, and kings come from woman. The king has all the power. He owns the wine and he owns the women, but he was made from woman. So therefore he will humble himself because the power behind the throne lies with his mother. So who is the most powerful? Wine, women, or king? No. Truth is.
You only gave us 3 choices.
No, I didn't.
So we thought.
I didn't give you 3 choices. I gave you the power to make a decision and be in the truth. What was the truth of the 3 questions?
Which is an adverb modifying one. Uses a verb.
No.
There was no question.
Well, it was written. That was a test that was put to the Templars. See, you guys, I know a lot of you are, I don't know if we have any Masons in the room or not, but they go with 32, 33 degree masonry. My qualifications are 92 degrees. Now everyone's going to say, oh wait, it stops at 33. How do you...
90.
90.
Well, no one in history in the Masonic Lodge, any place on this planet, has ever had the math procedures to unlock all the secrets of all the technologies, where this comes from. And when you look at things, all things have truth. All things have a cause and effect. The way you're going to be doing your taxes, the way you conduct yourself with Revenue Canada. You know, those of you who are in the military, we have there's an understanding. When you're in combat, you took responsibility to defend your country. And while you're in that military position, as long as you're shooting, defending, and being responsible and honorable for that position and in an attack formation, you will stay alive. If you run out of bullets, they will capture you, but they will not kill you. But go ahead and turn around and run the other way as a coward. If the enemy doesn't shoot you in the back of the head, your own people will. And no one's going to feel sorry or charge the man who shot a coward in the back of the head. The same thing takes place when you're in a war with Revenue Canada or the United States IRS. It's a position that you will attack them in the truth. You will be honorable to pay your taxes in the truth. That you will be accurate in your presentation of everything that they want in the truth. I gave you 3 choices. The cause of all 3 was truth. Why did they all take place? The truth gave you a full answer. And what did it do? The truth disqualified all 3 of them. Because once you understood what the truth was about all 3 of them, only truth had jurisdiction. So that's all you've got to go on when you fight Canada, when you fight the revenue people. They want something that doesn't belong to them. So therefore, it isn't a matter of subject matters that you're going to argue about within their jurisdiction or their fictitious paperwork. It's truth. Show me the truth within every single word that they utter, and I will give you an answer to your question. You've got to be responsible to charge, to attack. You're a group. You all live most of you live in Vancouver. So good. You all go down to the newspapers or to the radio station as a class act. All of a sudden you walk up there and you say, we're going to hereby sue this radio station or this TV station. Now what are you suing us for? Well, for fraudulent conveyance of language, for the extortion. You've misrepresented your position on TV, and you've been blackmailed by your revenue agents to produce specific lies. You've reported from the courts here on revenue conducts. The newspapers have produced fraudulent language and fraudulent documents in the newspaper. So we are here as a class action to sue you or an interview. What would you like us to do today? You want to do this in court? We'll do a laundry in public. We'll have a permanent record. We'll spread it all over Canada and the United States. Or do you want to have us a little interview here today? And we won't turn our attention on you, TV station. We'll turn it on the people responsible. Now, when we stand out here as a class action, and we want to pay our taxes, I mean, all 40 of us want to come here. We would demand to pay our taxes in the truth, and we demand to see laws in the truth. We want you to put that on TV. Now, where is your conflict of interest to broadcast truth? To broadcast, we, the citizenry, are going to go into an uproar. Christ, something like that, CNN, pick up in a heartbeat and beam that all around the world. And then, not only that, you guys do it first. What happens? You don't think that the United States is going to be copying that? Every tax group in the United States isn't going to duplicate that in their TV station over in China, over in Russia, or any other country to pay their taxes in the truth also. You got all these people working on banking right now at the UN in the truth, 1,000 delegates. So now you've got a chain reaction of the phrase in the truth, and everyone's working at that same issue. It's not only in the UN paperwork, every time you turn the paper, throughout. TV, radio, everyone's talking about the same thing. You guys are the only ones with the actual documentation in front of you. Puts you in the driver's seat. You and any of the other of my students. But what it does is heightens your position. How are you going to make a change? This isn't an issue of trying to change just U40. It's an issue of changing your country. We got support groups in Edmonton, in Vancouver, in Winnipeg, in Toronto, in Montreal. in Calgary. I mean, every single city has got a support group of revenue. Bruce has been running all over to getting stuff set up. Let's see, Suzanne Mariana is another one that's got a group going. Kene has got another group. Sir Daniel Lear's got another group going. I mean, there's different groups. Panoya's got a group going. And I stay in contact with all these guys on a daily basis. We communicate through email, and I beam out all the information. We coordinate. This is a team effort. We're doing it in the United States, too. It's all over the world. It's happening over in England, Australia, New Zealand. The world is tired of being raped. Period. They're just fed up with it. And so everybody's pushing at the same time, and you're doing it in the truth. It's honorable. You got nothing to be afraid of. What are you going to do? Take away your money? They're already done that. You're paying 65%. You can barely live now. How much worse can it get? The only thing you can do is improve.
Let's take some specific examples of what some of these people have gone through. We've got people in the audience who've had Revenue Canada come up and say, you owe me this X number of bucks. Send them over an offer that I wrote in the truth, saying, hey, be happy to pay you X number of dollars if you show me this, this, and this. Exactly what you got up there. Show me the law and the truth that established the obligation in the first place, your authorization to act on the behalf of the Sovereign of Canada for the collection of the sum, etc. They write back, we're under no obligation to accept your offer. We're not interested in that offer. Boom. It's lay out garnishment, 30 requirements to pay on banks, employers, just carte blanche. No one give a crap what you have to say. We're in it. Now the employers are looking at these things going, I'm going to have to cough up the money. I got no choice. What are
you going to do when everybody stops at once?
Sorry?
What are you going to do when everyone stops at once? When it goes out on the TV, what are you going to do when you know what happened in the United States?
Yes, but what Bruce is getting at, like, there's some people that have to deal with some specific things right now before it all stops at once.
I know that.
So what's the procedure?
The procedure is, you guys can call a meeting. You can call the newspapers in, or you can call the TV in for a conference. You can take this videotape that I just said here. You can send a copy of it over to the TV station. But if all of you show up as a class in front of the TV station and demand an audience, or wind up carrying picket signs out there, so what? You spend a couple hours every day and you wind up saying you want to pay your taxes in the truth. And everyone's going to be going, why won't they accept our money? What is wrong here? You bring out public awareness.
David, how about an actual piece of evidence? You've had all these court cases. How about something that we, at this level, can reference, either with our employer, to say, look, we're not just making fools of ourselves here. There are actual court cases. At what level? Is there a reference that we can go to that's in the public record that shows this information has been accepted at the judicial level? You will not. Every case that they lose, they vacate. You know what that means? They destroy all the evidence. It never happened. They can't afford to have forensic evidence that shows how to beat them legally in court. What about Russia? What about Zaire or Zambia, wherever it was? Do we have access? Oh, you got those cases are available. We have copies of those. Okay, so that's the writ habeas corpus. Okay. Myrna's got a copy of one of them right now. That case is word for word what we send over to Zambia, without the 25 forensics to go along with it. Can we get the case number for that, or do we just talk to her? That's a reference. That's a concrete reference of in the truth languaging that's been adjudicated at the court level, and there's been a judgment awarded for. That's correct. So those are the same ones that the UN has right now, the same ones that the World Court.
I have a copy of the Russian case.
Martin's case, though, was written before Quantum's.
Yes, it was.
So I wouldn't copy Martin's case. Martin's case wins under grandfather, but that's the only one we did. All the rest of these new ones, with Jeff's case now at the World Court, that one, when it comes back, is going to become forensic evidence at a World Court position. The fact that we established a treaty, Jeff and I, as single entities, going into the United States and to get state statute, getting treaty recognition, and then having the authorization with this treaty to go forward to the World Court. Now that's something no one's ever done, because only conditions of state can sue. at the World Court. And that's why they said nobody except ambassadors and heads of state can come to the World Court.
So what does that mean?
Voila.
Does that mean all the suing goes through
Our organization.
as the ambassadors? Is that what
That is correct. In other words, Jeff and I have been given the carte blanche on who gets what. In other words, we do the final policing. I'm going to mathematically certify, if you guys are smart enough to get past me, I'll send your paperwork in. We already got the track set down. But they don't want 10,000 people come storming in there. They don't have enough people to do the work. They'll be overwhelmed. That's correct. And besides, you guys are going to have, for you to think you can do it by yourself, took me 20 years to get here. To make sure that all the mistakes have been removed to get through that little tiny window of perfection.
Right. So are you suggesting that in our documentation that goes to the court or whoever it goes to in Canada? I don't even know what we're calling this. What are we calling this next step?
Oh, you're going to be filing what we call the Title 42. The Title 42 with Revenue Canada means a civil rights violation. We call it for the claim of the complaint. What is your complaint? They use nouns as verbs, and that's as tough as it got. And that's it. That's where it stops, right there. They use nouns as the verbs. Now, show me how to pay a verb money into a verb court for a verb country. There is no such thing.
In our education of the court in advance of, say, a court date, would it be appropriate to include a copy of this World Court doc that Myrna has?
There is no continuance of evidence for that as far as referring to someone else's cases. Then you go back into fiction. It's not your case, therefore you can't use it. The condition is you take the forensics. In other words, there's only one truth. So 99% of all the paperwork, the words in that case are exactly your case and everyone else in this room's case. The only thing is your name is different than Myrna's name, than my name, than Jeff's name. That's it.
So in the education, you were saying in advance of going to court, you educate the court so that it's...
We have, in the book, there's a clerk's paper. We send that up to the clerks to say, guys, this is rules and regulations of how your conduct has to be conducted. Those you can pass out like candy anywhere you want. I don't stand on the copyrights on those.
No, wouldn't you just
and those
issue that to Revenue Canada to prevent...
Oh yeah, Revenue Canada has copies of these already.
You want to prevent going to court and to have them just withdraw.
Oh, they're not going to lay down. They want to make sure you're smart enough. See, they did lay down about 3 years ago. They're going, wait a minute, anybody ever ask these guys if they got knowledge? So one judge in Missouri stands and says, sir, would you please explain yourself? Well, I can't. Why not? Well, I copied. What do you mean you copied? You mean you didn't write this? Oh no, Dave Miller wrote that. I just copied it. Aren't you scared? 10 days for contempt. You don't have any knowledge of what you're doing. Just like that. Boom. He's gone in jail. He's going, your stuff doesn't work. Davis says, my stuff works just fine. Your education didn't work. It's not my fault you didn't read and you copied. I write these books in 9-point print. You know why? Only 11's legal. You got to rewrite them. You got to physically educate your brain, your fingers, your eyes, your ears, your mouth. You got to activate your 5 senses. What do you think is going to happen when you get in front of a judge? You think that just listening to me talk is going to be enough to overcome the 5 senses that have been reprogrammed for 40 years into fiction in one 12-hour seminar? That doesn't overwrite the electrical impulses.
So what would be the expected course of action then? Say that there's a Title 42 that's submitted to where?
You're going to submit that to your Queen's Bench, to the court. And at the same time that you're going to be sending that document...
Which court, sorry?
I believe your federal is Queen's Bench, right?
No, Queen's and federal is different.
All right, well...
But federal is, I think, where you want to go.
If you want to go Revenue Canada, it's going to be your federal tax court.
So
all right.
you actually submit this into the federal tax court?
That's correct. And it's real simple. The only thing you're actually going to do is one thing. Make a noun and a fact a fact. That takes one sentence. The rest of the document, the other 99% of the document, is a constitution. To give the court instructions, give the clerk instructions, give the judge instructions, give the bailiff instructions. Everybody gets instructions. You are establishing a new country in the sanctuary of the bar. That country has to have rules and regulations on how to play the game of poker. You've got one complaint. Make a noun into a noun and a verb into a verb. That's it. Any other obstructions? Now it becomes criminal activity. Now we cover all the criminal activities that are going to take place. Yes?
Okay, so I'm just trying to get the procedure down. So then we submit this thing into the federal tax court by, the stamp and the
flag,
and the flag,
right?
And all that stuff, and the autograph, all that stuff. So then, and we can send it registered mail.
You're going to send it a copy registered mail to the court. But now the way this works is this. You go into the post office. You are going to get your registered serial number. You're only going to send one copy to the court. But you're going to take that serial number and you're going to transpose it onto all your rest of your documents that you're going to hand carry to get to the clerk, personally.
Hand carry.
Right. The only reason you're going to the post office is to get that number. You cannot go into the post office and get the number unless you go through the mailing process.
Excuse me, David. When you say transpose, you mean enter it on the
You're going to use that. You're going to use that number. You're going to put it on your paper.
You don't need the sticker that goes with it.
And what you're saying is from the post, mail one of them to the court.
That's right.
So what happens when you go to the post office and register one, they take out their gun and they bleep the barcode into the computer, and now it's online. You're into the game.
All right.
If you don't send it to the mail, don't pay that postage for the registration of it. They won't bleep it in the computer.
And they have extra barcodes of the same code that they'll stick on other documents.
Well, you just take that number out. You're saying, now you just utilize the number.
Actually, it doesn't matter about the number. It doesn't matter about the barcode.
No, yeah, the number's already registered.
Okay, so you mail one into the court, and then we physically go to the tax court
With the same number.
with a what? A color photocopy, original.
You send your original colored copy to the court. You will have a second original colored copy. They will both be marked original. One is going to be hand delivered by the postman. The other one is going to be hand delivered by you as the postmaster of your own paperwork.
And so to do that hand delivery, we have to have our little flag and everything on?
No, when you sign your document, that's automatically on there. But if you wear your badge at the same time, you are identifying that the unity between your badge and that document are there. So when the clerk says, we won't accept that, going, I'm a senior court barrister, you are a clerk, I've captured this office, you work for me, you will do this deed or I will sue you for treason. Just like that. There is no, and if you go in there with a group of people, say, go ahead, you want to call a bailiff? We're going to get these marshals here to cause your arrest to take place, because otherwise if this marshal wants to try and arrest me, then we're going to get our postal inspectors to arrest your marshals. Right. Go down and educate your marshals before you go talk to your clerks. Show them that you've got the arrest power as a senior court barrister to have a postal inspector come in and arrest them. And then to educate your postal inspectors that they have arrest powers over the marshals for interfering with the delivery of mail and the obstruction of a clerk. Make sure everybody gets their education. They don't teach this in school.
Line up your ducks.
That's right.
How do we educate them that? Because they'll say, well, show me something.
That's right. You're going to be showing them something. You're going to be...
Just the map thing?
Huh?
Just the map? And they're going to...
No. You're going to show them the law of who has the jurisdiction, what the power of a postmaster is, what the power...
Where is that?
You get that off of the internet under your postal, what the rules are, job description of a postal inspector, job description of a U.S. of a marshal, job description of a sheriff, job description of a postmaster, of a clerk of court. Everybody's got job titles that are advertised by the United States or by the Canadian Treasury. Where are they going to get their income from? If you're going to go apply for a postal inspector's job, aren't you going to have a job title description?
Oh yeah, like in the government, they've got them all lined up.
That's right. Go get everybody's description, and then once you get those descriptions, do some investigation. Not only today, pull up the description back about 100 years as well, and 150 years, and 200 years. Go into the archives. Find out what these titles were originally generated from, and get an education as to how broad-based your scope is. Everything's been pretty well covered up. But you're going to be real surprised at what the secrets you learn. You know, I tell people to do things, and they say, well, yeah, show me the proof. Well, I did all that research already. I spent thousands of hours doing this research. And I go ahead, and if for me carry around the paperwork, we'd be here all night sorting through paper. You've got to do your own homework, because the judge is going to say, where'd you get that? Well, I went down to archives, went down basement number 5, below the sub-basement, in section so-and-so. I dug this information out. I know how to read, write, and chew gum. So does my support group. There's 60 of us. They all have the same information. We're here now as a class action. We're going to make sure we get this job done. We're going to go down to the Treasury, who collects taxes, and say, how do you disperse the money for the Treasury? Who gets paid? What are the people that are under the city's employment, or the county or the state's employment? What is their job title? Are they doing their jobs? If you're a tool and die maker, and you're out there fooling around playing poker up in the locker room, you think you're going to be employed very long? You're not doing your job. You're out there screwing around. Or if your job is to cut lawns, instead you're playing in the swimming pool, you're not going to have a job very long. Every one of you know what your occupation is, and you know exactly how to screw off to get fired. Go ahead and steal. What is stealing time worth? You know, under misappropriations, Title 18, 641 through 665, they all carry a $10,000 fine and 10 years in prison, and that includes taking paper clips and little slips of paper called these little notepads from the government. Something as simple as this carries a 10-year, $10,000 fine for a clerk to steal this from the government. So what do you think goofing off with time is going to be worth when they're making $20 an hour plus bennies, and they're out there fooling around, not doing their job, by saying, I'm not going to file this paperwork. Well, that's pretty darn serious. That's obstructing a witness, obstructing paperwork, not allowing due process to take place. That runs into millions of dollars of damage. That's more money than that clerk's going to make in her lifetime. And that's just one case. You've got 40 people here that want to sue her. Gee, she's going to be in court an awful long time. That's a really bad position to be in. You know what they did in the city of Milwaukee? They closed the clerk's office. You got to file your own paperwork now. We'll notify you in 3 days. That's how scared the clerks are. They won't do their job. And the court's open 24 hours a day. Or you can walk in my court 3 o'clock in the morning. You can process your paperwork and drop it in the slot. There's this.
So we mail one and we hand deliver the other one to the court.
Right.
We've educated them in advance, and we've educated ourselves in advance so that we can educate before we go into the court for the hand delivery. And then what happens? How long does it? What happens then? Does it sit there? Does it?
Oh, no. That starts the process. That's why you've got to have exposure to the clerk right then and there. Now, if that clerk, first off, you go to your city and say, wait a minute, every court's got to have a clerk. She's the person responsible for the bill of lading, because you just brought in a charter vessel. This thing just came into port. When it hits port, it's got to have a clerk there to receive it and make a bill of lading for the charter vessel called lawsuit. It's not one of these where you drop it in the slot and you drive away. They've got to have physical, eye-to-eye contact verification that this charter vessel just landed, because that's a foreign country that would be better known as the courthouse. And so that's what's got to happen. And if they want to violate that due process, then you're going to go plunk right down to the TV station. You're going to say, hey, I want to go on TV. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go through the job description and the rules and regulation of how a court is to be run. And if our court is running a racketeering outfit here, I want everyone arrested. Let's go on national television and see if we can get our courts cleaned up. You watch how long your legislatures, your congressmen, and your senators get called on the carpet by the Queen and saying, why are you allowing the court system to run amok? You know, L.A. just got stuck with a $100 million lawsuit for racketeering. You don't think it doesn't go on? Then how come they're paying out $100 million? Or our racketeering for the Missouri case for Art Lee. That was $700 million in that one. And so these are little stings. This isn't just a little slap in the hand. You can buy a lot of people's A lot of employees for $700 million.
Okay, and so and you went through, so we go there and let's assume that there's a clerk there, right? And if not, then we can go down that path. So she's there and she has to receive it. So how does the receiving take place so that we know that we don't muck that up?
First, you're going to make your bill of lading out, which is your summons. And you're going to do a summons in the truth. Now, you can get a format of a summons from their court. Now, their court says we can't issue any summonses except our own. That's a lie. Your contract was written for the Unity States of Canada. If it's in a district, it's a district. D-I-S-T-R-I-C-T means original jurisdiction.
So we walk in there in advance with a summons in the truth written.
That is correct.
Well, who signs the class action?
Everybody that's involved with a class action under claimant has to sign the document as well. That they are. Page 91 under the oath. You guys are all going to sign that oath and attach it to your document, which means you will all be under an oath that you will be in the truth. Your document's in the truth. It's going to be followed through. It means you have to use your discipline in the truth as you push this thing through. If they want to get in your way and obstruct it, then you're going to go right to the TVs, and at the same time you file in your municipal courts, or your federal courts, you're going to send a copy of it to the United Nations. You're also going to send a copy to the Secretary of State.
So what copy are we, I'm like being really specific here.
Yes, you're going to send a copy of your lawsuit to the Secretary of State, to the provincial government, the Attorney General's office. You're going to send a copy to the United Nations. So,
is this before or after it's been received by the clerk?
Same day you're going to get your stamp, you're going to make your photocopies, and they're all going to get copies of it.
Okay, so once it's stamped, then I make a photocopy of it. Do I certify that it's a photocopy?
Yes, that's another thing. You get certified copy. You have them certify that this is an original day one. That way you don't have to go back later. They got to use an embossment. They got the regular court seal that they're going to crunch your paperwork with. They're going to crunch your original documents they give you back as well as the ones going into court. Everything is going to be authentic from day one.
Right.
That way, because you don't have apostilles in Canada, so you better get yours authorized right up front.
Okay, so we walk in there, we sent one in the post, we walk in there to the clerk, she receives it, and how does she receive it again? Because it's not a box, it's going to be a signature, because it's a...
If you don't have, if they attempt to give you a box stamp, say no, boxes are not allowed. You will sign it that you are in the receipt of this document at the time and place and location. You'll sign your autograph your name.
Our stamp across the stamp we'll have on that document.
You can put another stamp there for her to sign across, making her the postmaster of the foreign jurisdiction to accept it. That's more official than that little box that they're using on the rubber stamp. That's laziness.
Right.
And you're not there for laziness. You're there to have an actual, authentic document.
Right.
That's the date stamp?
The date stamp is a machine that has forensic coded ink in it. It is an unboxed document. Do not allow them to use a rubber stamp. You want the machine that's got the clock on it. That is an unboxed document. No. Well, that's a circle.
Okay.
Is it circle?
Here, this one here, this is a good one. This is a circle, and it's got the names, registry.
Circle's okay.
But that's not the one you want. I bet you there's not a one here that's got... Anybody got a document? You got one, Myrtle? Well, no, it's not an embossment. It's an unboxed. It's an unboxed timestamp.
Oh, just like when you go to...
If you get a cash register receipt, just like you go out for dinner, that receipt you get, that gives you a time, a date, and it's all unboxed.
Well, it's like when you put a check almost... But that's the circle. How about this one?
Just round and...
This is it right here. This one here is your computer timestamp. That's forensic ink. They change the ink every day.
Can you point to it?
The round one, it's real faint. Yeah. And then they're going to give you this here receipt when you take to pay for it. And this one correlates with the other one here. Both of these receipts you've got to have possession of.
So you paid for it. What do you mean you paid for it?
The document, you got to make contract. It's in the United States is $150.
Use a postal money order for that payment?
The exchange rate is 21 pieces of silver. Whatever the going rate is, right now it's $5.10, so it'd be the price of filing documents now is $120. When silver was at $6.50, it was $150.
Oh, so it changes.
If it changes on a weekly basis.
On the, does it have any relationship to the appeal process where it says it's like $250 or whatever, so it doesn't have to be that?
The appeal means you will forgive them for violating your rights. We don't do appeals, we just prosecute.
Right, I understand that, but if you were to file there, I think the number there is $250, so you just ignore that and just say silver, whatever silver is that times.
21 pages.
If you give them, like one of our cases up in Wisconsin that the lady sent down, see what did she do with that? She sent in 1 ounce gold. She sent a gold U.S. dollar. And so that was worth $300, and the filing fee was $125 at that time. They sent her change back, not as a check. They sent it back in silver dollars. That was her change. They did gold for gold, silver for silver. I mean, it's coin of the realm. She was official. Her lawsuit was accepted by the Federal District Court when she filed in the truth using gold to pay for it.
So the filing fee, you're saying it's better to pay that filing fee with gold or silver than instead?
Yeah, you can use gold or silver. Postal money orders is also, because postal money orders is a sweat equity. It's the actual document. Same as gold and silver. It's treated as such.
So we don't want to pay paper money then?
The Federal Reserve notes they'll take it, but that just puts it into fiction. They'll give you a box stamp. Whereas you're paying gold, you get an unboxed stamp.
Very good.
Okay, very good. Details are good. Okay, so we're in there, and we've got this stamp, and we give her the money. And what do we do with this summons?
Summons is going to be a
Before that, we get all these certified copies that all have the same stamp and everything on it. No, it's already been stamped, so then we get the copies.
They're going to use a timestamp on all. Let's say you got 10 copies. They're going to bang, 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 bang. They put them through the machine. They're going to all be time-stamped.
Right, okay.
Then for every document you have, that respondent must have his own summons. So you're going to have to make 10 personal summonses out, one for each document.
Is that in here, the summons?
Huh? I think I got a sample copy in there. I forget. I think it's on page 1 or 2, right there.
Oh yeah, I'll see. That'd be one.
Oh, right there.
Oh, this. Oh, here. Okay.
That is, summons. Page 3 in your book is a sample summons.
But don't you have to have a justice of the peace sign the summons, not the clerk?
Justice of the peace. Oh, your judge. No, the clerk does that. She's the postmaster. She's the one ordering the answer. And that summons there, they'll say, well, we won't accept that. That's for the unity. And we are the Queen's Bench or Federal or whatever you want to call your court. Of course, you'll put the proper heading on the top. Do not go...
All that stuff.
Right.
Proper.
Is the fiction name for the court?
Yeah, I know. Bruce does. He does a lot of those, so Mernad's got proper ones.
David, something we found out when we were following news, justices of the peace are actually clerks of the court, and it sounds like they're the only ones that have sworn no. Like some of these clerks, they haven't sworn no, and they're just...
Oh no, they've all sworn an oath of one type or another.
If you're being paid by the public dollar, you must be in the oath, period. There is no...
Said they've never sworn an oath.
Well, good. Then you better call your Secretary of State, because they're the ones that issue the oaths to pull the paychecks. That means that person was a fraud. Somebody skipped over a procedure here, and you want a copy of their oath on file. You watch somebody get scared real fast and run out of the room because they are there as a fraud.
David, would it be possible...
That's a criminal offense. You go to jail for 10 years.
Would it be possible in our cases to convert the lingo from our appropriate criminal code, instead of calling it Title 42 and stuff, the appropriate recognizable lingo that the court would understand here that correlates with that, but write it in the truth?
What we do is this. In some of the courts, they're very insistent about staying in their fiction, and they will only stamp their fiction documents. Well, we let them process their fiction documents and then use it as forensic evidence as mail fraud and obstructing our case, we then glue our summonses, which are certified, onto the back of theirs. And then we'll take them down to the post office and we'll have them registered with the post office where they become bills of lading from the postal clerks. They're real happy to do that. And then we've got our forensic evidence on both sides of the fiction and fact. So when it comes full circle and they want to bring their fiction documents in, ours are glued to it. It's a bonded document. We get it both ways.
On the summons, it says here for the incorporation of the case number, and that's where we put the registration that we're...
By the way, any place where you see the word I incorporation, take out the IN. There's a couple that were missed. Just scribble it out. It's just corporation. In means not joinder. Yes.
I'm just scanning through page 53, cause of the action, number 1, says, for the claimant affirms by the complaint.
For the claimant...
Affirms, with no hyphen.
Okay, we don't use the word affirms. It's been declassified under the look at your copyrights. No. Where's your look at your copyrights in the bottom of the page.
99.
5. Yeah, all those. May 15th is when we completed. That one hasn't been converted yet.
Okay.
Stay on point with the definitions in the front section here where you've got all the lists here. Look at these checks first. You can't use AF. Look at your words and think about the prefixes that you're going to be facing. If I missed one in a document, you've got to make the conversion. And you go and check those first. You can do a word search in your computers after you type this in. People that copy will make mistakes. If you pay attention, you won't make mistakes because you will be aware. I build this stuff in there because I don't want people walking in copying, because if you're going to get your paperwork disqualified in the clerk's office, you can live with that. You're standing in front of a judge committing fraud, you're going to wind up in jail. And I don't want...
Is that, my due diligence has isolated an error.
Pardon?
I've identified an error.
Right. It means that if you have knowledge, you will be able to find the errors. And I tell everybody flat out, these documents are 99% correct. But you still require the ability to identify. Just because you copy my work perfect doesn't mean that the judge is going to give you perfection. He's going to lay trap after trap after trap on you. You better understand what doesn't work as well as what does work, or he's going to walk you right into a landmine of traps and he's going to disqualify you. So my paperwork also has a couple little landmines in it. They're safety valves for your own protection. It makes you guys think. Don't do these alone. I guarantee you won't succeed. You get yourself at least 5 people together that want to do a class action with you. Or even 5 people that want to do separate lawsuits. You got support groups, stick with them. You got strength in numbers. You still need people that understand what you're doing. They're going to do a process of service. You serve their papers, they serve your papers. And you go into court, you go into processes. You want groups of people to always go in. You go in alone, you're going to wind up alone.
From the back of the room.
From the back of the room.
Reset your watch.
Yeah, we're only at the summons there.
David, would there be any advantage to rewriting the Constitution in the contract that you capture the court with for the Canadian content with the relevant sections in our code, so that it was easier for them to follow through rewriting in the truth instead of calling it, say, Title or Section 18 or Title 42 with respect to Section 347 of the Criminal Code of Canada, with, or Section...
If you want to use any Canadian code, you go right ahead. Just make sure you convert it into the truth.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't ever use anything that anybody hands you from the government or from a lawyer. I guarantee it is a trap. I don't care how subtle it is, and don't listen. Whatever they tell you saying you can't do that, I wouldn't listen to anything that people tell me I can't do.
Would there be any advantage, though, using our own, what's recognized in our neighborhood with respect to the law corrected, as opposed to going in with a Title 42? Would it be easier to disqualify that paperwork, or attempt to, or would it be easier for somebody maybe psychologically to argue your own criminal code in your own paperwork? Do you foresee any advantage to that? Or do you think because the work's already been put into converting that would be better to use as a template?
Use ours as a template. It coordinates with everything else in the book. Besides, you can go with the private copyrights of Canada, the private copyrights of UCC, the private copyrights of West Publishing, Webster's Dictionary, Random House, Black's Law, Bouvier's. I mean, you got a lot of different private copyrights. You can think you're quoting law. Only thing you're doing is using private copyright. Everything is private copyright. There is no such thing as a government in the truth language. We've got the only in the truth program on the planet. That's why I'm saying you're stronger with us, because you can go to the World Court with our documents. You can go to the UN with our documents. You can't even get out of your own city with what they've got.
Is Title 42 a maritime law, or is it?
No, Title 42 is a civil action. Civil. Title 42 is civil, and it works in Canada as well as the United States. It's the United States codes, but when we corrected it, we copy-claimed it as my private copyright.
Right, okay.
You are using my private copyright. And my private copyright has more jurisdiction than any other jurisdiction on this planet.
So even though it might have been sourced from the original U.S. code, it's been extracted from there and put into...
We took the ideas of their nouns and properly identified them with prepositional phrases, bringing them into a quantum of now time.
Right, no, that's not the question.
I think
It works. Put it out.
I think the essence is when you've contracted with the court, the terms of your contract or the terms of the contract you have with the court, if you've expressed those terms in the Title 42, they signed on, they're in the game.
Or if they were...
In other words...
blue dogs, they'd be blue dogs. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if I said this is a cup of coffee...
Standalone piece.
Yes, if I said this is a cup of coffee in that chartered vessel, you better believe that this tastes like a cup of coffee.
And if Canada gets a little upset that we're using a different...
Tough, you got a contract with them.
Right.
It's all in the assumption that you've captured the court.
Yeah.
Okay, you set the ground rules by how to play the game. So however you choose, this is really the game name that's on this.
You are the claimant. It's your money, it's your case, you pull the strings, you hired them.
Right.
They're hired hands. You paid them $150. They get the rest of their income from your income tax.
Okay. So we've made
Renting the court.
Yeah, you're renting the court.
So we've made these 10 personal sums to all the other people listed in the doc, right? And then what happens?
You're going to go serve them. You can't serve them. You're going to have to get one of your other guys to do a process of service. Then they have to fill out a... Huh?
Some third party, like...
A third party, right. One of your group has to go out and serve your documents, and your summonses must be attached as the cover sheet, and those documents must be served upon the individual. They can be sent certified mail, registered mail, green card, receipt, return, or you can drop them off in the flesh. But your process server must then identify the time, the place, who he gave it to, the address, and usually you can take and put everybody on one piece of paper. You got 10 people, put them all down here, and on this side you can build it in a graph format and say, okay, at this time, place, location, everything else is written off, and as you drop them off in each one, it's all computerized on the page here, so it's nice and neat, and you just initial that you've done each one, and then on the bottom you say, I hereby certify that I have, for the witness of the service is with the claim for the delivery of these claims to the Vasilis listed herein, and then bang, you got it all. So on one piece of paper goes a stamp, a postage stamp. That process of server individual signs that postage stamp, making him the postmaster, certifying that this is a certified in the truth document, has a law of the flag on, it has a serial number of the registered mail number, and that's returned to the court. Now the court's going to issue their own fictitious number. Your number is going to be an RR registration number. Now, I don't know if Canada's up to 16 digits. Half of the United States Postal Services,
9 digits.
You're still in 9? Okay, ours are up to 16 digits now. They just went to this new system. The number must have 2 physical spaces between each group of letters, each group of numbers. This is a noun, 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 and noun. But what happens is when you type this in your computer sees 1 and 1/10. There's no fractions in law. So the computer, even though you do this here and you put 2 spaces in, it's going to show up like this. The number...
Write it in Courier font, so forth, it's on there, and you'll get spaces just the same way as you did before. That's a proportional font you're talking about. Use a non-proportional font and get away with it.
Okay, I'm not a computer buff. Okay, I know you guys can...
I speak with knowledge.
You know how I do it? I do mine, I type in my serial number and I hit print. I don't put save or return or anything else. I just leave it where it sits. And I get my double spaces and they come out when it gets printed. But you go hit that return bar when you get down to the end there and it will crunch it. Because you can put 2 of these numbers one on top of the other and the next one's going to come out like this here, space, 1, and then it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, space, 5, 6, 7. There'll be a 1.1. And this whole big number is not going to be this big. It's going to crunch those.
Underscore, it's just an open space.
These are physical open spaces, yes.
They're not the lines.
Right, there's no lines there. It's a physical open space. That is one of the secrets of that. And you know what happens if you put 1 space? You just created 4 adjectives in front of a pronoun. And you're disqualified, you're back into fiction, and they can have fun with you. Every single piece of paper the court is going to give you is going to have a different serial number. They will change that number every single time they correspond with you. The next time the court's going to give you a number, like right now we're in the year 2000, it's going to be 00 space CR space 1, 2, 3. The next time they correspond, it's going to be 00 CR space 1, 2, 3. The next time it's going to be 00 CR space 0, 1, 2, 3. And they'll use a lowercase. And then the next time it's going to be 00 to go back CR 0, 1, 2, 3 JR. Now they're going to say, well, that's a judge's initials. Bullshit. That's a new serial number. And then every single time you go to court, they're going to keep changing judges, and so they're going to keep changing these serial numbers just to keep that. Where's the service of process? Process of service. Where's the complaint? They're going to break it up in so many different ways, you're never going to find it. Stay on point. Once you get that number, I don't care how many times they do this, you say this is incorporated to this. And now when the World Court looks at it, this is the only number they're going to look at. They don't care how many of these exist.
You got to be really diligent about watching that.
Yeah, that's right. And for the guys that have been through the ringer already, been in this fighting in 18 months in the court, and they've got a dozen different serial numbers, they know I'm not lying to you.
But how do you correct that?
Just don't worry about this. This just shows that their fraud is just fraud. You stay on point with your serial number all the way through. It's your tracking. You own that number. You paid the post office for it. That's your new identification number.
Now, when you take it to the post office, do you actually have that post office mail that, or do you just use the...
You're going to get a barcode. Do we have any barcodes with us?
You mail the first one in on your...
Marnie, you got one on your paperwork, barcode? Marnie, you got a barcode on yours yet?
No.
Okay.
I have a barcode.
Do you have one of yours?
Yep, we do.
No, I know the barcode, David. What I'm asking, do you actually physically mail that, or do you deliver it yourself after there's a barcode on it?
You mail it.
You have to pay
Well,
When you mail your document, you're going to have when you mail your document, you're going to get a barcode receipt now. Everybody's gone to barcode. Some of them are as small as a 1/2 inch by 3 inches, and others are 1.5 by 3 inch barcode with the certified numbers on there. depending what country you are and how far their system's been developed with these new computers. They got all these new flat screen computers and laser scanners, and some of your backwater post offices where the postman is a country clerk. He's also the judge. He's also the sheriff, the coroner, and the postmaster. Yeah, if you walk into one of those, keep your mouth shut. These are circuit court judges. They're hanging judges. You will go on the chain gang for a month. Don't play games with those guys. Get into a big city or something. But you can always change your jurisdictions. You can even, Canadians can even come down and say, I want to rent a courtroom here in the United States and file your paperwork and do it. All courts are the same courts. Once you've been kicked out of your own province, though, then you can go anywhere in the world. That's the law. Yes?
This number, should you also write it underneath that barcode just in case someone tries to peel it off or etch it into the paper?
Oh, no. That's when we file our put the barcode on there, I write my autograph across there. And when you write your autograph across, here's your paper, here's your seal. Write your autograph over the edge so it jumps on both surfaces. If they tear anything off, half your signature is still going to be on the bottom. It makes forensics.
Over the barcode, you said you write that on?
Yeah. If you press hard, the paper will be permanently depressed with your signature, even if they tear it off. You can always hold it up and do a forensic crunch.
Is it a good idea to do that when you autograph the stamp?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, same thing on the stamp.
Outside the lines, like in kindergarten, don't color inside the lines, just write across it.
I write across it. Well, I'm using a little stamp. You guys are lucky you got those big 2-inch stamps. Those are nice. You put your whole signature on there, nice and neat.
So you want to
run off the stamp.
You're right, yeah.
Don't worry about running off the stamp, just as long as your signature is on the stamp.
What's the barcode you should run?
Autograph.
The barcode you should run your signature.
Oh, that's just a point of.
Protection.
Insurance.
But I don't think they're going to peel it off. Anybody defaces a postal like that, that's obstructing the mail. That's a criminal offense.
On here,
They peeled yours?
No, they didn't peel it. No, they just...
Oh, they're losing it. It's different, yeah.
is this where we're going to put the registration mail number?
Yeah.
The corporate of the case number, that's the number we're going to continue, the RR number, that's always going to go on there, we're going to continue that number.
The corporation case number is the number the court's going to give you. You're going to physically call it the registration of the mail number on there. I believe you got a space for it right here. Well, that's one line.
Not really, so the case number, that's the
I got to rewrite these summonses. These are dated January 7th, 99.
Void?
Yeah. Those haven't been quantumized.
Okay.
Because we don't use the word respondent anymore. We use the word Vasily.
Right. That'll tell me that right here too.
I got a 10 o'clock. I'm only half an hour late, but.
I'd like to ask you about if I come down, I want to contract the U.S. Postal Service because I believe it's become sovereign in our fiction Postal Service in Canada to do this process. Can you illustrate on the board how to place your stamps and flags on the document?
Sure.
You don't have to mail it into Canada.
Yeah. No, come down here.
We're not playing rent a post.
Yeah, rent a post.
Come to our island country and mail it.
Okay, there's your flag on that side over here. You got your stamp, and you just sign your name across it.
So if I want to go Canadian and American, how would you illustrate? You said Canadian.
What's that?
So I want to use the American titles as well, the U.S. flags.
If you're going to be filing in the U.S., then you put the U.S. flag on top. If you're filing in Canada, you got to put the Canada flag on top.
That's what I mean. Yeah, in terms of what about the U.S. stamp on there, an Canadian stamp? Do you vote?
You can put those. If you got a Canadian flag up here, put your Canadian stamp there. Put your U.S. stamp over here, and sign that.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to know.
Is that a double registered?
Yes, we double registered in both countries.
And staple and ribbon?
Well, it's
The word filing there, that would mean if it was ultimately going to be received into a Canadian jurisdiction, then you put the Canadian stamp on top and the U.S. one below?
Yes.
And
Because you're a U.S. citizen filing in the United States and in Canada.
no, a Canadian citizen.
Mailing
in the U.S.
Mailing in the U.S. but filing in Canada. It's still legal.
Canadian one for
You need both stamps and both flags. If you're Canadian, to mail in the U.S., to mail it back to Canada.
Right. The United States will not mail without U.S. postage on it. However, the U.S. will, you're putting a Canadian stamp on the document. The document goes into the envelope. The envelope then has a American stamp and Canadian stamp on it. Both. Just the envelope. The envelope's not your document. If you're going into the Canadian court, you only need the Canadian stamp on it. On the paperwork itself, on the document.
Limit to the time, but I don't want to put a time on him. It just gets going.
See, overnight, a lot of people had time to analyze and digest what was going on here, and people want to do a court stage. They want to find out from the time you get a Revenue Canada letter what happens. Other people have asked the question about this math formula, where does the certification of this come in? And there was a couple other things that other people wanted to go over. Somebody wanted the stock program. Others wanted the quantum program with the star chart material. Everyone wants to know where they came from. People want to know about the Masons. They want to know about Illuminati, Rothschild, the postal unions, who's running the world. You know, just little things like that. The meaning of life, you know. All right, so.
A couple of questions from yesterday.
Sure.
I was looking at page 39 in your book.
Okay.
You're talking about the first order of the operation, the mathematics.
Okay.
First multiplication, second divide. Now, where I came from, we worked on bed maths.
I know, I get that bed math from a lot of...
Multiplication, addition, subtraction. So I'm a bit confused.
That's the way I do it. That comes out of a 1923 book on how to figure out electrical circuits, on the mathematics and electronics.
So bad math is wrong.
But times and divide have the same precedence, and so does add and subtract. So you just follow left to right order.
Hold on. That is bad maths up there, by the way.
Is it?
Yes, it is. Brackets, multiplication,
division.
Division before multiplication.
There's two systems. My girlfriend is a teacher.
And half the United States is taught, one person is taught to divide first, the other one is taught to multiply first. Another one says you add first, another one says you subtract first. So there's a conflict, and then Microsoft comes back and says it doesn't make any difference no matter what you do, and the computers are programmed through the Microsoft program. And I go ahead and I put this problem up here, and I say, well, answer that, and here's another one. Just a 4 plus 4 divided by 4 equals, and for the students that know the answer, because you've always been through this and that, how about the new students? What's the answer to this one? 5. So we had a couple 2's. Even when you look at your order of operation, you divide before you add. 4 divided by 4 is 1, and 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 is the correct answer.
Yeah.
And then if you take this one up here, and you...
1 times 4 is 4, 1 times 4 is 4 is 9.
No.
1 is
Take that middle equation and plug it into Microsoft Excel, and you'll get 4.
I know you will, but it's not right.
I know.
It's not right?
No.
So what's right?
Okay, what people do is this. Your order of operation is multiply, divide. And an individual will go ahead and say 4 times 4 is 16, right? And then they say, what's the next order of operation? Division. So they go this way. They go from right to left. The operation is left to right. It's 4 divided by 16, not 16 divided by 4.
No,
It's 1/4. That's right, and plus and minus cancel, so 0.25 is the answer.
I'm sorry, but with equal times
and multiply.
Equal weight to multiplication and division. The division comes first, then the multiplication.
No, I got a book that says otherwise. My math book says the other way. And so is my electronics book.
I just want to make one comment. In the science, the world of science out there, engineering, they got that, what is that word? Math. Multiply and divide have equal precedence. You go left to right. And
in other words, you're saying the order of operation as it appears unless brackets say otherwise.
Yes.
And brackets have jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Okay, what we're saying here is that procedures...
the procedure the science world uses is plus and divide, multiply and divide have equal precedence, left to right. Plus and minus has equal precedence.
In other words, as it appears on the paper.
Yeah, and if you put brackets, they supersede.
Brackets always supersede, even in your writing. Are you aware of that?
No. What do you mean?
When the government puts brackets within a document, they're saying solve the bracket first and then go ahead and read the article.
Actually,
and what it is it's a trap.
I thought the bracket was prismatic.
That's square.
No, square brackets. We're talking about parentheses. And what they're doing here is they're saying you sign a document to a specific. Your written world says nothing, and you sign your autograph. And what are you autographing? If all the written word is gibberish and you only have brackets on there that have an absolute fact, you just signed a check for that specific amount. It's a trick. It's a trap.
Is there a difference between curved brackets and square brackets?
Oh yeah. Whenever you use a square bracket like this here, that removes it. We had a document where the insurance company was going to do a settlement with the individual. It said the person was failing to state a claim, and then he took real fine pen. This was not done by a computer. It was done by hand, and put an F around the failing to state a claim. Ailing to state a claim, now the definition of ailing means that the statement was corrupt from the beginning, therefore they confessed to being corrupt in their findings, and because the whole document was a confession in the form of saying that the insurance company was now going to settle with this individual and give them $30,000, the fact that they put a bracket around the F turned the document around 180 degrees, saying that they were trying to extort money from the insurance company in the term of $30,000, which gives the insurance company the ability to go after them for ailing for $120,000 and bankrupt them. You're under the RICO.
Case law.
Just by simply putting a small bracket around the F. So we took that to court and we sued them for the condition by which they presented that, and we won the case. We got the $30,000 out of it.
So that was their intent?
Yeah, the intent was just by putting this bracket made the document 180 degrees different.
Case law is full of that, where they'll quote it in
Oh yeah.
They'll bracket out a letter of a word, middle sentence, and all kinds of...
And this is the one where they use it most. In the word the, they put the bracket around it. Instead of the court, it's he court. 44.1.
What's a he court?
What's a he court? Judge is in charge.
What are they for
Then you better watch it. It's really not a he.
No, the point is, he is an adverb, same as the is an adverb. There's no preposition in front of it. Yes.
All the Parliament of Canada statutes always have on the bottom of the title, the short title is the Appropriations Act 1999, for example. And it will have in square brackets assented to July 1st or July 10th, whatever the date is of that particular year. Square brackets. Assented to.
Well, two men, it was never enacted, for one thing, and therefore they're just giving people a suggested date of when you should pay attention to it, but it was never enacted, so therefore it's a presumption. Because the courts, right, that's removed, so therefore it leaves the judge with the option of either using it or not using it. You sign a contract in fiction when you walk into his fiction environment, and he can make anything he wants happen now. See, the unique thing is that when we file our documents, we stipulate on there that nothing can be brought into the court except that document. There is no outside interference. I don't care how many books he's got on top of his desk, revised code for Canada, that's irrelevant, or even in the United States titles. They're not part of the document that I have a contract with. No more than I enter a contract to sell a car to Mac here, or Mark, and you don't have any right to tell me how much I'm going to have to charge him for the car. It's not your contract, it's between him and I. And if I've got a contract with the judge and the district attorney's office and maybe a respondent in the action, or a bosselee in the action, no one in this room has any right to interfere with that contract. The contract is the most powerful tool in the world, and it supersedes all jurisdictions and laws. That's always been that way. Because without contract, you have no commerce. Without commerce, everybody's dead. The world would totally go into a meltdown.
What about the curve bracket? What significance?
When you put a curve bracket, they're saying you have to solve for this first, but anytime, if I said the word for, and put that, and then wrote the word for, after it, I'm saying that this is the definition. This symbol, which is a noun, is the definition of this here, and writing it twice. Because a foreign language will write, like if I said this in Spanish, it would be quad. Where this for would still be for in Spanish. There isn't another symbol. All 250 nations agree that this is the symbol for, regardless what word I'm going to place after this in over 5,000 dialects.
Well, what I mean here, if you're in writing script and you have brackets in a phrase or a word, what does that word out of text?
Well, like I can do it this way too. I can go cup, coffee. Like this here. This means it's been removed from the document, but it says it's a cup of coffee. This is going to be the definition of what this cup represents as coffee. So you're going to solve for coffee first, because technically you're talking about coffee, not cup, but the understanding is that this is a container that is full of coffee. So this becomes the definition of this.
So every time they mention cup further on, it's a cup of coffee.
No, it's only at this point.
Only at that point.
But when I put something in parentheses in a sentence, it's a different thought. That's how I use it. So I'm talking about something that
If you're talking about something that's supposed to be removed, like if I did this, instead of putting a brackets, I put quotation marks like that, that removed it. That's an oral command from another source. There's no continuance of evidence. You've just broken you've removed it from the paper.
So that's the same as a square bracket? If you put something
On the paper, it's the same as you're making a quote from another source and you're bringing it into this document, but the continuance of evidence has been removed. It's not, the courts always use this here because what they're...
only in legal documents?
Right, that's only in legal documents. And so people do it all the time. You see it in your newspapers, nonfiction novels, whatever. But if you're going to get involved with legal writing, and you want to do a contract with the court, I tell people flat out, do not do this. There's none of it in my book. There's none of it in any of our lawsuits. We don't use the parentheses in our books. We'll use a parentheses like if I'm going to do 3 like this here, and then I go ahead and put my period, and I'm going to go ahead and write a sentence. In other words, I number my paragraphs. That's an understanding that that's a number of a paragraph. But it's removed. In other words, it's not part of that paragraph, but I'm going to use reference by page and paragraph. All paragraphs are numbered, so this becomes a reference point. In legal, if you do not number a paragraph and you make one mistake on a paper, your whole entire document is disqualified. If you have a number and you make a mistake, you only lose that number. That's how legal works. That's why when you have an but real estate contracts, they write them on 17-inch long pieces of paper, both sides, every single line is numbered, and it's in very small print. If you put that in 11-point print, you'd have a 20-page document, not one. But it's a bonded document because it's dealing with Lodio. But all of your real estate documents are, in fact, written in fiction. Adverb, verb, adverb, verb. But each specific line that an individual would specify, if you made a mistake on that line or you were aware of a mistake, you would only lose that one line from contents and everything else would fall in. Would still be legal on the document. And the way I've seen these real estate documents where a person just puts one line across the whole thing and they would say, well, this whole area's been removed, that's just really shoddy work. Because when we had our fire, the insurance company came out and they had their forms and I'm going, this is all garbage. I says, you can't do business this way. And I wrote my own insurance policy. And that was enforced. And matter of fact, the legal staff of the insurance company quit the insurance company when it was presented to them that wanted to do my fire. Because the man that was going to do the adjustments, he wasn't an attorney, but when he took it back to his home office, all the 7 attorneys of that office quit. We realized if this thing is coming in, we're out of here because we can't be associated with you. We'll lose our licenses. Yes.
Is underlining legally acceptable as you have underlined now?
Oh yeah, my whole book. Anytime you use a compound noun, I underline it.
So
see, nobody in any legal before this technology came out ever underlined.
So we should do that in our...
I do it because I'm pushing forward. Maybe at some point in the future they're going to pass some law or whatever that says in the truth that says underlining is no longer necessary. But it ties your words together and it says you can't break them apart. It makes it a compound noun and it gives it emphasis with the underlining. Do not italicize. Italicize means you've got a misspelled word. That's why when you open your checking accounts or savings accounts at the banks, if you're going to use your punctuated names, tell your bank to italicize your name, otherwise the computer system will crash. So, if you think you can, if they think they can get past that, well then they better have an antivirus program to clean up their computer.
So we're trying to see what happens with it.
Yes.
I think so.
Right.
If we need to use sick in a parenthesis, do we follow the way you've done it?
Here's another thing I want to show you guys about using the word sick.
Before you erase all that, you have an ambiguity on the board with that line. If you look at the division symbol with one number over another, and look at scientific notation, you'll notice that one number does go over a number in true division, not 4 divided by 4. And by looking at that, if you rewrite that properly without the ambiguity, you can see the answer is really 4, not a quarter.
Well, that's going to be disputed. Right.
4 divided by 4 is that way.
It is that way. It's 4 divided by 4. The line, the dot above and below, you replace the number with the dot.
But it's not 4 divided by 4 because it's multiplication.
Well, actually, you write that.
So
That's the 4 by 4 appears at the bottom in the denominator. 4 over 4 equals 1.
If we use parentheses, the problem disappears.
Because that's being highly defined. The point I was trying to make to people is you go ahead and you look at the word United States and you're going to go ahead and say, well, that's the name of the country, except that this is an adjective and a pronoun, and then I'll put after this SIC. Now the word sick means that it's a fictitious conveyance, but it means it's an accurate. This sick means the word accuracy. If this is fraud, it's an accurate fraud. If they have called themselves an accurate fraud, you still have to respect their accurate fraud because that's what they want to be identified for. I'm going to come back underneath it, and I'm going to put my prepositional phrase in there and hyphenate it and then underline it, and I'm going to correct it. Now, when the government, after the United States came out, even district court came out, they always used to write it that way, and then they went to in the, and the entire federal government was ordered to put in the in front of their prepositional phrase, thinking that they were going to go ahead and give authorization to their uppercase titled name, but they never put their hyphens in here or in here. Strict means original jurisdiction. This means demon god of the underworld for trickery in the court. So you got to put your hyphen in there, and that's why we've changed it. Even in Canada, you have to call it Dice-Strict Court. We made a presentation in Wyoming to the Congress, the legislation, and their their Senate when we were out there on Friday. On Tuesday, they called an emergency meeting 72 hours later, and they, in Douglas, Wyoming, and they disqualified the word district from every court and filing everything in the state. Everything is now circuit. They got rid of district on all their, because they weren't going to be using demon god for anything. There's a lot of Mormons out there. They really were tricked. When they found out they were tricked by language in that, they just went out and they passed a bill and they hit all governments at the same time in one day. And it was every head of every county was ordered to Douglas, Wyoming for a meeting just to discuss this word. And they came back with circuit. It was on CNN by Thursday. Yes.
Is that circuit remove you from local jurisdiction? No, is that you wouldn't use that word? You use district on your document.
I use district because it's my document. It's not theirs. It's mine. I'm the one that paid the fee, filed it, captured that jurisdiction, am renting that court jurisdiction, and everyone that comes into it. Like in the city of Milwaukee, they've got my face up, and I'm the only guy in the state of Wisconsin that cannot use federal district courts. And they say David-Wynn Miller is not allowed to file any paperwork in this court. And anyone, they used to have a law that says anyone that files a David-Wynn Miller copyright in district court in the state of Wisconsin, Mr. Miller will be fined $10,000 for aiding and abetting the filing of these documents in the truth. And then the United States Supreme Court came back and slapped them on the hand going, you can't do that, that's apartheid. And so they had to pull all that down, but they still won't let me file. They won't even let me in the federal building. Every time they see me, if you don't leave, you're going to be sued for trespass. I'm going, this is my building, not yours.
Does that mean that they won't call you in there either then?
Right. They don't, I am like...
You're like a Teflon guy then, with respect to government court.
Well, I travel a lot, and I, with the UN now giving me sovereignty nation status, they're saying that I'm an entity outside their quantum of fiction. So it's a unique scenario. But I set myself up since I was 5 in gold and silver, so I don't need paper money. I've got enough money to live for the rest of my natural life in gold and silver bartering. So, and I have no problem with getting work done and getting things done with gold and silver. People are very, very cooperative. Yes.
Comment on currency notations. What is the exact way that we should mark it? Is it two lines, S with one line, dollar sign?
Oh. A unique thing took place at the Turner trial. I got on this one banknote. The banknote itself, manufactured, had the S with 2 lines. Now, S with 2 lines was U.S. The bottom was just erased, and that's what happened there. Walt Disney, who started the cartoon industry prior to the bankruptcy of, the gold standard being removed in 1933, all the cartoons contained a money bag with 2 lines on it. After 1933, it was then changed to peso with 1 line, which meant Federal Reserve notes. Another thing is when you use an S with 2 slashes in this format, it means a certified signature. If you're in jail and you cannot sign your name, but you can make a phone call to somebody that you trust and authorize them to put an S double slash like this, and then if I wrote my name here, and then put an S double slash, and you just block print it, and then underneath there, because I was the person who put that in there, I would then sign my signature underneath it as taking responsibility because I did that. The individual whose name this is in jail. When he then is called into court, the judge will ask him one question: is that your certified signature? And he'll say yes on the paperwork. That's how you get signatures signed when people cannot be there. If you had to file some papers here in Vancouver, and the person who had to get them filed was in London, let's say, out of the country, so you can pick up the phone, and who's ever doing the filing only has to do this. If you see a document issued by a clerk of the courts, and it says judge's signature, and you see a S slash, that means there's an original copy in the file of the judge's signature, and that the clerk has been authorized by the judge to use this symbol because there's too many documents to sign, and he's authorized the clerk, who is the postmaster and responsible for in the truth certification on script, to go ahead and sign his name. That's why how that's used.
Can you back up to the 2 slashes of the S?
Say again?
About the signature, if you just start, and one more time about the S and the slash on either side. Just repeat that first one a bit.
This means a certification that the person who puts this symbol down has authorization of this entity who gave him permission to use it.
Okay.
To use their name.
And then when they get the real document, they put their autograph underneath.
Right. If you call me up and say, I've got to go to court and I need to have copyright release from you for whatever reason.
Or a lien removed from a building. Got to run downtown the lawyer's office, sign a lien release.
Yeah.
I can tell my lawyer she could do that for me.
Yeah, you can tell your lawyer over the phone, and she'll do it, and then if you get put on trial for it, and you've got to go up and stand in front of a judge, you say, yes, I authorize that to be initiated.
So say, for example, you would, if I was needed an autograph, I would call you, and you'd put Linda in the middle?
Right.
And then you just sign Linda underneath?
No, I would write.
You would authenticate.
Here, if I wrote Linda here, like this here, I would still sign my name because I'm the person who's carrying this document in. I have authorization from you to write your name on the authorization line, and that we have a conversation. This means that you and I are in agreement, and I have authorization to sign your name.
Don't you have to write Linda's last name too?
Well, of course, I'm just consolidating space
Before
here.
and after, or just S in front?
Pardon?
Before and after?
Yeah, both sides. Otherwise, somebody else could add more information beyond that. Anything outside of these brackets don't count. If you see a clerk only use one of these symbols, it's not legal. You've got to have 2 of them, and you have to have somebody's name in the middle. Because a clerk will do is they'll put one symbol down and no judge's name and say, well, it's in the file. But you don't know who the judge is, because then you got, later down the road, it might be great for the date it took place, but try 6 months from now when you got to go back and get certified copies, they're going to say, you can't get an apostille on that. That's not legal.
And that would be the natural name, or in the noun name.
Yes.
In between the 2 S's.
Right. However their official title is.
Just back up for a second. Were you saying that S with one line is peso, Canadian dollar, and American dollar?
Subclass of dollar, commonly owned.
Okay, it's a symbol. This is the peso symbol. There's about 8 different currencies worldwide, including Argentina, which is 3,800 to 1, that uses this symbol. The IRS is giving you in Revenue Canada, goes ahead and they write a symbol like this here, and they always leave 2 character spaces and then say, give me $750,000. And they want the highest form of currency paid to, which would be a United States dollar, not a Canadian dollar. But because you got more than 2 character spaces, this peso sign means nothing. It's not joined. Just like when you put 2 spaces between sentences, they're not joined. If you do the same thing in your in your postage, you could give them staples. Well, that's what one of the guys did. He actually went in there. They wanted 750,000 staples, so he bought a bunch of staples and he took them in there and says, "Here, I'm paying my taxes." And the guy says, "What's this?" He says, "Well, you asked for 750,000. I'm giving you 750,000 staples. You didn't specify what you wanted. It's my determination what it is." He says, "Well, it's dollars." And going, "No, that's a symbol of the peso." I says, "If you want to do this, divide this by 3,850 now, and say this is a joinder, you didn't specify what this identification is." And every form that you guys have shown me, both in the United States and in Canada, does the same thing. They always keep these symbols 2 character spaces away from the number. Or they just write the number down, they have nothing, and they say, "Give us that much money." You're going, that's an assumption. Or they box it. Yeah, and the other one is they go ahead and they put a square box around it, which strictly removes it from the paper, giving no liability of extortion. If you want to volunteer to pay...
Vancouver had peso sign 25. I gave you 25 pesos.
Yeah, and they said, "We won't accept that." That's $2.50, by the way.
Section 31 of the Bills of Exchange Act. The Bills of Exchange Act of Canada, which is a Father Act from 1894, under Section 30 and 31, if on the face of the document there's something that is missing or without material evidence of something else for what is to substitute it, you may, as a holder in due course, put anything you wish in that spot to complete that invoice.
And that comes under the rules of evidence. There is no continuance of evidence or definition on this piece of paper to identify what this is or what the intent is, who is to receive it, where's the contract, where's the signatures. There is nothing. You're getting a blank piece of paper that is totally unauthorized and written in fiction. Revenue Canada constantly does that to you guys. They send you out this blank piece of paper that says, give us your money, or you have failed to do something. You can't perform a failure. You cannot perform a failure. You can perform an act, but you can't perform a failure. You can't make a contract for a failure either. So it's an oxymoron, right? And the Revenue Canada will only speak to you in negative performance.
Now, if the peso sign has been accepted in U.S. and Canada as dollars for so long, is it...
It's your presumption. It's just a presumption. There's no continuance of evidence.
So what does this mean in application? You get a bill from wherever and it's got just a number on it.
Just a number. It doesn't mean anything.
So what would be a procedure to just send it back?
Send it back saying this is unintelligible. You know, under 12B1, you lack knowledge on how to communicate. Please get an education and refile. And it's as simple as that. I mean, I know you guys want to go ahead and make something of it. If they're going to flat out say, if you want to go ahead and invent technology, be inventive.
So David, if all our machines, our computers, our typewriters only had that symbol for the dollar,
that's their excuse.
Then that's special. Where are they now?
I got them if you want them. So
there you go.
That's gone. Next question. You want the fonts? Call me. I'll give them to you.
Your computer has over 550 fonts in it. You just have to go into the font section. It's a complete screen of fonts, and you highlight that font and you assign it to a key on your keyboard. Keep a track of where you're going to be putting it because you'd be typing and all of a sudden like you're going to. Usually, you got to do Control Shift and then hit that. So you got to go through 3 processes to alter and get to those fonts that you want to assign to any specific key or anything on your keyboard. I mean, anything on your keyboard can be given that assignment, but you've got all kinds of different symbols.
Yeah.
Just for, like I say, 550 of them. And it's just, we're engineered for shorthand.
Can we go to that quantum Star Trek stuff and then some court procedure? Enough about peso. Let's get into some real meat.
But on the Vancouver land tax, they have similar. They have really sloppy.
Of course they do.
But it doesn't have symbols. They can tell you what they want. They have a number. It's not spelled out. It's not spelled out. It's not even.
Unless you unless you close, C-L-O-S-E, unless you close what you're doing, it does not have meaning.
Right.
And if you look up disclose, it says see close. And if you look up close, it says that it is a completion of information. And they must qualify for the completion of information. There is no presumptions in law, assumptions or opinions. So don't go there. Their whole entire operation, under Robert Rules of Orders, the entire Canadian government is in violation. A New Zealand attorney broke the codes on New Zealand's violations and said Canada has the same problem, went to the New Zealand court and won his case. Then they said when this gets out, the implications of losing New Zealand and Canada simultaneously in the world economy because of violations in Robert's Rules of Orders would be devastating to the insurance and banking industry because it would set up chain reactions through treaties. So they're kind of keeping this thing real quiet right now. So Daniel Lear has been corresponding with the New Zealanders on this, trying to get this guy up here to Vancouver, but he can't get his passport approved because Canada does not want him in to do a presentation on how this technology is going to disqualify and all the information he's uncovered because of the violations of Robert's Rules of Order. When Canada set up, they just all of a sudden one morning they were here and said, we're here, this is what you're going to be doing, and they've been here long enough that everyone that lived, that before the fiction and at the fiction is dead now, or they're so old people disqualify them as being senile. So all of you were born into an inherited fraud. You just have to be able to cut down through all the fiction to get down to the meat of it all. This technology allows you to correct everything and say fraud is fraud. There is no middle road here. That's why UN is out there meeting right now. Now, speaking about the UN, the other question was Rothschild and the Masons and how they are getting involved with this. There are two different organizations within the Masons. One is evil and one is good. One is very godly, very righteous, and there's another one that infiltrated about 1840 and has been using the Masons' technology and using their position of protection to set up this racketeering game. Now, the law on the Masons is a Mason must protect another Mason globally in all religions and all political foundations except for two reasons: first-degree murder and treason. We have perfected treason in every conduct. So when a Mason judge gets hit to one of my lawsuits which sues him for what's called constructive treason, which means contract treason, no other Mason can protect him from that. The only ones that would protect him are also guilty of the same constructive treason. Then it becomes a tar pit, and it runs its course until it winds up at the UN or the World Court under a writ of habeas corpus. At which time these guys usually pack their bags, change their names, and are gone, picked up their offshore monies, and have disappeared into a third world. And there's over 500 judges in 4 years have done that. So they don't want to stand trial for this. A lot of the judges, like our research team, as they go around for the books and that, have bumped into some of these judges that are off the bench, have changed their names, but are willing to talk because they said it was R42s. That when they were presented to them or passing their desk, they looked at one and said, if this technology is here, I'm not going to be a judge anymore, and they got up and left before they were even sued or anybody woke up to the fact. And so those with conscience have been leaving, and I keep telling these guys, if you got a conscience, fix it. You're on the inside. Don't run away from it. So that's what I got to say about that.
What does sick mean?
Sick means accuracy of the fiction. That's what we're always doing. When we write our name and properly punctuated, the fiction will write your name on your documents with the full colons, the punctuation, but afterwards put down sick, which means accuracy and the truth within our fiction. Fiction and truth can never come together. This is how the way we remove them from our paperwork so that we do not have a contaminated document is we must identify sick when we use their accuracy in fiction. And they have to do the same thing to us. I guess you can call it a courtesy, but it is required. Otherwise, you're going to contaminate your document with one dirty word. And that's how sick works.
So it's presenting the evidence accurately.
Yes. If they want to be called as accurate fiction, we must identify it, but it can't be interfering with our truth. So therefore, we have to put sick after it. And you can look it up in the dictionary.
That previous word or phrase, combined noun or whatever, sick only applies to.
Yeah. What I'll do is when I'm going to write anything like that, I'll either bold it, put sick after it, or underline it. So it has a cutoff point. Usually an underline is sufficient because it gives it a cutoff point and doesn't disqualify other information around it.
Have you seen them put sick around beside your punctuated name?
Oh yeah, they do it to me all the time.
Which shows that they have knowledge of what...
Oh yeah, they fully know what they're doing. This isn't an accident. You can't write a document with 400 words on a page and not have a single noun on it. even picking lottery numbers is better than that, yeah.
Do you have, I'm just backtracking a little bit, do you have an author and title and stuff for that book you're talking about on that procedure?
Yes, I do.
And is there an authority for that book? Like, what gives that book any more?
If you give me a call Wednesday or hit me, if anybody wants this information, hit me on the email and I'll go ahead and I'll type it in and give you a reference, give you the EIN number for it so you can go into the library, pull it out. You can get it from Barnes & Noble. I'll even photocopy the page for you and fax it over to you on a photocopy. How's that sound? Yeah, yes.
If SIC removes the words United States, then 4 and D is left over as 2 words by themselves. So then they...
No, I put that on there. In other words, this in the now is on all the paperwork. But this noun turns this into you got to underline it in our paperwork to make that a single compound noun proper. But the government is going to go ahead and they're going to take off this and they're going to take off that, and they're going to leave it that way, but they're not going to have it underlined. And so this becomes the adjective, and that's the pronoun. It's an automatic disqualification.
So how do you make SIC apply to more than one word before it? You can't quote...
No, you continually repeat the SIC every time for every word that you're going to use. In other words, this phrase, I can underline it and use one SIC. If on the next sentence down, and I use the word and United Nations, let's say, I'll put SIC after United Nations and underline that. The and is not enjoined to SIC. You got to physically identify each section that you're going to identify in the accuracy of fiction.
You have to correct it by putting the hyphen.
No, you do not correct it. You do not correct their language. You do not have authorization to correct their fraud. You merely say, we know that you're fraud. We are going to identify your fraud with a SIC symbol, and
well, if you correct it, it's no longer SIC.
That's right.
What about if we put the CCRA? Apparently that is not yet legal.
What is CCRA?
Canada Customs and Revenue Agency.
If you want to use an abbreviation, then you better go ahead and have a CCRA equals, and then write that out, so that you have to call that an abbreviation. Every single one of our documents has an abbreviation section in it. When I do my trusts, like the David-Wynn Miller Trust, I mean, that's 14 letters, or 15 spaces. And then I'll say equals DWM. And DWM, I'm using 275 times in the document. I can take up this space, or I can take up this space. Instead of having 50 pages, I got 38 pages. And so I'm going to use the abbreviation throughout the entire document. It is legal. On the bottom of every page it says abbreviation, this means this. So there's a continuance of evidence on every page.
But what I was sort of referring to, we're not sure in Canada if the CCRA is a completely legal thing. So if we put SIC after it, would it indicate
you put SIC after it. And number 2, anybody sends you a piece of paper with an abbreviation that does not have a disclosure, that is, all single pieces of paper are trusts. I don't care where it comes from. If they use an abbreviation and there's no disclosure on that page for that abbreviation, it doesn't count. It means nothing. You know, they're all constantly saying, well, you know what it means. They can't tell anybody. Nobody can tell you what you know. Your volition is unique. It's invisible. Yes.
Just one small. Does SIC just apply to the word, the paragraph, the phrase, the sentence?
Only what it touches. There's no space between the S and the parentheses.
And if you wanted it to work to 6 words, you need SIC after every individual.
No. You just underline the 6 words and then touch it. The underline, incorporate, goes right underneath here with this, just like that.
That's missing.
That's your joinders, the underlining.
Thank you.
And the no space.
And no space. That's right.
Page 29, David, there's the United States District Court, and it says space bracket 6. There's a space there.
Well,
Your errors, if you want us to find it. I mean, I only got through like 5 pages last night. I found a whole stack of errors.
of course, there's lots of errors in my book. That's on purpose, yes. It stops you guys from copying, for one thing, because those are my copy claims. Those are my copyrights. And those mistakes are put in there on purpose. Because you know what people were doing? They'd walk out of the seminar on Saturday, they'd walk in Monday morning, they'd cut the pages right out of the book with my name in 9-point print and all the mistakes, write their name on top and file it. They were that gullible. And I says, no, this isn't going to happen no more. So I got with the judges, and I says, because the judge calls me up and he goes, you know what, I got your book here, somebody filed it. Did you have a seminar last week over in our city? I'm going, yeah. I says, what did they do? He says, well, he filed your book as a complaint against me. I'm going, well, that was real bright. So this is a defense mechanism. It says, when you can pick out the mistakes in my book, you're also going to know how to rewrite the document. 99% of it's there. And when you get done with it, you can send it to me to look at. But you don't learn.
Do you have the disc of the error version?
You've got your entire life of being brainwashed in fiction. You think that 12 hours is going to break that brainwashing? You know, you might be sharp in a relaxed environment. You stand in front of a federal judge that's going to put you in jail for 10 years, and I guarantee your adrenaline is so high you don't even know what your name is, let alone how to explain that paperwork. You need rehearsal. And so I'm protecting you. I'm stopping the people that are so angry that they're dangerous. They're going to hurt themselves. And so I made a deal with the court system that says, I'm going to go ahead and teach this, but I'm also going to put down traps. You don't get to be leader because you're smart or you can copy. You get to be leader because you know where mistakes are. You've got to be able to identify the mistakes in my own paperwork. There's traps everywhere, and I put those in there to protect you. And if you can identify those traps and know the difference between right and wrong, and correct it and file a true document, then I don't have to sit there and worry that you're going to go to jail when you use my technology, because I can give you a perfect document. That doesn't tell me you know where the other 99 landmines are. You know, you got to go from that wall to that wall. There's 100 landmines on this floor. How many of them you get to step on to get to that wall? 0. And your paperwork's got to be that accurate, because when you take this paperwork, you might go to your circuit court first, then your district court, then your Queen's Bench, Court of Appeals, Federal District Court, and then all of a sudden it winds up at the UN or the United States Supreme Court or the Canadian Supreme Court. These guys are very accurate. You make one mistake, don't even put a period at the end of a sentence, you're disqualified. They are that picky, and so are the World Court people. They are that picky. So we not only use our own mind, we work as a team. You get 5 guys to proofread your document. And if they can't find anything wrong with it, and you can't find anything wrong with it, and your computer mathematically can't find anything wrong with it, because you know what I did? I wrote a whole document, and I filed this lawsuit. And I had, just to show you how gullible people are, I wrote a lawsuit at the seminar here, and I wrote the 1,100 times in one lawsuit. You know they filed that lawsuit with the in it? 1,100 times in a lawsuit. And I only let 12 of these books get out. But one of those people actually filed it, copied it right out of the complaint with the in there. And it was for let's just say the word car here. And they filed it that way. And they didn't think anything of it. They don't read with understanding. And, oh yeah, I should do this one too. Now, what does that say? Read it out loud.
Test your IQ.
Go real slow here. Taking his time. And then comes out of Miller's wallet, you take your time.
Guaranteed to double your IQ, your money back.
You're supposed to read it out loud, not yourself. He's trying to.
Under the circumstances of what I know now and what I used to know before, I used to
read it out loud.
do that under the circumstances of discriminating yourself.
Test your IQ. Read out loud the wording in the 3 triangles. First triangle, Paris in the spring. Second, bird in the hand. Third triangle, once in a lifetime.
Good, you got it right. You know, we did this at a seminar. I passed this around, and 49 people out of 50 said Paris in the spring, bird in the hand, once in a lifetime. And when it got to the 50th person, he read it correctly, and everyone in the room said, "Give me that back." And they all realized that they were trained sublimically not to see articles. And they only read one article. Everyone in the room read 4 words in a square. And there's 5 in the triangle. And everyone in the room read 4 words in the triangle. The point being is that they were shocked to see what they couldn't see even when it was in front of them, and they got 3 chances to find and see it, and they still couldn't see it. And when they took it back, they all had to laugh at themselves because they didn't pay attention.
There's another one like that where it's a paragraph and it says count all the F's, and everybody, most people don't count the F on the word of. They think of it as a V, I guess, in their heads, and they always miss it.
Well, or don't think of that as a word.
Yeah.
You guys can play with that one for a while. It's a linear equations, 4th grade math. There's only one linear equation that fits that. All right, he wants to see quantum. So
Before we do it, please.
Yeah.
You said 11 point is the only legal size, so 12 point doesn't...
No, 11 and 12 are the only 2 they accept.
11 and 12. Okay.
Yeah. If you have a special...
Courier? Does it matter?
I use Courier New all the time because that's what all the newspapers and magazines in the United States use. You are trained under Courier New, and you will read faster and more efficiently with a Courier New font than you will with New Times Romans. And your spacing on New Times, I think, it's more difficult.
Yes, more difficult.
Your eye doesn't pick up as fast. Don't forget, all letters are hieroglyphics in their own format, and you just got to go with your natural training.
You going to mention something about the Rothschilds?
Yeah, that's later.
All right. We'll get through all of it. All right. Now, in 1801, Rothschild, as you know, after Napoleon was defeated, took over the banking system globally. They captured 60% of the assets in Europe, and from that they went ahead and they pushed forward to establish their IMF, International Monetary Fund, globally. Now, the IMF only controls 18% of all the banking and money on the planet. The Chinese, 1.2 billion people, are independent from that organization. So they're 1 out of 4 people on this rock. So, and they are using In the Truth Banking, our program. Chinese are, yes.
Isn't Malaysia too?
Yeah, I think Malaysia's in on it. There's about 12 countries that work with them. The Chinese, however, only use their 10,000 letter hieroglyphic alphabet yet. It takes 6 months to translate a normal document to do any kind of banking with them. And so that's a very slow, tedious program. While in February of this year, my contacts in London went to Hong Kong and presented our program, our tapes and our book on the new quantum theories. They were accepted by the Chinese because it's only 26 letters, mathematically certified in all languages. And that broke it's a lot easier to just use 26 letters than it is to use 10,000 symbols because of the amount of memory that it takes. And now that they've got an absolute program, they're wanting to work with us on this. So I'm going to be probably around Christmas time going to Hong Kong. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling, long distance traveling, to set these programs up in respective countries. This program that's going on at the UN right now is an IMF program. They wanted to undermine. There's 2 parallel programs running simultaneously. One is in gold, silver, diamonds. In other words, hard assets, In the Truth Banking. The other one is In the Truth Banking, but with the Federal Reserve System and the IMF.
But they're gangsters. I mean, they're...
That's an opinion, okay? I respect it. You guys are entitled to your opinions, but that's not what's happening here. I know how the system works. I know how the money works. Rothschild knows I know how the money works. We've had a lot of discussions about it. He wanted to know how good I was, about what I'm doing. Do I understand the global responsibility of what I'm doing? If you're going to complain about something, you have to be the first one to have a solution to the complaint. Now, man has, I think it was Kennedy was the first one in '64. He was going to make a change. He was going to change fiction for fiction. And everyone that's come after him that wanted to change fiction for fiction in this banking system has been assassinated. Our program, when it was presented, said, we're not going to change your fiction. We're going to develop a brand new mathematical procedure in the truth language, and we're going to run parallel to you. We're going to take all of your fiction that the world has created, and we are going to identify that into a truthful scenario. We're going to move it from a reserve system into a gold system. And we are going to do it on paper in the truth. Now, Earth, you can inflate the value of supply and demand because you've only got one Earth. You've got 6 billion people today. 1960, you only had 4 billion people on the planet. It's going to exponentialize itself as the years go on. You know, in 10 years, we're going to have like 8 or 9 billion people on this rock. There's going to be resource pressures from everywhere. That's why the Nikola Tesla coils have to be built now, because it's going to take that long to get everything up and running. You can't keep burning up these fossil fuels. There's just the planet won't support that much pressure. And you want 100 billion people on this rock, you're going to have a very, very efficient system to clean everything as fast as you...
What if they have a tsunami? What happens then to the Tesla that's in the water? It's 5 miles.
Let's carry on with the program.
A 1 square mile boat is not going to be affected by a 200-mile-an-hour wind, believe me. This is a very unique program. It was built to withstand the temperatures of Earth. The only shortcut you would, or rather the only I guess the only shortfall you would have would be an absolute act of sabotage, you know, where somebody sets off a bomb within the system. So the security on this thing is going to be very tight. Each one of these units, just like your nuclear power plants all around the planet, security is like very maxed out, so that no one even gets close to them. Nobody lives within a mile of one of these units because they want a security zone. When we develop a system, my father taught me when I was very young, don't come into because I was raised in the soda water industry. He says, don't come in here and tell me how to run the shop unless you've got a solution. Don't bring me problems. I've got enough problems with machinery breaking down. Bring me solutions. And so I learned from the time I was 12 years old how to solve solutions and bring only solution to the table. When I developed this program, he says, you're going to do that? He says, you better do it from a solution standpoint. He says, because the first time you complain, you're just going to be one of the other 6 billion people complaining. No one's going to hear you. So you've got to have a solution that is going to be truth. He says it has to cut through all languages, religions, political foundations. If you have truth, 3 + 3 = 6, he says it doesn't matter where you go, it has to stand by itself. You can't say, well, show me the lawsuit where somebody else agreed with it. You have to use your own deductive reasoning. The people that I'm working with promoting this program globally have looked at what I've done. They've proved to themselves, they have enough intelligence to understand what they're doing, that this is, in fact, in the truth. That's why after 200 seminars, I'm still up here teaching it. The government doesn't want this program to be disrailed. They don't want it interfered with. They know that between Canada and the United States, we've got 300 million people. Well, we got 50 in the room today, so that's fine. It's small groups, and it's small groups all over the United States, and it's grassroots. We're not politicians. We don't run big corporations. We're just grassroots people, but we're studying, and we're learning how to do this, and we're going out there and we're going to the bosses of the big corporations, says, employ us. We have specific skills now in the truth. And we're making changes very slowly. They don't want a big rush on this thing. Now, when I went to
What do you mean they?
the banks, in other words, Rothschild doesn't want to rush on this thing. Neither do the governments. They need time to educate. They don't want to. The government doesn't want to stand up and say we're stupid, okay? And they don't want to be embarrassed because there's 250 other countries looking at them also. Even when the United States government was presented with this, they said, "You're going to give it to us first, aren't you?" I'm saying, "Well, I'm an American citizen, sure." I says, "But I've been giving it to you, and you've been throwing it in my face." And he said, "Well, who else would you tell?" I says, "Everyone." He says, "What do you mean, everyone?" I says, "Everyone, all 250 nations, all the ambassadors have got copies of the books and the tapes." I says, "They're all learning simultaneously at the same learning curve." So when we went to Mexico on June 7th, I had dinner with the finance minister. June 8th, he called a meeting with the 8 largest banks in Mexico City. And they went ahead, and from 9 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock in the morning, he explained how Bank of Mexico, his bank is a pronoun, of is an adverb, making Mexico a verb, and the other 8 people didn't understand. He didn't know how to present or take a 12-hour course. In 2 hours, the only thing he did was scare these people. What do you think they went out and did? They sold pesos to the tune of dropping the Mexican peso fell against the United States dollar from 94 cents to $1.10 in 3 hours. That's never happened in Mexico's history. Even when they did a devaluation, that was only 10%. And that was by an act from the Congress and the presidents, not from just 8 banks. You can imagine the panic that this man scared these people with this technology. He had my book so they could read it and realize what was going to happen. They're looking at their bank notes, they're looking at their mortgages, they're looking at all their contracts that they've got with the banks, the whole entire system. Got 28 million people live in Mexico City. Yes, you want to. Yeah, in one city the size of Chicago, which has 3 million people. I mean, if you want an experience, take a cab drive through Mexico City. Just the experience of seeing that crowding condition. You got a box that fits a refrigerator, that's a family of 4, cardboard, with some plastic put over the top for the rain. The point is that when you get that kind of congestion, they got problems like you wouldn't believe. The whole city sells like a sewer because they don't have sewers. I mean, they got a sewer system for those who can afford housing. The rest of them, it's outside plumbing, you know. So you've got a serious problem there. I wouldn't want to be mayor of that. But when they were presented with that, the peso goes from 94 to $1.10. Of course, my phone starts ringing. You know, because they know that I was there. They watched who I met with. They saw the chain reaction. They followed the people around. And they said, what did you do? And I says, well, we tried to express a in the truth treaty agreement with Mexico. But somebody misunderstood because they went off on a tangent. So we had to bring in $500 million to stabilize the Mexican economy overnight. We told the Secretary of Treasury here in the United States, the State Department, Interpol, Rothschild, and Israeli Security Council that we will stabilize the thing. The market will open at 94 or 95 on Friday, and business will be normal. We will stabilize it. Upon stabilizing it, we will then put back the money. Our organization in this World Banking Program now is moving $40 trillion. Now that's a sizable amount of commitments. But these people understand what we're doing, and they can see the validity that a whole world can go into a one world banking system where everything is certified. They know the computers are going to be running the accuracy of the numbers, but it's the words on the paper that have to be standardized globally to make this program work. No one's going to be able to steal from this program, undermine, or do anything else. So when we went to Mexico, we did 2 things. We showed that uneducated people need to be educated, and we showed that we also have the power to stop small issues from getting out of control overnight. The Mexican government had to just dump $50 million in U.S. currency at 2 o'clock and suspend trading on the peso just to stop it at 110. But then it opened at 95. So the 8 guys that blew their cool, they took a real chunk of change out of their pocket as a penalty. So the market's been stable ever since then, while they're now learning. Question?
You said about $40 trillion. You took all the gold and the mines at date with about 130,000.
We don't work with, that's irrelevant. Gold is a standard, silver is a standard, diamonds is a standard. What's Earth worth?
Depends what you look at a resource, right?
How much gold do you think they've dug out of the ground for what's available on planet Earth?
10% fraction.
10? I bet you they haven't touched 1,000th of 1% of the gold that's available in the soil. And what's gold worth? I'll give you a pound of molybdenum, titanium, meridium, zirconium. I mean, you got all your rare metals in that you need for. What do you want? You want a gold-plated razor blade this morning, or do you want to have a 1.1 carbon steel razor blade with a chromium factor, so you can get 60 shaves out of it and feel good about yourself for the next 6 months on one blade? Or do you want it made out of 24 karat gold, which will just tear your face up with one shave? You know, what is gold worth? You got to be practical. Where does money? Where's value? Is gold going to keep you warm tonight, or is a house over your head?
Eat it.
Yeah. You want a steak for dinner, or you want to have a piece of gold for dinner? One drop of it, which your digestive system won't even see. The point is, it's fun to wear for jewelry. You can use it for a standard. You can play games with it. It's not practical. Paper or plastic, you know.
So you're going to go to a barter-based system is what you're aiming for?
No, the barter-based system is I got a document, and my document is no bigger than this piece of paper here, and it's worth $1 billion. How much gold is that? You know, a couple tables of cubes here. You know, the point is, I can do on paper what you guys do in metal because I have the capacity to translate languages and understanding accordingly. So that's why when the Swiss saw my paper, they said, these are gold certificates. What you have is a communication. Man couldn't communicate in 5,000 languages. The only thing you could see was gold, so gold became the standard. And it's been that way for 8,000 years. Now man has a formula to communicate on paper what he has in gold. And the whole idea was truth. Gold was truth. Everything else was fiction. That's the only reason gold had value. Now he's got mathematical certified truth on paper. He doesn't need gold. So it becomes an irrelevancy. It's cumbersome, it's heavy, it's fun to play with jewelry, like I said. But the paper and what goes on your volition. Go down to Aborigine out in the outback. Doesn't read, write, understand anything. What do you think his gold is?
Water.
No, his gold is the truth that he maintains with his brothers, with his wife, with his children. He's a man of the soil. He's got gold. Some of those guys are 100 years old. They've been living 100 years. They don't know anything about money. They don't know anything about values, or what we call value. Paper, plastic, MasterCard, computers. They live 100 years. What do you think they did before we had all these computers and communications? Stress. Yeah.
About the United Nations talking about registering all the citizens in the world and then dividing up, creating their own SDRs and their money so that people below a certain poverty line would be able to exchange those money or coupons for food to equalize the distribution around the world and the world welfare system.
I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'm sure they'll come up with some kind of. I know I've got books that I've seen on New World Order with the NAFTA treaties between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. I've looked at how they want to grid up the planet. United Nations is supposed to be the foresight of that. In Warsaw, Poland, on February 1st, 2000, they established a 20-story office building. And at that building is where they're rewriting the 68,000 international treaties and the truth. They're using our technology there. And so that takes a lot of time to, put that many treaties together. But they've got the quantum program there, and they're using maritime law. The whole planet is under maritime law. And I know your little municipalities will keep you going because they're running their little local racketeering outfits. And like after the fall of Russia took place in '88, the mafia took over. So, because the mafia ran the government better than the government did. They were just, one extortion racket for another extortion racket. But the mafia was doing a better job. The government controlled the military, but the mafia ran the civilian side of society.
Would this, in the truth banking, be able to communitize and give with respect to a working plan, a working social plan, because communities like the Aborigines seem to have a better social working plan within their own area or realm? Would
that only works because they live in an area of the world where no one else wants to interfere with. It's a desert. The Aborigine cannot move into downtown Vancouver and set up camp. It will not work in your society. There's a time and a place for everything.
Communities like separate municipalities and cities can't manage themselves well because of their relationship between each other in the neighborhood, as opposed to having more outside influence.
I put a wall up around Vancouver, and I allow nothing to go in or come out of it. In 7 days, your city will starve to death. Every city in America is on a 7-day food supply. You realize how complex that is and how the system of trade has to be maintained?
Are they going to recognize us as sovereign individuals with this program, the UN or New World Order? Are they going to look at us as...
You're asking for permission?
No. I'm asking, are they going to respect our sovereignty?
They're going to respect your intelligence, but they're going to expect you to work towards... Those that learn it first, they're going to become teachers to teach it to other people. You'll be paid for your time. I mean, and contract writing starts at around $100 an hour, so your standard of living will be greatly enhanced while you re-educate people. It takes 20 years to re-educate a person. And you got, look how big, if everyone in this room had a room full of people with 50, how many universities we got in the United States learning every day? How many teachers are employed in the United States? 300,000, I think it was, the last count, with the teachers union. So you got 300,000 people teaching 50 people per class per hour. And it takes 20 hours just to go through a fundamental course here, plus your own study time and own special interests. I mean, that's a lot of work. You guys are very unique. You can walk into a university when you learn this course, and you can actually get yourself a teaching certificate to teach this specific course in the truth at any university. And they pay. The universities are $68,000. Colleges pay about $38,000 to $40,000. Tech schools pay around to $30,000 to $35,000 a year. I mean, so you can make a nice living out of it.
So there's been a movement towards consolidation, and with consolidation of municipalities, consolidation of corporations and others. And with that movement, there's been a loss of the individuality within for that particular jurisdiction to cater to the concerns and needs of that area. With this movement towards the one world, banking, government, etc., well, how is that going to impact it? Because, whenever you get a centralized vehicle, it takes away from the
individuals,
ingenuity and the individuality and the sovereignty of the people in that jurisdiction.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely, and as the power core gets stronger, it's going to become more corrupt.
Right.
But this is where...
So how do you reconcile...
The reconciling is this. We told them as you create your core, as you get your power core bigger, you will not be able to go corruption because this mathematical procedure will identify you, and the penalties for being a leader that is corrupt will be very severe. So we're saying anyone that wishes to rise to a position of power, you are going to have to certify your position mathematically. You will not be able to tell lies, do modifications. You will be in the truth. You will use mathematical language in order to communicate, and everyone will know what it is they're voting on. See, so we're building this technology has its own built-in defense mechanism. No one has ever created a technology that can protect itself without human interference. This does that.
And so with the IMF, as we all know, the policies of the IMF have been to, destroy the local communities, particularly in the third world countries.
That's just racketeering. Put one big racketeering outfit putting a little racketeering outfit out, just like a big drug dealer absorbing little drug dealers.
I understand that. So I'm just going back to the conversation that started this with Rothschild and the IMF. And so the IMF and the Rothschilds ultimately is incorporating an in-the-truth banking system. So that's fundamentally going to completely shift the structure of the World Bank, the IMF, and the like. So, and why are they buying in just as a matter of pure survival?
Yes, they are. We told them, if you come on board, the world of your fiction took 200 years to capture 18%. A world of the truth, you'll have 100% and 1,000% profit at the same time. Just the fact going from 18% to 100% will give you a 500% growth, and going from fiction to gold certificate in the truth is 1,000%. So I think it's within your own understanding of greed that it is within, you have an infrastructure place. You've got satellites up, computers, banks, buildings, vaults. You have the infrastructure built. We're going to use your existing infrastructure as we develop our In the Truth program, and it will absorb you, but you will still maintain your position. No one's going to be unemployed from this. In other words, your employment factor will be highly defined. It will grow. The computers will understand mathematics because the exactness of the communication that takes place. This is computer friendly. Whereas saying the pen, which is a verb, is not computer friendly because the computer sees this as a noun and you're calling it a verb, and there's a conflict here. It's got to do this constant exchange. And now when you say pen noun, all 5,000 languages say pen noun, and there's a communication that goes global. That's not a criminal act, nor is it's subversive.
And the risk of this backfiring?
None.
I think some of the built-in safeguards, and I'll have to address the same question to a different level, but is that part of the rules that go with this is there's no negative contract.
You cannot make negative contract.
Right on the top, half the Income Tax Act is gone. No person shall. Anyone who fails, it's gone.
The word no will be removed from our vocabulary. The word not, non, un, the dis's, re's. The words that you normally use to remove your quantum of time, space, and authority are going to be removed. We're going to be working in a world that is pure mathematics. No one has ever gone to war on this planet over a math problem. Not since time. You can check it out. No religion has ever disputed another religion mathematically. No sex has ever argued with another sex over mathematics. However, we are having a discussion about procedures. So,
but where are people going to be taking us, David, if you did not come to this floor? Where was this world heading to if you did not come up with this information? It was heading uglier. It was getting uglier.
Well,
Third World War?
No. I made a statement at several seminars, and it's on videotape. And that statement was this: man's world was almost perfected in fiction. And right now you're building a space station out there. You guys want to leave this rock. Before this, you're going to be allowed to take your virus called fiction out into the world. That virus would cause turmoil between the other planets, between the other races out there. We're not alone. I don't think there's a man in this or woman in this room that's going to agree we're alone. There's been too many variables that take place, too many programs, too many pictures, too many eyewitness sightings. I personally was in the Air Force in '69, and I personally had a personal encounter with an object moving 9,600 miles per hour for 3.5 hours with 35 other guys running scopes. We even scrambled 16 111 starfighters on this object. They could all see them. We chased it, but we never could physically see it. It was moving too fast at 9,600 miles an hour. We have no technology on this planet that can withstand that type of air friction and do it for 3.5 hours at 10,000 feet elevation and pull a 120 degree turns at 9,600 miles an hour.
Stayed in the general area then?
I stayed over the United States between Hudson Bay and New Orleans, Seattle, Washington, and Detroit for 3.5 hours. And as soon as that thing disappeared, we were all locked down. 3.5 days we were locked down by Blue Book. You didn't see what you saw. I mean, they drilled and drilled and drilled us and tried to convince us, and all signed contracts that we didn't see. 20 years silence. So it wasn't until 1989 that I could talk about it.
Fiction.
No. Well, you call it what you want. The point is, I told the government, I said, if you think you are going to leave this world with fiction, go out into the world and start your pollution of fiction, I says it is not going to happen. Man is going to learn how to read and write and certify his communication skills mathematically. We are going to set down an In the Truth program so that all trade on this planet is uniform. Because as soon as we get this program uniform globally, then outside worlds will hear our radio broadcasts, see that we have matured into a world that's in the truth, and then interglobal trade will take place. If man fails to heed truth and goes into the dark side of fiction, the only thing they have to do is take a little asteroid and bump it into a big asteroid about the size of Iowa. And at 50,000 miles an hour, there won't be an excuse. We'll just wait another few years and start over. I said, you think that space station, that thing can't be compromised by an asteroid without causing anybody to point a finger at anyone else? It says that's a reality. So man is he's at a race with himself. He wants to get off of here by finishing that space station. Well, he better learn what's going on first, or how to read and write in the truth, before he goes out and decides he wants to spread his virus of fiction. And as I told him, I says, your only salvation is truth, because you're not going to leave this rock in your lie. Because when you guys go to war here, you want to limit your war because you still got to live on this rock. You got to go back to that land. You don't want to blow it up with nuclear energy that's going to pollute it for the next 50,000 years. What do you think is going to happen when one planet gets angry at another planet? They just make the planet go away. So they don't want to get to that position. So I have a responsibility to make sure this is a global program. I have not stopped at any borders. I have not stopped at any language or any religion. I do religious programs for all the religions. I tell people I will translate any language at any point in time in history. I will go anywhere on this planet and teach the program, and you will understand it in the truth. No one on this planet has ever done that. You've got ambassadors all over the place speaking verb for verb, and they're not welcome any place. But this program is welcomed everywhere, and that's why you've got 1,000 delegates at the UN right now discussing it. Because they realize that it's now, it's today. You know, August 11th is when they gave me sovereignty, they gave us sovereignty nation status. The 24th, they gave us the ambassador status. And what happened? September 6th. We're not even talking 21 days, and every delegate's been ordered in for an emergency meeting at the UN. So they're paying very close attention that this is not going to go away, and it's there now in their face. And in fact, we've already contacted all these other banks globally, and we are working, in spite of their fiction world, we have our own subculture with over 100 million people functioning globally and learning this program that has arisen, and all of a sudden, like the fiction is, all the people that are at the UN are in fiction. And none of the people that are involved in our truth are politicians. They've been shown the programs, but they said, yeah, well, when I get orders from the top, I'll go ahead and do something. Well, all of a sudden, like now, everybody's getting orders from the top. And if you want to be a person that takes responsibility for an entire planet, you can never touch the gold that goes with it. I'm allowed to cover my transportation, my room and my board, put clothes on my back, and my food. That's it. I take nothing from this program. Last year I spent $78,000 out of my own pocket, out of my own fortune that I earned. The year before that I spent about $75,000. The year before that I spent $65,000 out of my own pocket. I take nothing from this program. This program will support itself. I was given the response. I was given the what did I say?
Wherewithal. The link.
No, I was given the resources so that I can't be bought. In Dallas 2 years ago, I had a guy walk up to me with a suitcase, $2 million cash, cease and desist, a lawyer. He says, no more seminars, there's enough there for you to live on the rest of your life. I says, you know what? I says, I day trade with that every day. I says, have a nice day. I says, that don't mean anything to me. And so they've never approached me ever since then. Yes?
Can I ask you, how do you, as a Christian, I have a problem interfacing this with Revelations, and I see this sort of a modern-day Tower of Babel being reconstructed here. Leaves God out of the picture.
All right, I'll answer that. That's a fair question. When I was doing a theology seminar in Indiana, we had 47 ministers from 16 different religions. And at that seminar, a man stands up and he asks me, who is the Antichrist? Now, most people would say, that's a tough question, you know. But I said to him, all of us believe that God is knowledge, that all things come from God, and he would have to have all knowledge to create the complexity of what we are in the world that we exist in. So, and it was also said that God created man in his own image. So, God gave man knowledge. With knowledge you can stay clean, you don't die of disease. With knowledge you can build shelters so that elements don't destroy you. With knowledge you can propagate your race so you don't become extinct. With knowledge you can practice the word of the Lord and become a good person and build and communicate. So with knowledge, all things of paradise can be acquired. So then the question was, who was the Antichrist? Well, in Hosea 4.6 it says that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So I says, if you have no knowledge, you die of disease and you become extinct. If you have no knowledge, you cannot propagate your race. Therefore you die, your race becomes extinct. If you have no knowledge, you cannot build a shelter and the elements will kill you. If you have no knowledge, you can't communicate, there's no trade, and so therefore you are destroyed. Because you can't, there are certain resources that you will never acquire, and so the lack of knowledge will destroy you. So who's the Antichrist? It's the lack of knowledge that exists within all of you. And it says, because anything that's ever happened in your life, no matter what it was, that you thought, well, the devil did it, or some evil thing has happened to me, or there's been some form of anger, fight between a husband and a wife, you know, it was because of the lack of knowledge. Because every time you had a chance to analyze what that problem was, research it, and then acquire the knowledge, you were no longer angry about that incident.
What about sin, though? How do you equate that with sin? That's a core problem. You have to don't see that being addressed at all.
The sin is no more than an emotional issue where you take your values. I can train you to be anything I want. You know that? I can create who you are because I know how your mind works and how a human being. I can put you on a meat and potatoes diet and I can create one personality for 90 days. 90 days later I can put you on Ruffles potato chips and beer, and I'll change your body chemistry and I will change who you are and the way you think. I'll put you on a rice and fish diet and I will change you again. I'll put you on a vitamin diet with minerals and I will change your personality again. I can make you anything I want to make you. I can feed you chemicals and create anything or other responses I want. Most. Well, that's not true. I mean, the military does exercises with modifying an individual's. Put your hand in fire. How many times have you done that in your life? Once. See, because the pain of the fire taught you, this is a no-no. This burns. We don't put our hand in fire. We don't touch hot surfaces. So the lack of knowledge caused you to be curious. The experience caused you to have wisdom. Pain makes thought. Thought goes to wisdom. Wisdom turns to maturity. And you will mature. So an individual who lacks knowledge is destroyed. One who has knowledge is saved. And he prospers. So who is the lack of knowledge that exists within all of us? And we are all the Antichrist. It is our lack of knowledge that acquires that. Very few people ever acquire that level of understanding in life. They go through a whole life of making mistakes. And when they make mistakes to a point where they're dysfunctional, that's why we have a prison system. Now, when I did the seminar 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas, after 3 days of speaking, a young girl said to me, Mr. Miller, if a man is totally evil, completely hurts people, murders people, does everything wrong his entire life, and then dies and goes to hell, how does he redeem his soul? How does he go back to heaven? I says, well, an individual that knows where all the landmines are from this wall to that wall is an asset, because his experience is a learning exercise. He knows everything that is evil. He knows everything that is wrong. How does he acquire a position of hierarchy now? He becomes a teacher. And his responsibility to redeem himself is to take an innocent person who doesn't know the difference between right and wrong and teach them how to avoid wrong. Because he knows where all wrong exists, he can now show people how to avoid wrong, and he has a perspective to justify how to be right. And in his teaching, in his wisdom of wrong, he can now save a life. He can save many lives, save an entire world for that fact, because of his knowledge of what wrong is. Because he will show people how to say, I can give you just like these books, I can show you truth. But I also have to teach you what not to do. Otherwise, it's a world of traps. All of you have been victimized because of your lack of knowledge. You've lived in a world of wrong. Now I'm showing you how to do something right. Now you have perspective. Now you have knowledge. And it's that knowledge that's going to allow you to go into court and say, well, Your Honor, this here is in the truth. This is a noun. Judges, I can't understand you. I only can understand in truth. Well, sir, we have a discussion here now. We have an in the truth lie, which is a verb. We have an in the truth noun, which is a truth. So we got two arguments taking place here. I know the difference between the two of them. You've committed perjury. I'm in the truth. Bailiff, arrest that man for perjury. He's just lost jurisdiction. To be able to understand the difference between right and wrong and then arrest wrong and stay on your path of righteousness. If he says, well, I'm going to put you in jail if you're not in truth. So, okay, well, I'm so afraid of jail, I'm going to go ahead and tell a lie. And so he gets you to throw down your truth and accept the lie and be in truth. And then the argument is, why were you willing to compromise your truth for our lie? You know the difference between right and wrong. Now you've committed perjury. You've confessed to perjury. Therefore, you're a criminal. Take him to jail. And you go to jail. So that's why we tell you to identify yourselves as senior court barristers and raise yourself to a level of understanding. Follow the procedures. Be in the truth and stand fast. You will prevail. Truth will always overcome the darkness.
Could you please complete the answer to the girl's question? How does the evil man go from heaven? Just by being a teacher.
He has to become a teacher to save an innocent life. He must make sure that innocent life never strays to the path of darkness.
This is before he dies.
But he died.
No, next time around.
Next time around. He's already, in other words, he's the angel.
Okay, thank you. Now,
He's the angel, and he has to come back, and he has to redeem himself. There's a TV program on right now. Yeah, Touched by an Angel. And he was evil in his life, and he went to hell. And so the devil says, if you want to go to heaven, you've got to come back. And you know all the wrong ways to do things. So you're going to take your wrong, and you're going to teach the innocent how to avoid the wrong and how to stay on the path of righteousness. And you have, every week we have a new job assignment, new case scenario. Good program though. Yeah, and it's, and the writers are doing a good job of making a very sound argument. I know it's their language all in fiction, but their argument is sound. Question.
So using deductive reasoning, what did you do bad in a previous life?
Why that question too? Why you?
Why not?
All right, okay, that question's been asked at the Foundry Seminar. Okay, when I was 18 years old, this was after discussion with my father. I had a very unusual privilege that most people don't get. First off, I was raised without television, so I wasn't brainwashed by Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and the rest of the crew. When I was 12 years old, my father didn't know how to take care of boys. My older brother, who was 15 months older than me, we're both going through puberty, right? And teenage boys have somewhat of a problem here. So there were 6 of us. So what he did from the age of 12 to 18 is he went to the library and he got books on philosophy and psychology. These were college-level books. He says, you will not understand what I am saying to you. Memorize what I read. And so he made us memorize 2 hours a night for 6 years, books on philosophy and psychology, read aloud. Not only do we have to do our homework, but between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock every night we had this went on for 6 years. When I went out into the world and I learned about, had physical experiences with events, I had definition to go with it. I understood what was happening. When I went to college from 1971 through 1987. Plus I was a college professor, 76, 77, 78. So while I was going to school full time, after 1975 when I lost my right kidney and both adrenal glands were removed, at that operation I died. I was legally dead. But I got a second chance. And in that second chance, after I woke up from surgery, I was awake for 8 years with an endorphin level 40 times over normal. Now it's 60 times over normal.
Awake for 8 years?
8 years I didn't sleep. I worked 2 full-time jobs and went to college full-time for 8 years. I didn't require sleep. I could run thousands of hours without sitting down in the chair. I had no downtime. It was like nuts. You know, all I was doing was I was a learning junkie. I mean, I couldn't read enough. I couldn't. Yeah, I mean, all it was study. You know, you guys watch movies. I tape a movie in 2 hours and I watch it at high speed in 12 minutes. That's my idea of downloading. When I sit in my office, I have a computer screen pulling in four screens of information from the stock market, a news broadcast computer. I am typing up lawsuits. I've got 2 phones in each ear and I'm talking to 2 people while I'm typing on this here, and I've got a third computer that's bringing in all the internet access information that I need. I need input. I'm an input junkie.
How do you handle today?
I'm talking today. So
why isn't your body worn out?
Well, I'm 51 years old.
Why do you look so young and you still got your hair?
Well, my nephew was, or my niece, she was 114 when she passed away, and my grandparents were 100 when they died, and longevity runs my family. They were all in their, we got several of them that were in their 100 and teens in the ages throughout history, so the longevity's there. My mother's 73, my dad's 78. They've been married 53 years, and my mom, she looks like she's 45 and she's 73, so. Wow. And she's...
can't live without adrenal glands.
I know, I am the only one.
And the other thing is you can't live without sleep. Your body needs to. The only time you ever go in any repair time.
Well, my body doesn't qualify under the rest of you guys. I know I got everybody coming to me with these diets and going, you need this, you need that, and going everything else. I'm going, well, dinner last night was a bag of potato, a bag of popcorn and a glass of wine, you know, so. And I don't do what the normal person does. No one's ever done this program before. No one's ever had a truthful math interface or been able to travel the world and teach it to everyone. No one has an endorphin level of 60 times over normal. No one. No one's walked around with 29 heartbeat all day long. Below 45, you guys fall asleep or you wind up dying from cardiac arrest. I function real well at 29 heartbeat per minute. And you can't understand how that works either. They can't understand a lot of things about me. They can't understand where this program comes from. I don't fall into anybody's norm. So even the government, 1968, they wanted a mind control program. So 38,000 guys were tested. I was one of 6 chosen. After a week, I was it. I'm still in the program. It's been 31 years now. Point is, I'm not, they say you can't do a program with me. I don't fit the mold of the rest of you guys. My chemistry is totally different. I buy wristwatches every 6 months because I eat through the back of them. They're stainless steel. This is gold. It's totally gone. And I got such an acidic body, it doesn't match anything else. People's body chemistries I can detect across the room because of a sense of smell that is as sharp as a dog's.
So what do you attribute your difference in physiological makeup then, as to why that is? Because it is, what you're saying, non-human according to the rest in terms of what you described.
Hey,
an inalienable fact.
No, I'm very, very much here. I don't know. Inalienable. Inalienable, right. I'm not a lean. There you go. No, I just, like, I've been at 200 seminars. I think I've answered everyone's questions pretty much. And I stand up here and I field questions all day long. There's over 5,000 questions at 200 seminars. And we did a questionnaire seminar in Missouri. We had 6 attorneys, 2 judges, and 55 people. I took 350 questions in 14 hours. I didn't miss any. The judges couldn't figure out how I got the answers I did until they heard them, and they all agreed with them. That every question that you guys ask me and challenge me on, I think I pretty well cover all the different subjects to get to your answers. Anybody want to stand up here and try and do this?
It doesn't answer the question.
What is your question?
Physiological difference. Reasons for it.
What are reasons for it? I don't know. That's an honest question.
That's the first question you haven't answered now.
No, I did answer it. I said, I don't know. I mean, I can spend 4 hours giving you guess scenarios. I know it's unique. And everyone else knows it's unique. And judges flat out say, yeah, Dave, you can do it. But you're only one guy. The rest of the people can't do what you do.
Yeah, we can.
Well, and you are doing it because you had the training. But the judge says to me, you're walking in here with 44,000 hours of foundation. These guys are coming in here with 400 hours of foundation. And we, as judges, we've got 35 years on the bench. We've got 100,000 case experience. We've got our training. And even though we're in our fiction, we still know human nature. We still know how your brain functions. And we will take that brain, and unless you are accurate, we will manipulate you and get you to perform for us in a specific way through trick questions. If you know how the trick questions are formulated, you know the reasoning, you pay attention to what is being said, you study the procedure of the words before you look at the definition of that word, you will then understand how the trap is set, and you will be able to diffuse the trap as fast as it comes before you. Then you will become successful and walk out of that courtroom a victor. That's why I'm constantly trying to impress upon all of you, procedures has jurisdiction over the word. Don't fall into subject matter traps. Pay attention to the math. I'm giving you guys secrets that you will never have access to. These are Supreme Court judge secrets. And if you don't believe me, it's just like we do this thing, it's called the least common denominator. 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/6 equals. You can't do that math problem. There's no common denominator. In other words, you got past, future, and now time. And so, if you don't have, you can't write sentences. There's only one idea allowed in the sentence. So you have to convert this to 3/6 plus 2/6 plus 1/6 equals. So all things are now. Then you can come up with your number. Then you can solve the riddle. United States Supreme Court maintained this secret by the five of the 9 judges had this formula. And what they did is no matter who came to court with an argument, they could disqualify it. They had the power from just this one thing to stop anybody on every single sentence that a lawyer or judge would create anywhere in the United States. That's why they always had a nice light workload. And that's only one trick. I mean, that whole book is full of tricks and traps. Spacing on words.
Their decisions are like 30 pages.
It's camouflage. Just like this document here. This is an IRS code. 52 pages long. It says in here in only one paragraph, in one sentence, if you put your money in and you're dead, in 45 days I get to file a claim, the court does nothing, in 60 days we own it. Enough said. 105 days, cradle to grave. You lost all your money. We don't need 52 pages of there's 52 pages of camouflage. That's it. That all documents are trusts. Trusts have a 45-day moratorium, and 60 days is your default. We own it. That's all you got to know. The rest of it was put in there to just keep you busy arguing. It took me how long, Bruce? 1 minute to solve the riddle of 52 pages?
Literally.
And he was there to witness it. So was Bob. As fast as I flip those pages, I'm going, there it is, right there. That's your trap. Go back 15 pages. Here it is again. Who would ever add up to 15? Who would ever add 45 by saying 15 after the month? 15 days after the month. Nice trick on words, but it's 45 days and it activates a moratorium on trust. And you would never put 2 and 2 together if you didn't know everything about trusts, everything about times, the Universal Postal Union, study the treaties of 1905. If you guys don't do the research and read everything, Britannica A through Z, study treaties, read Black's Law Dictionary, United States titles 1 through 50, and retain the whole thing and can cross-reference it, you can't find the secrets that exist out there. Yes.
This is procedure.
Yes.
Just going back to this emergency meeting of the UN, who is there to present your material intelligently and to talk about it and the reason for the meeting without you being there?
That's just it. They're all trying to take credit for it. They have the books and they're trying to analyze it themselves and then take credit for it. No, I don't. I was supposed to be brought in by the United States UN Security Council, and I was supposed to do a presentation, and just like I'm doing this seminar here, I was supposed to do the presentation. But for whatever reasons, they blocked me, and I'm here instead.
Well, if they're trying to steal your material, that just proves their evil intentions. So
you can't steal truth.
Well, I know they can't steal truth, but obviously somebody's trying to. For the rest of the people in the fiction, the illusion is that they've stolen. It's going to be propagated.
For 3 days, they have been fighting amongst themselves.
Well, exactly. That goes to show how evil their intentions are.
No, it just shows that they're still children. I won't.
Children with evil intentions.
I am not going to worry. I am not going to worry about them. The truth is a very unique thing.
Oh, I know.
After people get done frustrating themselves there, they've got my book. They know where it says Copyclaim. I'll get phone calls one-on-one, and they'll ask questions, and I'll give them answers one-on-one. There's nothing wrong with that. And if they want to call a second meeting, or I'll go ahead and say, I'm going to be here. You want to come to my seminar? Pile in, guys. You don't need your UN meeting. We can do this at a baseball stadium. It'll work out. Believe me, it will work itself out. Don't worry about it.
Bad apples in there.
We know that. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, Bruce.
Are there planes within truth?
I would have to say no. There's only one truth.
So then the truth is the levels the playing field.
Oh yeah. That's why when you play a game like soccer or baseball or football, you have a level playing field. Ping pong, you pick the game, you've got a flat field to play on.
So the status quo, as it sits now, will not be the same. If it levels the playing field, it takes what we have as the status quo now, where we have an elite, many which got there through a fiction fractionalized banking system, to the poverty in the bottom because of some politics. This is a leveling of the playing field then.
Yes, okay. How many of you seen the movie Gladiator? Quite a few of you. Okay, what was the foundation of that?
Coliseum, keeping busy.
No.
Distract
To the hard left.
the masses.
One person wants to be ruler and distract the masses with games. The argument was made many times in there.
Yeah.
The fact was that the people elect council, and the council gets together in a room like this and they discuss things. That's what the UN is. They've been elected by the people to discuss issues.
That was the Senate.
That was the Senate, correct. And the Caesar wanted to rule the Senate and have that there only one idea, and his idea was corrupt, therefore it couldn't survive. So, the same thing takes place in truth. Truth is a level playing field. It is not one person's opinion. In this room we have an accumulation of years. I would roughly say there's over 25,000 years of experience in this room. Now, if I ask a question, we've got 25,000 years of mindset that is thinking to solve one answer. That's a very powerful tool. If I ask the same question at a football stadium with 80,000 minds working, I'll come up with another answer that will be very accurate. There'll be a lot of opinions. Everyone could probably voice their definition into a computer. A computer could take the whole and analyze it in a matter of seconds and come up with an answer, because one individual probably couldn't handle the analysis of 80,000 minds. Point is that when I was at A.O. Smith and that, we called it the brainstorming workshop. The company would always say, the manager of a production line would stand up and say, "This is the way it's going to be." And everybody goes, "Well, that's stupid." And all the guys got together and say, "All right, everybody that's left-handed works on the right side of the line. Everybody that's right-handed works on the left side of the line." And guess what? Production went up 35%. Because everybody was using the natural strong side of their body in their coordination. You don't give a right-handed man a left-handed gun and say, "Weld with this." or write up on the board, left-handed when he's never left-handed welded. It's not productively logical. When I was a welder, I had 2-wire guns because I'm fluent left and right, and I would independently weld for 3 years and make welds. I am fully capable of using both sides simultaneously, frontwards and backwards, with no interference. Independent mind function.
Demonstrate a writing style of exactly that on that board behind you?
Can I?
Yes,
You did.
I did. I did it all day yesterday. Played it around with it. I don't know.
You play piano?
Yes, I was a piano player. So that's most people that have played piano, they use their left, right. Any musical instrument, music is mathematics, and when anybody dealing with the instrument using both left and right wind up with that ambidextrous capacity.
Your mission seems to be to bring this truth into the world, to make the place better for
I started to say that. When I was 18, I looked myself in the mirror, looked right in my eye, and I says, if you were given absolute power, I just watched the cartoon Aladdin, and here you have a person who captures Aladdin and he wants to become first king, then emperor, then ruler of the universe. And he gets himself into a position where he's got such a fat head that he thinks he can fit himself into a thimble, which he does. And then they put the lid on it and say, have a nice life. The point is, when an individual I looked in the mirror and I says, can you be absolutely responsible for absolute power? And I says, well, what is absolute power? That is absolute truth. I says, yeah. I says, would you use truth for corruption? Well, no, that's an oxymoron. Would you use truth for profit? Well, no, that's an oxymoron too. Truth stands on itself, and it has to, everyone who looks upon truth would automatically identify with that. And so I says to myself, could you be responsible for absolute truth? Could you be meek, have absolute power, and be a teacher? That's what Alexander the Great was. He was a teacher. King David was a teacher also. He had the power of his kingdom. Solomon was another man who had absolute power. And when given that power, he says, okay, you two guys want to fight? Fine. You get to divide up the piles and you get first pick. Good decision. And to this day, that was one of the wisest things ever said. I said, yeah, I could, I was given absolute power. I would go ahead and use that for the goodness of the planet. It wouldn't be for the city of Milwaukee or for Milwaukee County or for the state of Wisconsin or for the United States. It wouldn't be for any country. It wouldn't be for any political or religious foundation. Because if it is an absolute truth, it will govern all things. It will unify language, technology, borders, and man will learn what peace is. He will learn what truth is. And it will be done on a global basis. And everyone will have an equal share or equal responsibility, or not responsibility, equal claim in that idea of truth. And so no one would become obstructed by it. I says, yeah, I can do that. And he says, okay, if you want that absolute power of in the truth, then it carries a death penalty with it. You ever touch it, you will die from it. That's my contract, folks. I'm a teacher. I'm here to teach you the truth, and I'm not here to take anything from you. So then a person says, well, then why do you ask for fees? I ask for fees because if I give you this pen, you'll use it and leave it lay around. You won't think anything of it. You won't take responsibility for it. If I sell you this pen for $100, I guarantee it'll never touch that blackboard. As a matter of fact, you'll probably put a little glass case over it and you'll honor the damn thing because it's got value. The point is, I made you make a commitment to truth. And it's that commitment that keeps you, that makes you sit up, pay attention, and not fall asleep. And you actually learn something. You really come away with value for what you've done. But all the money that you give me, I use to help prisoners in jail. $4.35 a minute for phone calls. I use it for staying on the phone 17,000 minutes a month. This month I got 17,600 minutes on my phone. So usually I run about 20,000 minutes a month. And I use it for paying all the transportation, the printing of the books, the distribution of this information globally.
Expensive.
It's very, very expensive to go ahead and keep this machine running globally.
Well, David, you talk about globalism and one world and so on. So where is the sovereignty? The sovereignty then lies within the individual. Obviously, it doesn't lie in the country, because what you're saying is that, what I'm hearing is that you're teaching globalism and not sovereignty of nations.
Truth does not know globalism. Truth does not know sovereignty. Every individual has a responsibility to your own goodness. That's where your own truth comes from. That's why you went to your specific religions. You were looking for truth. You talk with your parents. You talk with other older people. There's a phrase that I've created. It's called, "From this man wisdom said of other men, old and dead." It means if I don't know the answer, I'll go ask somebody older. If I can't find somebody that has wisdom, I will go to the books that the wise man in the past have written, and I will read from that, and then I will discuss it among others. I will seek out that truth. And as far as your globalism goes, everybody wants their specific identity. The law says that all colored people shall have civil rights. How many people on this planet do you know are white? There are no white people on this planet. Everyone in this room is a different shade. I don't care what you think. You're all different shades. So the point is that you've got 6 billion unique people on this rock. And every one of these people want their identity, they want their sovereignty, but they want to be in a world of truth. They want to be able to trust the person next to them. By teaching everyone how to read, write, and understand in the truth, we're going to remove all this fiction, this lie, this distrust. There'll be a norm. The masses will come together and create documents, constitutions that will be understood. They're working right now to create a uniform constitution. The New World Order 3 or 4 years ago was going to take over with their fiction. And when we came out with our math program, we disrailed the entire program. We said, how are you guys going to capture anybody with a lie? The only thing you're going to do is start a war. So they immediately scrapped everything. Everything that the government, the New World Order was going to do has been scrapped. Even NAFTA, totally fiction. Has anybody heard the word NAFTA spoken in the last 18 months?
All over the place we're on.
No.
Mulrooney said it.
But it's been pretty well dropped out of everything.
Low key.
Yeah, it's been real low key because the truth says that the NAFTA agreements were total fraud. So therefore they're disqualified. Just like Guadalupe-Hidalgo treaties, the Hudson Bay Treaty, Magna Carta, your own bankruptcy is a complete fiction.
But it's not dropped because trade is still going on.
Oh yeah, they're not going to upset the masses, but they're still going to work on the problem. They have to work on the problem. And one morning you're going to wake up and it's going to say, we've got a new constitution in play, folks. We're going to put this on a referendum. Everybody gets to read it and vote on it in 10 days. And it'll probably be a very good document because it's going to be presented to every country in the world on the same day. And if every single country on the world, even though they're independent, has the same constitution, because the United States Constitution, even though it was in fiction, the principle of it is used by just about every country on the world in some form. But abused because the people have the Constitution. The courts have their kings. All the courts in the world are run by kings and their opinions by Caesar. We're still under Roman law globally. And the Senate is we the people. But the courts are run by Caesar. And that's why you have such an attitude problem. It's only when you walk into a court with a properly written contract that you say, Caesar, you're now part of us. You are now part of the council. And you will abide by the rules of this council, and you understand how your contracts are written in the truth, and that he is part of that contract.
What about common law? Is that...
Common is an adjective of law. Common law was always written in verb. It was there to keep the masses busy. But the minute you walked into a courtroom, the only way anyone ever got common law is if you had a judge that was schooled in common law. Actually, it's common sense. And you yourself displayed common sense in front of a common sense judge. That's when you had a judgment ruled in your favor. But the judges have orders to give 18% of the wins to the people. Or 16%.
The common law is fiction.
Common law is fiction completely. I haven't seen any documents brought to me that were ever written where the noun was a noun in common law. So therefore, that's just as disqualified as the rest of the stuff.
District. District, demon god.
DI is original, strict is jurisdiction.
Explain demon god of the underworld. Yes. Origin.
Origin? It's just, that goes back Masonic 6,000 years ago. There have always been districts. They never identified it. Webster went ahead and put an accent after the DIS, was DI. District is the word. Webster obstructed it. We got a letter from 1828 by Daniel Webster. It says, the bastardization of the English language is the greatest act of treason that one man can commit against his people. Daniel Webster. He says, but I was paid to do it.
Was he a Mason?
Yes, Webster was Mason. Question?
On the age group of your people that take your courses and the desirability and possibility of getting younger people,
The average person who takes my course, I would say 95% are over the age of 40. I know it's rare to see it's rare to see people on here under the age of 40.
Yeah.
Is there a way of getting people involved?
Well, at the colleges we're slowly getting college students, and even my daughter, when she at her school, she does this, and the kids all, when she was in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, she got elected president of student council because of her legal understanding. I mean, when was the last time you heard of 8th graders voting in a 5th grader for student council president? It's a position of authority, assertiveness, attitude, knowledge. Cream always floats to the top. Yeah.
To continue my question about your mission, while you were dead, did you go through the tunnel to the light and meet the beings and have the past life review and get told to come back?
No, I was in my bedroom. I was in my room. I felt a pinprick on my arm, and I woke up 11 and a half hours later for the next 8 years. No. I had, in the process, the man who was supposed to do the surgery was out on the golf course. I had a Korean doctor who had never cut a man before do the surgery. He misread the instructions. He was there as a visiting physician from North Korea. He was supposed to just observe. Instead, he went in there and he cut me in half, took out my right kidney, a couple of ribs, some muscles. Then he went after my left kidney. When he cut the adrenal gland off the top of the left kidney, I went into anesthesia shock and I was legally dead. Flatlined. He tried to jumpstart me 4 times. Gave up, signed my death certificate, and took me down to the morgue. Well, I was dead more than 4 minutes.
Yeah.
The head nurse said. No, it wasn't until they were pushing me down into the morgue that they noticed my heart was beating. The guy says, well, he's flatlined. He's just muscle reaction. She says, well, according to law, he says, we're going to get in trouble. This will be called cold blood. And they took me back upstairs and sewed me back together. And then they did the blood test. My blood test came back with no adrenaline and endorphins, 40 times higher than normal.
Right away.
And they said, where'd these endorphins come from? This guy ain't even supposed to be alive. Humans don't live without adrenaline. I woke up 2 hours later, got up, and that was the end of it. I wouldn't go back to bed, and I didn't go back to sleep either. So.
What about pain? Were you in pain?
Nope. I had no pain. Walked out of hospital in 5 days. The normal recovery time is within 72 hours after that major surgery. You had pneumonia, and you were on your back with pneumonia. And you had a 75% chance of getting pneumonia and dying within 2 weeks of that. They gave me 3 years to live before the other kidney would have given out. And I would have cashed in my chips. Well, I think I'm doing pretty good.
Dave, what kind of research team do you have set up?
Our research team is all over the world, as a matter of fact, all over the United States. And these guys are constantly digging into the history. They go and they find the older the books, the better. Everybody's trying to go back to the beginning. And most of your stuff is found in museums, the real old stuff.
So is this a structured network?
It's kind of loose leaf, actually. And the guys, everyone calls me up and they want to get into specific assignments. I'll give them a whole bunch of ideas of where to look and what to do. Do certifications. Just acquiring more and more information.
So are they your employees, or are they part of an employee?
No, I have no employees. Everyone is totally independent. People work at this as a hobby. You will find that people that do things for love, for truth, and as in the form of a hobby are far more efficient than people that do it for a living. Yes.
What's your strategy for getting this taught in the schools? Do we become teachers for the schools, or how are we going to get this?
What's the matter? Just you guys have got children. You're going to show your children this. When I go to seminars now, I have the parents, their kids watch my videos at home, and they bring their children to the seminar. And at the seminars, the kids are really real bright. I mean, they just love this stuff. They eat it up. Most of them are homeschooled to get my program. Don't forget, if for every program that I do in person like this here, or I've got 10,000 of these video programs running all over the United States where support groups in every little town and community are watching these videos. I don't have to be there to do it. So this thing is exponentializing itself, the awareness. You know, even when you guys first were exposed to this the first time, it was like a slow burn. You got this idea in your head, and it was like a week later, all of a sudden you saw something. You said, well, wait a minute. Dave talked about that. And he says, that's a lie, and I know what that says, and I know that's a lie. And then you go back and you see something, and you go, oh, there's another one. And there's another one. And you go back and you read the material again and you say, well, wait a minute. And you start looking around, and all of a sudden like you become aware of everything. And the guys that are really up to speed on this thing, they stand still and they just go like this here, and they go, oh my God, the whole world's this way. And you can't pick up a newspaper or watch TV anymore. It's everything's distorted so bad, you're going, my God, this is the movie Matrix, and I'm in it.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Yes, David, in connection with your globalization, what I see, people are tribes.
Yeah, they are.
And therefore, it is suggested under this globalization, no, we are one, and yet we want to identify as a group, whether that's by color or whether it's by language, but you want an identity over and above you as the individual, you as a group, as a family. How are we going to retain that under globalization?
A person, what you're trying to say here is that you want to identify with something specific and say, I want to be part of an organization.
Or Canada, or the U.S., or Hungary, or Germany.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's technically when you're a person in the truth, you have an awareness. You don't have to belong to anybody to be who you are. Everyone's an individual.
If I could go, part of that, I think, is that the ability to communicate that to somebody in some far-off country on the other side of the world. How are you going to communicate your difference if you can't communicate? We're going in there to a foreign individual. We're saying we're not here to tell you that your race is wrong, your politics are wrong, your language is distorted, you have unusual beliefs. When I go into an environment like I went out to Hawaii and I go backcountry, I'm dealing with people that are trying to maintain their ancestries, and I have to be open-minded to sit on the ground and have breakfast with them, to sleep on the ground as they do, to dig a pit and build a fire, make the luau, and so gather food with them and do what they do, to understand who they are. And they're very natural people, very down to earth, very honest, very loving. And I appreciate that. I'm not here to say, why don't you have a laptop computer here and let's call in Kentucky Fried Chicken today. That's not the way life is. These guys, you want dinner? Fine, we'll jump off a cliff with a spear, dive down, stab a fish, come out, throw it on a fire, and that's dinner, It's that simple. Everybody can't do that, but that's what they did when they lived on an island for 1,000 years. That's the way things were. Today you've got commercial fishermen. Commercial fishermen are screaming because they want to do mining 500 miles offshore, and that they're going to pollute the water and kill all the fish off. One group says, I'm going to make money. The other group says, I'm going to lose money. Now it becomes a conflict of interest. Who was here first? Well, the world needs the minerals, but they need their fish. And there's always a struggle going on for everybody's special interest group. And what we're saying is, we're not going to interfere with your special interest group, but if you have a gripe to make, write it into a constructive, truthful statement, and then go to the proper authorities that were elected by the people to make a determination. If your constitution in Hawaii, in Japan, and the United States are all the same constitution, then we will have a norm to communicate between countries, and we will be able to regulate how this is going to take place.
if there is going to be one language.
I can see where there's going to be one language. Europeans were originally going to go to German until they understood that all German language sentences end with a verb which came as a dangling participle verb, and there was no communication. Then we brought in the English, which was already established and has a foundation 10 times larger than the German was. So because it was mathematically certified, the programs were already written, and it was out there, they said, well, English is a better way to go because it's economical. There's more people already on point.
Other than the Chinese or Japanese or Malaysian?
Well, even they're even looking at, there's a lot of people that are studying the English language because now it has this mathematical certification.
You were saying China was going to be changing over.
Yeah. But see, we're writing our programs and we're making them available globally so that they can understand. That's why our internet site's going to be written in 38 languages so that any country can log on and immediately see what it looks like in English and see what it looks like in their language or any other language and understand that this is a true language. So.
And like in Italy, have you translated it into Italian as well?
Jason's working on that now. We've got German, French, and Spanish up right now. He's working on a Latin next, and then he's going to go Greek and Arabic.
You stated how many languages that you translated the truth, and you can do this?
We have a translator that will do 37 languages right now.
German is one of them?
Yes, it's already been done. It's up on the internet.
If German ends in a verb and it's a dangling participle, how do you convert the truth into it?
Put a prepositional phrase in front of the dangling participle and identify it. We have to take the language. What it does is our technology takes any language if it's obstructed and adds the articles and prepositions in properly. If you have a word that's outside of quantum, replaces it with a quantumized word, and it corrects any language that's written.
In other words, you rewrite the language that you're writing, that you're converting to then.
Yes.
It would not be recognized as normal German then.
No, it wouldn't, because the Germans would have the same learning curve. When you see my language and read these books, you're going, this doesn't sound right. And if you take any one of these sentences, you take every other article and every other preposition out of the sentence and read it, that's what you would normally see. So you can see then how the prepositional phrases were then added. 37% of the words were missing in the Bible. And we told that to the Pope. You know, you got to add 37% more words to the Bible in order to make it mathematically correct. And that's what they're going to be doing.
Is that why he's now saying that all the other religions are defective?
No, he can't say that either because
I'm sorry, in the London Times.
When he did that Tuesday, I think it was. August 4th.
There was a cardinal, somebody, a prefect of the congregation of the faith.
Yeah. And they started talking about language.
Right. They've been. What they're trying to do is say we want to be first. The Catholic. they want to be first in their conversion, and they can log on to our internet site and get that information down. Because when they call us, it says, well, you know, it's real easy. You've got our books, you've got our tapes. You can go out. We're updating our site every day. You can log on. You can see the translations, and so they're starting to work with that. And if he goes ahead and he makes a boldest statement, there's 5,000 religions. The other, well, no, it doesn't cause an uproar. They immediately look at his language and going, what is he doing that he can make this statement? And they look at, well, this was wrong, and he made a change. Why is he making this change? Where is he getting this information from?
The cardinal that was the prefect of the congregation of the faith that's the same entity inside the Catholic Church that was the Inquisition. Trials by ordeal, not far in your hand.
Yeah.
And he'll create your belief. Otherwise, you're. So the Inquisition now is the prefect of the congregation of the faith.
Let's get one more question in bar and then we'll break.
Can I read one paragraph out of a book, Rules of Dogma Accepted, and Ancient Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, Albert Pike, 1871. It says here, after the eternal and divine word originally communicated by God to man,
had become obscured, after man's connection with his Creator had been broken, even outward language necessarily fell into disorder and confusion. The simple and divine truth was overlaid with various and sensual fictions, buried under elusive symbols, and at last perverted into horrible phantoms.
There you go.
I have that book.
And what do you think about this book, David? It's a good reading for some of us.
Where did you get that from?
Two of them down.
We're going down.
You bought that?
For $8.
In the bookstore.
Where did you? That first off, that book is not supposed to be out in circulation. For one, those books are classified. You can't get those books.
You know what? I think
I would be very careful. I would be very careful if I were you about how you handle that. That's not Reader's Digest version. I own that book, and I know from back here exactly what that book means and where it comes from. And I know if you guys play around with it, you're going to get yourself into trouble like you.
We're not playing. We're not.
I know. You want to read it? Fine. If you're not a Mason, you keep your mouth shut, because if you go out there and you start playing games with that, you guys will disappear. I guarantee you, you guys will disappear. They will not allow you to walk around with that book and not be a Mason and play with it. You've got that's an 1871 version.
They don't wear hats like that, Joe.
I'm just telling you, be careful. I'm telling you, be very careful. You don't know what you're doing.
Yes, but if they don't know what they're doing, and that brings up the issue of the corruption out there, so that's behind all of this, and the guys who want to push this forward. If that knowledge is not allowed to come out,
that is verb. That has to be. There's 30. First off, the people that believe in that book are still missing 37% of the answer, but they believe in what they've got is something, and they are willing to protect that illusion because of their training. You're not going to change everybody overnight. I don't care how right you are.
Oh, I know that.
And so,
I found the corn bookstore.
I know. Well, let me take a break. I want to see you guys.
Okay, so we'll take an hour and a half or hour and a quarter for lunch. Yesterday there was a little Chinese buffet up here, a huge buffet. Okay. Notice this letter from webcam. Computer generated. Says the demand from you is due within 30 days of this notice, and they go in for the date in the box. And it's the only thing on the whole document that's in the box.
Which means there is no time to start.
Exactly. And it goes, and it shows such intent because it's a computer-generated document. A computer doesn't need to have a box nowhere to put a stupid date. I mean, it's just forensic. And here's another one of real intent. I think it's a demonstration of our traffic tickets. We have a traffic ticket in British Columbia. Write down your name in here in a box. Just like this. This is the section that you violated. Here's what you did. Here's the case number of the trust agreement. Here's the coat of arms. Voluntary payment down here. Your autograph, cop's autograph, and how much they want from you. Not in a box. And they didn't close off these three.
But this says this becomes voluntary to this case number and this coat of arms.
So you got the coat of arms, the sovereignty, I'm assuming.
We're asking for a donation, an unassigned donation.
Yep. Corporation number, money, and 2 signatures to make it the trust agreement. And everything else is removed.
And in here it says the officer says that he or she says. What are we interested in saying? Who cares?
What would happen if you just
close that box off?
And then altering a document without authorization, misappropriation.
Okay, guys, ready to go? Oh yeah, right. Just a reminder about the cell phones. I know you all called home.
You want
kids are okay?
You want me to leave it up there? Or you want to?
No. That's I just figured Okay, ready to go? Just a reminder, turn off the cell phones in your pages. We've got a real loud belch after the dinner, just out the back.
Hey, anybody figure this out yet? No, it's a linear equation. You can't add anything to it, but you have to make a mathematical equation out of it.
There's nothing there. It's in a box.
No, I didn't go all the way around like this here.
Well, you got joined her with the outside people.
In other words, like if you said 2 plus 5 equals 4 plus 3, that would be a linear equation, except there's only one plus sign, not 2 plus signs. So you can't add a plus sign. And you have to be on both sides of the equation. It has to be equal.
I know.
Oh, you didn't.
You do?
What is it?
Well, the only way I can figure going forwards and backwards, if you got to add the last 2, 4 and 5 make 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then 3 squared is 9. You got 9 in front, 9 in back. Is that right?
That's the equation. 4 plus 4 plus 5 equals 3 squared. It's uppercase. See, it's a linear equation. I just gave you those 6 items, and that's what it takes to answer the question. He did it right. I can tell from the response, no one in the room got it. Everyone's going on a straight line rather than going uppercase.
Well, you said linear.
It is linear. It was a linear equation. I didn't give you anything that wasn't there. All right. We're gonna.
Order in the court.
You guys want quantums, okay? Quantums. Everyone wants to know where we came from, why we're here, and where did things begin. Well, in everything it comes from mathematics. So the smallest geometry factor that can't be distorted is a triangle. Now, if you want to make the smallest solid reference, you got to have a quadrahedron, which means it has 4 sides to it. Quadrahedron symbol is Citgo Oil Company. Pyramids have got a square base, but they have 5 sides to them. And what is this symbol relevant to when it's turned on its side? No, it becomes an 8-sided object. What is the one 8-sided object on the planet? Carbon, correct. And carbon is the softest of substances, also the hardest of substances. It's also a piezoelectric. It's the strongest of all transponders because it's the hardest of all substances. So when they built the pyramids as a message, not as that they told you what you need as far as diamond goes for making piezoelectric and frequency adjusters. But it's expensive. All right, when you have a object here and you want to go to a point here, like the pen exists now on this side and now it's going to be moved over here, we have to be able to identify the location of this pen when it's here and now when it's here, and you need the smallest reference is 5 points of existence right now. You got A, B, C, D, and the actual location within the quadrahedron of its exact location. Now, if I want to move that pen from my left hand to my right hand, and now account for those 2 locations, I have to go through motion. Now, motion you all assimilate with this as being infinity. Well, motion is time. Time cannot stand still. If you were to stop time, Earth is no bigger than a golf ball, because all the molecules and the space within those molecules and atoms would collapse onto themselves, and it would be a solid mass about the size of a golf ball. It's only time that creates the space due to orbits in magnetic fields. Now, if you're going to move that from this location to this location here, we then also have to have the same 5 points of reference to go from this point to this point. And when you overlay the 2, you now have that. A little bit lopsided though. Star of David, correct. Funny, my name should be David. There you go, that's a little bit better.
Star.
Now let's see if we can get this thing right. The reason I'm trying to get the proportions here correct is... No, I'll get it right here. Just give me a second. Yeah, well.
That's okay.
All right. So you've got the Citgo Oil Company, which appears within this symbol, and the Hebrew star is the oldest symbol on Earth. Did you were aware of that? Yeah, this is the oldest of all symbols, and it's also this is a star chart, and it's also a clock.
A what?
A clock. A clock that started 100,000 years ago. Now, if you take the city of Washington, D.C. is a star chart. The entire road map of Washington, D.C., all of the round circles you see on there, which are now fountains or intersections, are actually star locations. This is now called a tetrahedron. The tetrahedron, when you take 2 points and you lay them on top of each other, creates this tetrahedron. And the tetrahedron is a clock as well as a time reference throughout time. And everything that's ever happened on this planet falls within the tetrahedron. All shapes come from the tetrahedron also. Now, this one here is this is the equator and this is the North Pole. From the equator, you go from left to right. This is Giza, the Western Pyramids on Sahara, Memphis, Tennessee, and Las Vegas, Nevada, all where you find pyramids. It's a perfectly straight line, but there are no straight lines in nature. Take a globe once and put a string across it. The next one comes in where you take these points of reference and you connect these two dots here, and there's your Pontiac automobile, General Motors. Then you take this line, this here is the line of the phallic symbols. It starts right here. Not there, it starts here. That's Stonehenge. Actually, it starts down here. This is the original Sphinx. In front of the original Sphinx, cut 16,000 years ago, at the same time the Rosetta Stone was set down, which is in Greek, Arabic, and it's Hebrew, Greek, and Arabic, with the three languages on there. This is 16,000 years ago, and here you've got the Milky Way galaxy, which has a rotation speed of 4,000 years. Unique thing is that this rotation speed is unique because the Sphinx here was in power. Egypt was in power for 4,000. Then you went to Stonehenge, which the Druids took over for the next 4,000 year cycle. So that brought us from 12 to 8. At 8,000 years ago, the Sphinx was recut, and at 5,700 years is when the pyramids were built. The pyramids are the star constellation Orion, and that's been mathematically certified by the computers. They did that in August of 1997 was when those were, the computers finally had the memory capacity to log on the position of all the stars, where they were, what the rotation of the Milky Way galaxy is, and do an exact positioning, and it came out to be Orion's belt. The largest of the stars on, and I said this at roughly 180 seminars since I started my very first seminar, that on 4/6/2000, and you can look at every one of my videotapes that I've done and at all those seminars, I said at 4/6/2000 at 5:30 in the morning there would an event take place that would change all things for all times. And at that exact point in time, Orion will rise, the sun will rise, Orion will set, the three pyramids will come into an alignment, and the last star visible to the west would be Virgo. Virgo is my birth star, September 17th. And September 17th is also when the Constitution of the United States was drafted, which started the whole bankruptcy and started the whole international fraud. So I did this for 3 years prior to this date, and it wasn't until 4/8, that Saturday when I did the seminar, that I realized what had happened. At 4/6/2000, at 5:30 in the morning, I had just put in a 100-hour straight marathon rewriting these books in quantum. That was the exact point in time I hit the enter fee to copyright or copy claim for the first time the quantum program.
So why did you make that prophecy?
I don't know. It wasn't. I knew that because of this alignment mathematically certified this exact point in time. It was quantums at this exact point in time that set everything in motion. And that's when all the different governments, the World Court, the United Nations, and our offshore cases were from the filing of those documents. That was the day we copyrighted. From that, it was a few weeks later when we finished the Turner's case and had that sent to the United Nations, which on Friday morning was accepted at the World Court. So it's been a process of events to take place, but this was, when history looks back all through time, what was the exact point in time that the Wright brothers took off? When was the exact point in time that Edison did his radio broadcast? When was the exact point in time that Nikola Tesla fired up his AC coils? All of these events, when was the first light bulb turned on? Throughout history, man records at the exact point in time that a change took place. And this was the exact point in time when quantum was completed and the copyright was then punched in. And it was that quantum that has now got the United Nations and all of the banking, all the money. The entire program of planet Earth is now changing. And if you think about it, from 4/6 to 9/6, it's only been 20 weeks to the day. And it was 9/6 that the UN got together on Wednesday. So it's a phenomenal when people see truth, how fast the quantum program is exploding globally. So it's refreshing to know that you do something in life that means something. We all want to leave a legacy.
Does that represent something in the 4,000-year cycle?
Yeah, this was an exact 2,000 years to the date. 4/6/2000 was believed the birth date of Christ and the death of Christ in Mormon religion and several of the other religions. I did a seminar in Salt Lake City for the Mormons, and I had a group of men. There was some 15 of them in a group. They came to the door and he said, "Mr. Miller, why should our group attend here today?" And I said, "Because of 4/6/2000. He says, "Oh, you know that word. Okay. We're in the right place, guys." And everybody piled in. They wanted me to tell them what the code was without them asking the question. What was the answer to the question that we didn't ask you? And that was the answer to the question. They knew they were in the right place. And we did a 14-hour seminar there. And we had 72 people at that seminar. And it was a really good seminar, too. But this timeline here, you go back, 16, 12, 8, then at 5,700 years the pyramids were cut to set down an alignment and set this state in motion. The next one was the phallic symbol of power moved from Pharaoh to Greek, 3,000 years, then to Rome, 2,000 years, then to Napoleon at the Eiffel Tower, 1801. Napoleon's defeated. 1801 moves to Rothschild and to the Masonic Lodge in London. From there it goes to Washington, D.C., Washington Monument, and then Las Vegas, Nevada at the Lexer Hotel, where you have a sphinx, a pyramid, and the phallic symbol, which completes it. Now this is looking from the North Pole down, and when you look at Earth from the down position, here's Lexer, and here's Las Vegas, and this is how the line appears. I drew that once, and I said to an airline pilot, I says, "What is that?" He says, "Well, that's a glide path." He says, "You come in like this here, the Earth is rotating." He says, "And you land exactly at the point of impact." He says, "On a straight line." He says, that's a landing pattern. What do you got on the Lexer Hotel? You got a 2 million candle power beacon. They only run it at 100,000 candle power because when it was running at 2 million candle power, skit when they hadn't blinded all the pilots coming into the Las Vegas airport because it's right there. Now, at the same day that they finished the Las Vegas, the Lexer Hotel, that is a radio transponder, a very powerful one because of its geographical the way it was built. And what they did is all the pyramids around the world were fired up at the same time. They're all transponders, radio transponders. Well, when they turned it off, see what happens, they turned it on, they sent this beam bouncing all the way around the planet. And the thing started to amplify itself. It went up over 1,000 times more powerful than what they had turned it on to do. So they cut the power. Trouble is the beam didn't stop. It continually ran on its own energy. So they've had it turned off ever since. They don't know what they did, but they built this I don't know what the date was when they finished it. I think Lexer's been open, about 2 years now? 3 years? 5 years been open?
4 years.
I know every time I go in the place I get goosebumps and I lose that poker, so I just stay away from them. Huh?
You just pointed to Vegas on the lower line there.
Oh, Vegas. No, this is from the equator. This is Vegas on the equator, and then looking down from the North Pole, this is Vegas up here. And then this line here is the summer sunrise, and this line here is the winter sunrise, and this is the winter sunset, and the summer sunset on this line. And if you look at this in for the overlay on Washington D.C., this intersects with the White House and the capital of the United States. Is also found on that in this at the head.
Yeah, but you've also got the inverted distorted pentagram overlaid to Washington too. So.
Right. There's both of those.
And the owl and all the other new signs.
Well, the owl's on the $1 bill. How many of you know about the owl?
Hiding in the little corner there.
Okay, a bunch of you have seen it already. See, this here is the star chart. This is your pentagon, the one you were referring to with the seven points, and this is the 6 points of the Hebrew star. But these lines, and there's your Pontiac symbol, and then this angle that runs across is this angle here. So the star chart and this here correlate exactly. There are no straight lines in nature, so the chances of you having possession of a star, this is 100,000-year-old star chart.
Who was the person who made the pyramid in Tennessee?
The pyramid in Tennessee, they were digging the expressway. You guys can pull up a Memphis, Tennessee road map. What was happening was they were building the expressway, and they were digging the footings. They were down about 50 feet into the ground, and they hit a gold pyramid. Now the expressway goes like this. And you got the pyramid here, and then you got the big gold pyramid built. Right in the middle of the expressway goes around it.
Did they excavate it?
They built the gold pyramid on top of it, and it's the same dimensions as the one in Las Vegas. Okay. It's a big famous landmark now in Memphis, Tennessee. I've been, about 10 years now it's been in Memphis.
They found it in the earth?
Yeah, it's 50 feet buried underground in the earth. It's a golden pyramid. And they didn't disturb it. They built this big pyramid, though, right on top of it, though. Huh?
Is there any idea who built it?
No. It was 50,000 years old is what they carbon dated it at. So I haven't...
How large is it?
Oh, it's huge. It's big. Yeah, it's as big as the Luxor in Las Vegas.
Really?
Yes.
So what's the significance of the timing of where we're at now then?
Well, where we're at now is you got Las Vegas was the last one. There's also another pyramid built at University of Los Angeles. And that's on the same line here, and it goes out beyond that. If you take a spot from here, which is the Yucatan Peninsula, you go exactly through the Washington Monument, phallic symbol. You'll intersect on the western shores of Greenland in a bay where there's a phallic symbol. You take a direct line from the phallic symbol through the Eiffel Tower here, directly. You go straight through and you intersect with the Western Pyramids. Then you take a direct line from Iceland through Greenland, through Iceland, and you intersect with Moscow, through Mecca, through Jerusalem, you wind up down at the pyramids again.
David, does the pyramid at Duluth in Paris have any significance? The glass pyramid?
In Duluth, Minnesota?
Paris. The new, I am paid. Pyramid in.
All right. If they built a new one in Paris, it's to offset something that has to do with the Eiffel Tower. Because if you take these two lines and you intersect them across this way, this intersection and this intersection, it now cuts Mecca.
It's over the entrance of the Louvre Museum in Paris.
All right.
Glass and aluminum one.
I don't know about that one, to be honest with you. There's a lot of, but this diagram, they've been building a lot of pyramids and a lot of phallic symbols on this overlay program here. So somebody's been drawing pictures.
There's one at Vancouver Airport. At Standard Station on the South Terminal.
They build a pyramid there too. I know there's a pyramid in Las Vegas at the Federal Building there. As a matter of fact, the whole Federal Building is built as a pyramid. Oh, the Masons are doing this. This is strictly Masonic.
How about the Millennium Dome?
Don't know.
Millennium Dome is nothing.
The Millennium Dome?
Yeah. In London.
London, England, that's female energy.
It's a dome.
A dome? That must be for Eastern stars then. I know that all over the United States, they've been doing this here. They've been making a half circle like this here. The federal buildings are either built as a triangle, a square, a phallic symbol, or this symbol here on your federal building with the domes. So there's a lot of writing going on. I mean, when you stand back look at a skyline, how many phallic symbols on banking can you see? I mean, it gets real obvious that you're not alone out here. I'm not telling you what these things mean. These are procedures. Somebody else has a program that they've got going on. And this program has been running for 100,000 years. Because don't forget, Iceland's under 3 miles of ice. This predates the last ice age. So this is a program that is very unique. And it goes all the way around the planet. It flips over again and again and again for the same things taking place. You know that the Tibetan Buddhists and the Hawaiians use the same identical headdress, colors, and ceremonies, and they're 6,000 years apart. So, yeah.
6,000 miles apart.
No, 6,000 years apart.
And miles.
Years and miles, both. So, I do this program because it just simply shows you that we are just moving through time, that there are people that have been studying down rules and regulations. At no time, even though this is mathematics, has language been mathematically certified on this program. That's where we're coming in now with this program in the math to unlock the secrets of what this means. And it's a slow, tedious thing with different books, even the Masonic codes, all their old books that they wrote. The Masons have always had a rule, you don't write anything down. And yet there's books here for us to study. Because there were certain people within the lodge that said there was no norm. This thing is becoming a social club rather than a set of rules and regulations. So they went ahead and they broke the rules and wrote the books to create a norm so that generations to come in that would stay on point and follow procedure. Because the procedures of everything that takes place in the lodge correlates with this symbol in some form.
So how does this relate to quantum?
Quantum is a point of time and space where we're dealing with you're dealing with the object of a cube. And the cube is that you can't be over, under, before, or after. You've got to be possessive with it. All things are now. That is the quantum. It is now. Every single word must be in quantum with its preposition and with its article. You can't create an article like no. No is an article. And that's negative contract. But it removes you from a now format. So what we're doing here is where all things have to be on the same rules and regulations, level playing field. That's why the prefixes and suffixes have been removed. And I think somebody said that the entire, out of the 1.6 million words in English language, there's only like 20,000 that are actually words that we could use in quantum. So they've covered up, they've clouded things. Just like that document there, they've got 52 pages to hide one sentence, hoping no one would read the sentence, and the sentence is written in code. And once you know what the one sentence says, who cares what the rest of it means? The only thing it's there for is to take and remove 100% of your assets. Camouflage, right. Next thing we're going to do, talk about is stocks. Everybody likes to make money. Okay, in the world, you're in an airplane. Let's see. This is the United States. Yeah.
It's like a crash and burn.
North America. There you go. This is your key. It's called the Aleutian Sound. Here's Vancouver. Okay, here's your Mexican border, runs across here. You've got, and then you go into Russia, Japan over here, Russia's up here. Weather is the controlling factor for all things. Controls of fuel controls inflation, energy controls inflation, weather controls crops, food is fuel, fuel is fuel, gas is fuel, shipping, cars. If we get a lot of snow up here, we're going to have a lot of salt. A lot of salt means a lot of rust, burned out cars, whatever. In 1988, they fired up the HARP program. And the HARP program, everyone logs onto the internet and says, Mount McKinley, there's a HARP program. The HARP program was not an issue. This was the one that they told the public. You've got Hawaii located about here, and right about this location, 26,000 miles out in space, with nobody can see from any position on land base, is a laser cannon. Runs on 2 football fields, solar collectors, and can fire a laser beam into the Aleutian Sound here. If it has a rotation on high pressure, it can generate a 3,200 mile high pressure system in this format with a low pressure, and it brings in weather. This is low. If it goes into a high pressure system, it reverses that, and it takes the cold weather. No, wrong direction. If they activate it for high pressure, it's going to go and take all the Arctic air and it's going to push it down over the North American continent. If they run low pressure out here, you guys are going to get lots of rain, but then the jet stream is going to come this way. I mean, up in the Hudson Bay regions here, 94, 95, 96 was 100 degrees during the summer. They never had 100-degree weather up in Hudson Bay in history. The weather was manipulated by this thing from 1988 through December 6, 1998. That's when they turned it off, December 6, 1998.
It's turned off now?
It's been turned off, yes. I did a seminar on that Saturday in Tampa, Florida. We had a couple CIA agents and 6 attorneys in the audience, and I explained how this program worked, and they made a few phone calls and they shut it down.
Why? Because you were releasing the information?
Well, yeah, the information was being released in March of 1998.
Books written about it too.
No, there's no books written about this cannon. This is absolutely, the CIA came to me to find out about it. When they were fooling around with this thing, the whole thing, it had several different intents to take place. One, you've got the Louisiana Purchase. The Louisiana Purchase was everything west of the Mississippi River and the Missouri River going up to the Northwest Territory. You got Brazil, you got Argentina, and you've got Mexico. Were all involved with a default on bankruptcy. And the United States was their trading partners that was under contract. Because the United States was already $6 trillion in debt, when the trading partners came to the United States to bail them out, the IMF said to the United States, no, you can't have any more money. You've got to put up more collateral than just keep increasing your debt. We want the Northwest Territory. In other words, the Louisiana Purchase. When they signed over the Louisiana Purchase, using it for collateral to bail out Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico, the temperature was then turned up because they initiated a low-pressure system out here, and for the next 36 months, the temperature on North American continent was 36 degrees above, or 34.6 degrees over normal, both during the summertime and wintertime. We had the mildest winters for 3 years, 94, 95, and 96. When this took place, they heated up the tectonic plate of the North American continent. They also took El Nino, which is down here around Hawaii, and they brought it up to the shoreline here. Now on March, I think that was the March 10th seminar, we were in San Diego, not San Diego, we were in Sacramento, California on that day. We had 2 CIA agents in the audience. They introduced themselves to me. And I told them, I says, within 72 hours, you have to take the temperature of the North American plate and you have to drop it. It has to be 25 below zero in Wisconsin, and it has to be below freezing in Austin, Texas. At the time, it was 85 in Austin and 72 in Milwaukee. We gave them 72 hours to drop a high-pressure system in here to bring an Arctic blast down and hold it there for exactly 21 days in the month of March. You can check the weather stations for this. And your history on your at the libraries about what the weather was. We also needed the wind, which was blowing currently from west to east, roughly running in the 20 to 30 miles per hour group, had heated the runways up so hot in Mexico that planes couldn't land on the asphalt. So by bringing the El Nino up and heating the Pacific plate up 20 degrees and the North American plate up 34 degrees, what happens when you heat 2 plates up? You're going to get an earthquake. You're going to get a big earthquake, a 9.5. A 9.5 on the Richter scale. All the wells that were down 18,000 feet along the San Andreas Fault were increasing temperatures 15 to 20 degrees per day. This thing was building up so much pressure, this thing was going to break. It would have produced a 9.6 on the Richter scale, would have set up a tidal wave anywhere from 300 to 600 feet wide, high, which would have then hit Hawaii. Now everyone knows that Hawaii's got a big crack in it. The Hawaiian island looks like this on Hilo. And this whole thing here is 100 square miles of rock into a 6-mile deep trench. What would happen if this thing got hit with a 600-foot high tidal wave? It's like a mushroom, and it's going to topple. There's enough pressure there to break this off that would have opened the vent wide open. You would have had an 8-inch hole in the earth, would have run away volcano, and this thing would have fallen into the trench. That would have set up another 300-foot high tidal wave, which would have circled the entire Pacific Rim, went around Antarctica, and came up. Every coastal city in the world would have been devastated. Would have killed over 2 billion people. So I told the CIA, I says, you've got 72 hours from right now to drop the North American plate down, and we need the air to be moving at 50 miles an hour from east to west over the Baja to push El Nino offshore, and this has got to blow for 3 weeks, and this has got to be sub-zero to drop the temperature. You know what happened in 72 hours? The wind shifted 180 degrees, was blowing from east to west. We were sub-zero up here in the North American plate, and El Nino was being pushed offshore. For 21 days that went on. You guys can pull it up on your thing. March 1988.
Now, why did the
March 1988.
Why did the meteorologists claim that it was a natural occurrence? Did they know?
Yeah, right. We've got to turn on.
It seemed like the first time in how many years the wind changed direction. remember you saying last time. It always went this way.
Yeah, it always went that way. It was always blowing from east to west at this latitude, and for 10 years it went from 1988 to 1998, it went from west to east. And now it turned around and went the opposite direction at 50 miles an hour for 21 days. Yeah, right.
How did you know this, David?
I just gave them a formula, told them exactly what was going to happen, and since then the United States government's been pretty... I'm allowed to say things, okay? Especially if it was going to kill 2 billion people. That's would have devastated the entire economies. This whole program would have been in a real problem. So there's sometimes you've got to step out of position and you've got to take responsibility for interference.
So if the CIA hadn't come to your meeting, then what?
I was prepared to make some phone calls. I had been making at each one of the seminars before that, I had been telling people in the audience, go out there and say this, go out there and tell people. Eventually somebody listened and came in, but they got it. Everything happened within its proper time frame. When they dropped this in, the pressure immediately started to drop on the deep wells because I told them what wells to look at. I told them that if you go to a lake that's just east of Sacramento, there was a 140-foot ash dome that just pushed in up out of the lake. That's how much pressure was being generated. And they looked at all the different scenarios, the pressures on the deep wells, and they realized that the IMF whole intent was to capture the western half of the United States onto a contract. The contract was a manipulation. They wanted to manipulate the weather. They wanted to crash the price of oil to cause Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico to default so they could claim everything west of the Mississippi. That's why the UN flags went up at Yosemite, Yellowstone, and Grand Canyon. Right after this took place, when they brought the temperatures down, Washington received a memorandum from me that they had been extorted under the laws of contract. This was written in the truth, that the documents that the IMF was successful in securing this note was illegal, that they caused a unnatural manipulation that was not closed within the documents of the contracts to make these payments, that they had created an event out here with this unit to create a bunch of situations. And when they saw all the different rules and regulations and the plans that went on into this program, they then had to give back. All UN flags came down, the IMF stepped back, and the United States flags are all back up in those territories now.